All right, it's go time. Good day, everybody. It is now 3:15 p.m. in Samarkand, and our inspired warriors have already been doing battle for 15 minutes any moment now. Their first moves will be relayed to us on this slight delay. Thanks to everyone for being here and also for your kind words, helping Jesse and I get off to a great day. I don't know if you've been reading chat, Jesse, but people are being very kind to us here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, it's gonna be a great day. First moves just started. Nothing yet on Soren's board, but we have. David was pointing out to me. Oh my gosh, we got a fried liver attack with Ali Reza, dude.
Are you
Fried
serious?
liver, dude. You know, at the highest level, when you turn on. Well, I haven't turned on the engine in a long time, but the engine does claim White has a tiny bit of something.
Oh, I haven't checked this line in a long time. In my day, I had sort of believed that in this position, this D takes C6, B takes C6, Queen F3 line might
Mm-hmm.
give White a tiny something, but it was so hard to play as a human. I have it's not a line that I've gone back and computer checked, and he plays the Queen F3 line.
The one also, oh, he does play Queen F3. Holy moly.
Yeah.
Um, the one that I was interested in and played actually a couple times was Bishop E2, H6, Knight H3 with
Okay.
Steinitz and Fischer and
And
Short.
Fischer and Short had played this move, Knight
Yeah.
H3. And you looked at this with a strong computer and it said, yeah, it's still something to play.
Well, it was also just an interesting position because if they took, you get the unopposed light square bishop. It's very interesting
Yeah.
positionally, and it has less to do with the extra pawn and more like the knight on A5's poor, and you have your own poor knight. Probably they shouldn't take the thing, that
Right,
whole
that
stuff.
knight on H3 is terrible. I can imagine a computer preferring the bishops here, but I mean, it's so complicated. I don't know how the computer evaluates those positions, having not checked or looked at it.
So here with this Queen F3, I'm going to admit, David, that I haven't looked at this.
Mm.
What is in your recollection of the main move?
Rook to B8 was the pre-computer main move, right? So,
Uh-huh.
anything that I know is not necessarily up to date, but the pre-computer main move was rook to b8, and then your bishop's truly hanging, right? So
Yeah.
then you should probably go bishop to d3,
Mm-hmm.
and you go knight c3, you get a knight on e4, and I played this once against Uncle Yermo
Uh-huh.
in like a big whatever some GM norm tournament somewhere, and I got outplayed. I don't know for sure if I lost or if I scrounged a draw in the end game, but I was definitely like on the back foot the whole game. Like the thing is, when you bring this knight from g5 to e4, black can bring their knight to d5, and
Mm-hmm.
then you don't really want to take on d5 and cd them.
Yeah.
You don't want their knight to land on f4. You don't want them to play f5 e4 and roll you up. So like
Mm-hmm.
I don't even remember what I was supposed to do. I know that you can't really take on c6. This much I know.
That makes
The
sense.
black
Yeah.
plays knight d7 after queen c6 check, hits your knight, and then they play rook b6 to g6, going after your weak light squares.
Mm-hmm.
A theme which a French player will be well accustomed with in this kind of a position here, right? You just go for the last defender, that little pawn, the last defender of the light squares, and you've also got bishop b7 if you like. So pre-computer, that was considered very bad for white. Like you're not supposed to take on c6.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So
Honestly, to me, this Queen F3 move, without I know, I just have my impression of it. It looks to me like you're cruising for a bruising, and you would only play that move if you really looked at it.
yeah,
I wouldn't want to do it unless I look. I wouldn't. This whole line, I wouldn't want to do unless you really had some computer like confidence. It's not just prep, but you need the confidence of the computer to say you're not going to lose instantly.
yeah. But this is yet another line which, with the proper computer prep, can come back into playability, right? It could be
Mm.
something where basically the difficulty level is so high that basically no human wanted to touch it for a while. But if they're armed with sufficient computer moves so they don't actually have to make any human moves, then they're like, okay, well, now I can play the position.
Yeah. Well, let me give you some updates. We don't have to go there. So Sarin Maksudlu's taking a while to start. They got a Slav. Then Neiman is got a Petrov. That's our other game. He's facing our Dogmus.
Well, he
We
should be
think that's
going
going to be amazing.
Shadub to the pawn on f7 here. Just
And
check if the kid's confident about
he doesn't do it. He's a punk. He played knight f3.
it.
Bruce would take on f7.
Bruce would take on f7.
Yeah. You know, it's funny. We haven't seen that many. We people talk a lot of smack about the Berlin, and they're like, "Oh, it's a draw," and I'm like, "Dude, it's not a draw." But then also, I would say, in terms of just achieving equality, the one that if I was white that would frustrate me the most would probably be the Petrov.
Yeah.
It seems so hard to get something in the Petrov.
Good thing for me, I've got knight f7 prepped.
Yeah.
That'll get you a game. You know, I
And
checked and the supercomputer does not approve of knight f7. I was really disappointed.
well, it's that C5 move, right?
Mm-hmm.
The C5 move that kills you. It doesn't say it's lost though, right?
No, it does. It says it's lost.
Oh, okay. The older computer didn't say it was lost.
The older computer didn't, you know, and I'd prepped it like crazy. Like, I don't know, 10 years ago.
Oh, let me show you a funny here.
And I thought,
Oh,
I'd found playable equality for white. And then the supercomputer was like, man.
check this out for Modern Chess Bro. Go to Aronian Puranic.
Oh, I like those guys. H6, you're telling me, huh?
Yeah, buddy. Reminiscent of Gukesh's H6. Just like F it. Let's just
Yeah.
H6. What?
Wow.
It's not, let me just say it's not that dumb because the other main move for black would be to copy with A6.
A6, yeah.
That's also useful. But here black's saying, hey, I think H6 is also long-term useful.
Right.
And
I know
basically
the
it's,
use of A3 and A6, though. This, I don't know.
well, that's what one of the things the computer does is just like that H6 move in so many positions is a useful thing.
Aronya's going to show the point of A3 in a second here, folks, is to be able to play
Mhm.
B4 when the bishop's on C5, get a tempo, and then play bishop B2. Now, what H6 does, we're going to have to wait to find out.
But as an example, like Tall had a game where instead of H6, he just said Bishop D6, let him take Bishop C5, and we get the same. We're gonna get the same position except Black has H6 on the board.
Really, Tall just played bishop D6, like take your
Yeah,
candy.
yeah, I played this as White too. It's not, the A6 move is kind of nice, but it's not, it's not gonna save your soul or anything.
Okay.
Sarin is really tanking, dude, against this Slav. That's kind of surprising. And the other Nordebek is tanking on Queen F3, which is definitely good news for Firouzja.
This could be like the biggest game of Sarin's career so far, by the way, Jesse.
I was thinking back on it. Let me tell you a story. So 2 years ago, we did the junior draft, and I put Sarin in there, and people were laughing at me. They're like, "Oh, that guy, blah blah blah." And then someone even in the chat convinced me that he would had like gone off and done other things. And I looked into it the other day, and I was like, he didn't go off and do other things. He's just got kind of eclipsed by this other generation of kids. Um, anyways, here he is confirming confirming my dark horse choice in the junior draft of 2 years ago. Firstborn.
But Sarin's on my team in the junior draft.
This year, maybe, but 2 years ago, I think he was on my team, right?
He's been 2690 for at least 3 years. And shockingly, I think he's only 21. years old.
Hmm.
But he has been 2690 for so long. His highest rating is 2698.8 or 2699, something like that. And his lowest rating is like 2689. His rating has not gone up or down more than 5 points for 3 years.
Boss, I think we should go to the Firouzja game
Fair, fair.
because he did something that you didn't suggest, and maybe it's something the kid knows. Maybe it was just like he spent some time remembering it,
Okay, is it
but
bishop
we're gonna
e7?
get true fire now. We're gonna get true
No,
fire.
he gave the rook. Oh,
The rook, bro.
wow, I didn't know you could do that.
And White just moved. White just played back immediately to Queen F3, and then we got Knight C6.
Wow, Yakubboev, that is some confident play. 8 minutes.
And my impression, Mr. Bruce, with this position is that, it's possible that Ali Reza spent some time looking at this thing, but ultimately I think it's just gonna be a game, right? Where clearly Black has big time compensation, but White has to make sad moves like he just did with C3. So he's down a gazillion tempi for an exchange and a pawn.
Yeah.
Excuse, yeah, exchange and a pawn.
Also, Jesse, I
Yeah.
have this idea about the shifting value of the knight and rook. So
Okay.
basically, the first 5 moves of the game, a knight is better than a rook, right?
Well, you could say that about the minors too. I mean, the bishop
The
as well.
bishop too, maybe, yeah. But the knight, like it's the knight's value over the course of a game, it peaks on move 2, and then it just starts slowly coming down usually, right, compared to
Uh-huh.
bishops, rooks, and queens, right? Every pawn exchange is improving bishops, rooks, and queens. Also, bishops, rooks, and queens are a little bit harder to develop. The queen is not that hard to develop, but the bishops and the rooks, they often need some help, some pawn moves. The rooks are the worst. They need pawn trades, not just pawn moves.
Hmm.
But the knight, you can control 2 central squares in one move without any fiddling around with the pawns. So the
Hmm.
value of the knight at the beginning of the game is the highest, I think. And then through the middle game, it's useful. And then there's a point in the end game where a lot of end games, the knight just tanks, like it can't handle a rook pawn. It just
Yeah. No, that's absolutely true.
needs to be on a protected square. So at first here, you're not going to feel that Firouzja's got a rook against a knight, right? I guess he's also got a pawn as well.
Yeah.
He's up a pawn and a rook against a knight. So at first, we're not feeling that rook, right? He's got a few very difficult moments to get through here from White. All right, 510 radar says knight d4 anyway might be a move here. They're not
Yep.
sure that they remember all their prep. Noterbeck played bishop to g4 and queen g3. And now, not clear what the bishop on g4 is doing, but he might play knight d4 next anyway.
Okay. My question on knight d4 would be, what about knight a3?
Okay, knight a3, bishop a3, and then you take that knight out because
Then I
the
take
rook
that one, right?
defends.
By the way, bishop g4 was played very quickly, which maybe suggests that like he does have a sense of the position, and that on after queen f3 cb5 he was just trying to remember his stuff. Now he's blitzing out knight d4 immediately.
Wow. I think man with head of dog. And sorry, folks, there's 2 different chat rooms, and I'm just waking up and eating my cereal. But I think man with head of dog may have suggested the move knight e2 somewhere here with the knight on a3. But
Yeah,
then
like
there's
knight
knight
a2.
b5 to worry about. Wow, look at Firouzja's prep. He's still at 143, Jesse. He is not phased. He's like, yeah, I saw this coming. What
Yeah.
knight?
It is true though that like this is definitely this queen f3 move is a move you could spend some time mapping out before the match. And so like Black probably had seen this queen f3 thing, but that's a little bomb. It's a little bomb to drop on you.
If we get into this knight e2, knight takes b5 line, I see queen b8, and now the knight on b5 is sort of dangling. Queen's attacked. Maybe she has to go to d3 to go defend her knight. It looks very hectic to me. Maybe then the knight heads to f4. I'm used to the knight on f6 going to f4. Knight f4, queen c4. Bishop into e2, rotating pieces through e2 like Yagiz might do. Queen f7.
I mean,
I don't know about this. This is
Mr. Bruce, I feel like for this is the first, but a lot of people complain about opening theory and stuff, right?
yeah.
This is the first game that we've watched where I'm like, oh, this feels like a supercomputer thing
Mm-hmm.
is going on here, right? Yeah.
Holy moly. The knowledge in our chat, Jesse. Yellow saying, I am pretty sure anyone who plays e5 has some basic sense and is prepared for this line since it is very common. It is one of the most important lines to analyze as black. This position live with the knight on e2 intruding into white's camp to do a little dance.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna get the database cranking here.
Holy camole.
Let's get the database cranking.
These folks know a lot. Um, 510 Radar saying they thought knight f5 was a main move for black here.
So I
Instead
just
of
want
knight
to
e2.
stress interestingly, the main move after BC6 now is the move Naka played years ago, which was Bishop D3. That's now the main move. Back in the day, it was always Bishop E2. Back in the day was just like something you did.
Bishop e2 long ago, yeah.
Yeah. So then Queen F3, we got some games, of course. Rook B8 is the main move, and CB5 has been played in about 100 games. Black winning the most of them on CB5.
Wow. A positive
Okay.
line for black.
Queen A8, Queen C7, main move, Queen F3, main move, Knight C6, main move, C3, main move, Bishop G4, main move, Queen G3, main move, and Knight D4, main move, Knight A3. Now, by the way, before we get thinking like we're down to just 14 games,
Yeah.
okay? We're down to 14 games here. They are all within the last year, so either 24 or 25. And that suggests to me like this is clearly something the engines have worked out.
Yeah.
Got 92. Yeah, amazing. Let's see here. And this
Well,
is
now we see why Yakubboev spent 8 minutes and then played such a complicated move. He was prepared for it. He was just asking himself, is this guy even more prepared for it than I am? Do I have enough ready? Do I want to go for the c takes b5 line or something else?
well, okay, and let's talk about the drama here. So the main moves here are Queen D3 and Queen E3, according to the database.
Mm-hmm.
On Queen D3, you got to worry about Knight F4. On Queen E3, you got to wonder about what's going to happen on like a later Bishop C5 smackaroo. However, Queen E3, Bishop C5, you do have D4, so there's a question there. We could also play Queen E3, Knight F4. That also looks a little unpleasant, that you got to then figure out what happens castle short.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure this knight hopping around is giving white anxiety, but if the knight moves 6 times and white's playing moves like knight a3 and castles, white's kind of moving forward with their stuff and black's just moving a knight in circles.
Um, okay, so he's finally thinking, right? Oh, buddy. Dang, Firouzja. You went down this dark path, bud? You went down this dark path?
Yeah. By the way, Firouzja and Yakubboev, this is not Noterbek Abdusattorov, folks. This is Noterbek Yakubboev, the number 3 player from Uzbekistan, playing on home turf. and coming off of a win in a super tournament in Poland like a week or two ago. First, first huge super tournament. Oh no, no, I think he had a second one. I think he won like the Uzbek Cup, tied for first place. So yeah, I mean he's like a really strong player. Um, these guys are in a huge pack of players on 4 points. Um, there's 15 of them. 15 players on 4 points, I believe. So the players on 4 points, they're 1 point behind Parham, and they're half a point behind the 5 players on 4.5. These guys on 4 points still have a chance at the candidate spot for sure, but they're looking at they need to score probably 4.5 out of 5 in the second half of this tournament. So whether you've got white or you've got black, you need a position like this, and you need a mistake from your opponents here and there.
So actually, that's interesting, Mr. Bruce. So you're saying already if you've got 3.5, so +1, you're kind of already out of the running.
Yeah,
I'm sure that's not mathematically true, but that might be practically
it's not
true.
mathematically true. You would need probably 5 out of 5 points. There's probably some world where you score 4.5 and other people draw so much that you catch up with them. Like if
Right,
everyone
right.
else just stopped winning completely and they only drew their games, time stood still for them, you could make it with 4.5. But you're talking there's 20 people ahead of you who are going to play each other for 3 or 4 rounds. You think like none of them are ever going to beat each other? It seems, well, that's unlikely, right? There's a lot of draws at the top level, but
Right.
basically you need 5 out of 5, because the other thing is at this point you're not going to have good tie breaks, and FIDE is going to do a tie break thing on you, right? If you're coming from behind, your tie breaks are going to be a problem. So you're going to really need like 8.5 more than you need 8. Whereas if Parham ends the tournament on 8, he's got a good shot at getting the second spot on tie breaks, let's say, because he's going to have the best tie breaks of anyone, most likely. I mean, so far he definitely does.
Um, and so our other game that we're kind of keeping an eye on, which is Gukesh against the amazing kid Adiz Gurel, they're not playing for anything according to Bruce's theory, except for honor.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll just say, Mr. Bruce, it is hot. I don't know what's going on there, but Gukesh is playing a hot position, buddy. Oh man. So Gukesh could castle long this game, my friends. He could castle long.
Yeah. Shall I go look them up? Shirov and Esipenko marked as a draw with no moves. I don't know what happened there.
Yeah,
Andy
they just
Woodward has got black against Anil Dubov. I don't know if you've been tracking that American prodigy, Jesse, but Andy Woodward, he's got
yeah.
2 wins and 1 loss in this tournament. He's putting together a 2,700 performance for himself
Hmm.
for the first time. And there, on a board below him, are Adiz Gurel and Gukesh. Holy spicy position.
Right? Holy spicy position.
I mean, I like Gukesh right away. I find White's position sketchy, but it's probably about equal since they've played 20 moves in 5 minutes. It's got to be opening theory, right?
I guess. I
Caro,
mean,
H4.
it seems like I mean he's playing very fast, Gukesh is. But if you just look at the position, you say to yourself, okay, White's gonna play probably G3, King G2. Uh who knows who's better? That knight on F5 is a beast.
Yeah, yeah. An hour 41 at move 21. Dude did prep his Caro. I mean, he came here to fight, but I guess he can put his knight on c4. That'll be a beast too, right? From black.
Maybe we're gonna see a resurgence of the Caro, you know? might see a resurgence.
Mm-hmm.
Um, the interesting thing about these bishop, the let's call it the tall variation or the bishop F, just the bishop F5 in general, it leads to very nuanced positional play. Um, and that's how Gukesh got that amazing first win earlier on in the event. It seems like Gukesh already knows this position, but if I was looking at it, I would just feel like white has compensation with a move like G3.
Compensation or more than compensation?
I don't know. I don't know. One of those.
Okay.
It's going to be hard to get at the Black King though, because of that knight B6 stuff you're talking about.
Yeah. I mean, black's very solid on the queen side, right? You've got some open files, so you can find some juice. But black, like you're playing straight into black strength there, right? Four healthy pawns against two. The A pawn is pretty crummy. Black's got is going to have squares just because you don't have a real pawn structure.
Yeah, and actually it's interesting in that both where it's going to be usually would call this attack on opposite wings, but both kings are remarkably secure, at least for the moment.
They're each on their own strong side, right? So you get kind of a
Yeah.
weird thing where it's like, do I play towards the opponent's king or do I play towards my own strong side, right? White could play against black's weak pawns on the king side, try and play positionally on white's strong side. You're welcome, Panda Twitch. Or Pandas Twitch. Winning the tournament so far, I've got standings hidden here, 510 radar. Below Jesse, you'll see the top couple players in the standings. There's Parham Magsudlu with 5 out of 6. He's in first place. He's followed by a group of 5 players on 4.5. Today, it's kind of up to Nihal Sarin to have his big moment and challenge him. And we've got an exchange Slav from Nihal.
Can I give it a little shout out to our little controversy here that's been going on from pre-dojo?
Okay.
Pre-dojo. Bruce is making fun of the exchange Slav, being like, "Oh, that's nothing, blah blah blah. You're not playing chess. How can you ever do this?" And I just want to say it's spicy. It's very spicy. There's all kinds of variations, and you can play really good chess with the exchange Slav.
Yeah,
I would say, actually, David, in my experience of this, I had great experience with the exchange Slav,
I know.
and I can imagine doing it again at some point. The grief was a little bit similar to the grief with the London, and it is a London. You think about the exchange Slav, it's kind of like it's a lot like a London.
Yeah.
But in any case, what I wanted to say was like the London, there's so many different lines where black can get an interesting fighting game that are hard to evaluate. That black is the one who gets to choose, like in the London, which of these sidelines they go down. And then, even though you say to yourself, "Oh, I just want a kind of a quiet positional game," it's not. It's not because people are going to look at it with the computer. They're going to figure out some kind of system to play against you. And then if you don't have any idea against that system, you could either be worse or just dead equal out of the opening. And this is my recollection with this knight f3 move. If we get e6, it's a very hard choice for what to do as white. And I remember I tried bishop e2, I tried queen b3 there, I played rook c1, and all of them basically, bishop b5, all of them gave me next to nothing.
So you're saying queen b6 in the live position?
No, no, if
If
e6,
just e6, okay.
if e6, that's kind of a key question. It's like, well, what's going on
Yeah.
after e6? Because what do you do in that position? Very difficult. But I'm sure these people have looked at this with the modern supercomputers, and you know, we'll see. We'll
Yeah.
see what's good.
Well, so folks, Jesse refers to the fact that we used to argue about this line. He took a lot of flack from myself and even a few other people about playing the exchange Slav, the exchange King's Indian defense, like all the sort of like simplifying or easy kind of lines, so to speak,
Mhm.
back in the day. But what one has to understand is chess players have very different chess, right? People have very different like ideals or things they're going for. And I used to play chess very, very differently than Jesse, like almost diametrically opposite. Like I would play whatever move was the most confusing, and he might play whatever move was the most clear if we're making sort of taste choices in the opening. But
Mhm.
I've come around completely now, Jesse. So I am 100% with you. I'm building a new 1d4 repertoire in order to try and get myself to 2600 in Blitz. And
Okay.
I prepped this exchange Slav for white uh, about a week before this tournament started. Uh, you know, and you're absolutely right. This is the most glorious line white has against the Slav, and gives white the best chance to get a little something going.
Uh,
Yeah, and at the same time has the obvious benefit that every old man wants of if you're not feeling like a big fight, you've got some good choices to minimize your own losing chances.
Now, David, I feel like I'm not cheating here
Okay.
uh, by doing this. I turned on the computer in this position just to see what the latest Stockfish says.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And one of the things that's interesting about this is an example of where the computer can really give new avenues
Mm-hmm.
is, it's giving me bishop e2 as a tiny smidge for white. Queen b3 is a tiny smidge. Bishop b5 is a tiny smidge.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you think about the openings as a way where with white, you're not going to actually get all that much. All you want is an interesting position. Then you could spend some time looking at those positions with white
Yeah.
and trying to kind of dial it in. I think knight h4 would be another frisky try from white here.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm turning it off. I just wanted to look at what the modern engine said about that position.
Yeah.
Okay, in our game, by the
I
way,
I
with
prepped
Farouche.
one of those four moves.
Okay. Oh, you're not even going to tell us,
I'm not
boss?
even gonna tell you.
Okay. Firouzja thought for a long time and played Queen E3, which looks wrong. It's not much in the database. There's two games in the database with Queen E3.
Mm-hmm.
They're chump games. I'm going to click on them. I'm going to guess they're titled Tuesday games too. Watch. No, one was Guitar Masters.
Oh, that's a good tournament.
And so there was one Guitar Masters and then another one, but lower rated players. And then another one, I don't even know where it, Pro-Am something or other. Oh, Buenos Aires. Okay. So one person played, but so these games actually aren't useful. One guy played knight f4, guy played bishop c5. David mentioned knight d5. That also seems very plausible.
What happened to the guy who played Bishop C5, Jesse?
All right, let's look. Bishop c5, d4. Yeah, let's see what was his idea. And now bishop a3. Do I understand that? Not necessarily. Oh, not only that, but then after bishop a, no, yeah, let's just,
Pawn takes A3.
no, he played queen takes e5.
Okay.
So I guess his intention was if ba, he's gonna maybe queen c3 him, or I don't
Mm-hmm.
know. I don't understand. What a mess. Queen e5, king d7, queen c7. No, I can't look. I can't look. It hurts me too much.
Queen E5, King D7.
I don't know, boss. I don't know. I'm just here. I'm
That's
just the announcer.
brutal. He doesn't want to give white a
Yes.
tempo on his knight on F6. See, King D7 to develop the rook. You can't call that guy a chump. This guy's playing with fire, whoever it is.
Okay, we can keep going down this road. So queen c7, king c7, ba, knight c1, rook c1, rook e8 check, king f1, bishop e2 check, And then the guy went back to E1, and then they repeated with the bishop move, and they made a draw.
Wow. Championship level stuff, Jesse.
Championship level, that's right. Yeah.
Dang. Damn. That could have been all prep too, Jesse. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe, dude, maybe. This is kind of one of those things where you get like lower rated players doing a chessable course and just memorizing this stuff. I
Yeah.
don't know.
You can root for whoever you want to, W. Reynolds. I'm going to root for Nihal Sarin today, even though he's down half an hour on the clock in 5 moves of exchange Slav. Doesn't seem well prepped. It doesn't look like a very scary situation for Magsudlu at the moment. And, I've been rooting for Magsudlu in the previous rounds. But today I'm going to root for Nihal Sarin because I just watched a little interview of him, Jesse.
Uh-huh.
And did you see this little interview also? I think Kostya sent it, maybe. But he was being like asked about, he was asked about the boom in Indian chess, and he was like, "Oh yeah, it's great." And they're like, and what's your role in the boom in Indian chess? He's like, "Oh, my role is nothing. I'm a nobody. I haven't contributed anything." I said, "Well, aren't you like one of the best players in India?" And he's like, "Well, that's kind of you. Maybe one day I'll do something." Or he said, I'm hoping one day, hoping one day." So, um, I'd love to see a big moment for Nihal. He was really cool.
So, boss, let's go to the Firouzja game with this Queen E3 move. And it seems like maybe now they're actually playing chess.
Mm-hmm.
And dude has many moves. Bishop C5 wouldn't have crossed my radar at all. He can probably he might even just be able, I don't know. He might even be able to just develop a piece lamely like Bishop E7. Uh, he
Yeah.
could definitely play knight D5. He could play knight F4.
You would
So
think
many
that Bishop
possible
E7
moves.
should be playable, just your general
Yeah, you would
chess
think.
sense. Bishop D6 would normally be great, except Knight B5. I don't know.
Yeah, we don't want to do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I really don't want to play Bishop A3, but I have a feeling that's also playable.
Right. Well, because Knight B5 could be annoying, and your Bishop on F8 hasn't developed yet, so that'll get your Rook into the game a little faster.
Mhm.
But
And
there
I'm
might be a threat of
assuming,
like F3, right? If I play super basic moves like your Bishop E7, or if I played another basic move, which would be Bishop A3, BA3 castles, um, I have to be ready to sack my stuff now, right? Hey, Rachel. How's Samarkand? Clutch says there's Mishra to root for, an American anti-engine, pro-game analysis, and doesn't have a sponsor. Plus, he's an underdog. I think he does have a sponsor, Clutch. Um, we, you know, we're huge Gukesh fans, and we weren't biased against Mishra when he went up against Gukesh. It was a fabulous game. We've been watching his tournament with excitement, and today he's playing against Anish Giri. He's got an endgame on his hands early on, or sorry, a queenless middle game, and yeah, well, I mean, we can root for him if you want us to. No problem. We'd be glad to. Um, John Creekpalm, we're not really focused on Gukesh's game, but we saw that he's playing something really sharp. He is not being safe today. In fact, I don't remember a day when Gukesh was safe. I don't remember that day. It could have happened. There could have been a day, but it wasn't etched in my memory. One more reason, folks, to, play chess brightly so that you remember the games that you've played. If you make a bunch of 8-move draws, you're not going to remember them that well.
um, yeah, the Gary Mishra game, I think Gary's probably has got what he's wanted, which is like now it's just a position.
Mm-hmm.
And he probably is telling himself the old man tale about how the youth can't play end games,
Mm-hmm.
you know? Whether that's true or not, that's a tale that we tell ourselves.
Sure, sure. I mean, you get beaten by enough tactics, you got to come up with something, right? You got you got to have some kind of a narrative. Humans need that. I think Mishra's position is very, very clean, though. By the way, my own opinion. Like if
Hmm.
I were just assessing evaluation and all, I'd be happy to get this position with Black in 10 moves any day. You told me I could start my game
Hmm.
from this position, I'd probably take it. He offered a King's Indian. So Geary could have done something spicier, Jesse. Look, he gave him the King's
Yeah.
Indian, but Geary played G3, which I gotta say, it's a little lame against the King's Indian G3 compared to Knight C3 and E4
Well,
in
but
my book.
he also on knight c3, it wasn't an offer. He hasn't offered the King's Indian yet because he could have played the Grunfeld after knight c3.
Oh right, is Mishra getting double blacked? Did he play the Grunfeld against Blue Bomb before the rest day?
That's right. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, so he's
Good
getting
memory.
double blacked. Has he had his whites this tournament? Probably. Yeah, he got double white in rounds 2 and 3, beating Sarana and Yu Yang Yi. Holy moly! I mean, he's got a whole collection of scalps just from one tournament here. But yeah, G3, C6, D5 is kind of the Grunfeld response to the Fianchetto, and then he goes Queen B6. I mean, this looks really fine. Pretty easy to find these moves, Jesse. I think the Grunfeld is a pretty good opening.
Okay, I'll say from just my own 2 cents, I think White's a bit better, a little bit, just because the knight's funny and on a6 is gonna he's trying to do magic with the knight on a6, and I'm not sure there's magic to be had. So it's like, where are you going, buddy? Where are you going with the knight?
Mm-hmm.
It's not the end of the world or anything.
I think for the moment he's keeping white from playing a quick b4, b5. But yeah, I mean, the knight doesn't seem to have access to knight b4 itself. So, um, yeah, that's correct. Arsenal fan Richie, the famous knight f4 from Tall. And W. Reynolds says, Gukesh seems to have forgotten that in order to win against a 2650, he should play h6 on move 4 in the Nimzo Indian. Which is funny, but I'm bringing up that comment in order to springboard into a point I want to make about modern chess. Right now, if you want to beat a 2650, you almost always have to do it a different way than you did it the day before. Because none of them are jokes. They're all very strong players. And so if you want to beat them, you have to bring something new every single time, in my opinion.
Hmm.
Um, so Gukesh has brought something new to this tournament. I think a really well prepared Karl Khan, and that's what he's running today.
Boss, I guess we should look at the Firouzja game again. It continues to be like
Oh yeah,
it's maybe it's game of the day. Both of these guys, as Mr. Bruce is saying, they got to actually win. He's saying a draw no bueno. He's saying you got to crush if you're going to get one of those spots. And we get Queen E4. Black had many different ways of playing the position, I felt.
yeah,
This looks pretty good, dude.
pretty
I
good.
mean,
Yeah, look at those knights hop. I mean,
and the
now
first
pretty
question is
much
F5.
f5. Yeah, or you could just get castled, right, and then take it from there once your development's complete.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah. So we could try castling, and then what do you think White might do?
Well, first question on F5, you got to go to like E1 in a sad way, don't you?
Really? That is really sad. E1.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
F5, Queen E1, Knight D3. Why isn't your queen trapped? What am I missing here? I'm missing something. There's an obvious question here. F5, Queen E1, Knight D3. What am I losing my mind? That's game right there. So there needs to be something else
Mm-hmm.
for Perugia that we're missing. All right, what is
All right.
White's got some? Oh no, excuse me. On F5, he can go back to like C2 or something.
Yeah,
Okay. I take it. I do a take back. You do.
that makes sense. And one of the things I like about this position for Black with the trade off on A3 is like really going after the light squares, right? Saying are ours. If we played h6, I don't know where that knight's going. We could go bishop e2 to d3 here. Um, by the way, I trolled too many people in chat with this queen e4 castles comment. I was just trying to mess with Jesse. But yes, black cannot currently castle because of queen h7 checkmate. So anybody wondering about that, that's
Dude played f5 very quickly.
just a little joke.
So he thought forever on 14 bishop a3, but now he's playing quickly as if he knows what's going on. And I guess the obvious question is, what does black intend after queen c2?
I think he thought long enough on bishop a3 that basically f5 could have been his intention from that think, not like he's back into opening theory or something. I do think they're playing each other here for sure at this point.
Maybe after queen c2, the obvious question is, what is white going to do after h6?
Yes, I agree. h6 is big question. 16 minutes is enough to calculate a few moves ahead for these guys, I would say, to get a little bit into it. And, bishop takes a3, I would say recapturing was pretty obvious. Knight f4 threatening knight g2 check. You could definitely predict castles. And then knight d5, there's queen e4 or immediate queen e1. There was not a ton of moves. So yeah, so he probably just calculated all this when he took on a3.
Now, queen b1 might be a good move just to have the queen b5 option.
Yeah. That looks a little better than queen c2, maybe.
It might be forced even, because queen c2, h6 does not look pleasant for a peasant.
Yeah, I was very curious about what white would do next there.
Ooh, it is hot. It's spicy. This one's really spicy.
Yeah, okay, so knight f3 in that case. Bishop takes f3, pawn takes f3.
Queen f7 and it resigns.
Queen f7, king h1, queen h5, queen d1.
Look at that position, dude.
I know. You have to make sure they actually resign. Maybe knight d3 is enough, and then we can say they
You have
resign.
to make sure they actually resign. Yeah, knight d3 looks like resigns. You're not moving ever again.
No.
You know puedo movar.
Yeah. Black can even play e4 at some point, and you can't take because they get a whole rook from you with the hop on f2. In fact, it wins the queen, knight f2 before queen d1. So, okay, yeah, I mean, white can't really move r, so.
Okay, so I think queen b1 is forced. I had a friend tell me once, and this might apply to this position, that when you steal some stuff, like white has done, and you're on the back rank, you might reach a stage where it's better not to try to develop. You might reach a stage where, like, just poking your head up above the clouds is just going to get you hurt, and then in that case, you don't even want to mess with it anymore.
So what are you supposed to do at that point?
You got to try to absorb the hits. Absorb the hits. Yeah.
You just give up. You're like, nah, it's not happening for me today.
Well, there was an amazing game I played with Yermo back in the day where it was a variation like that, where I stole something. I was white and I stole something, and we were analyzing it, and that's when he told me that, I ended up winning that game. It was incredible to do it. Anyways, that's the memory of that game, which is very similar to this one, where, who knows what the evaluation is here. Even if the computer did say that white was fine, you would have to be like, I don't know, buddy. I don't know. You might be getting hurt.
Yeah. I mean, the position looks pretty good for black to me.
Oh, yeah.
Visually, like the human in me is just saying this is not good for white. Bishop e2 is a pretty obvious answer to queen b1, I have to say. Castles is as well. I mean, two obvious answers. Maybe bishop e2, white then goes queen f5.
Yeah, let me try to defend White's honor here. I don't believe in bishop e2 because queen f5 looks annoying, but even there, who knows exactly?
But where does the queen go from f5?
Okay, queen b1 was played,
Mm-hmm.
and now bishop e2, queen f5. But also, if you don't play bishop e2, let's say you castle, then you have to figure out f3.
I have to figure out what move?
F3.
F3. Okay, we're going to switch views here real quick, folks, and welcome in a third chess enthusiast into our
Hello.
midst here. Hey, Rachel, how are you today?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Oh, excellent, excellent.
Or I guess 4 a.m. for you now?
Now 4 a.m. It's only the first 5 minutes that hurt, and then it's just joy the rest of the way.
What time have you been sleeping recently?
Normally, I try to go to bed around 8:30 to 9.
Okay,
But last night, unfortunately, I was up until 9:30. Every minute you go past 9, you regret the next morning.
fair enough.
Yeah,
I mean, even going to sleep at 8 is not your 8 hours of sleep.
I never sleep that much.
You have a superpower.
Yeah. A superpower I've abused. It's like drawing on your life force to fly or whatever, and you just can't stop flying, but gradually you're getting weaker and weaker.
How was the rest day? Did you guys do some fun stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I think the players got like a special tour, but
Uh,
unfortunately, I was not invited to that. So,
oh
Oh,
man.
um, as I am not a player or a member of the FIDE staff. So, but I did this like I guess a local village, maybe like 40 minutes out of Samarkand.
Uh-huh.
Someone from the local village speaks English and put a tour up online. And so
Uh-huh.
I went to this like local village for the whole day and they showed me it was like they showed me how to make some traditional dishes and
Uh-huh.
some traditional bread where you like stick the bread onto I don't even know the name of it, but like some clay stove that they use.
uh-huh.
Anyway, it
Uh-huh.
was really cool. Um,
And
yeah, I
it
also
gets
look like
cooked directly
everyone.
on the heat of the thing.
Yeah, so they like turn the fire off and then you stick it all like to the top, to the side. Yeah, it's I also look like everyone here, which is like the first time for me ever.
Oh,
And so everyone looks at me very confused and the first question is always like, "Where are you from?" And the people there couldn't speak any English, but they were telling the one person who could speak English,
yeah.
they were like, "There's no way she doesn't have Uzbek blood in her." It was pretty
Uh-huh.
it's the first time I've looked like the people around me. So,
Maybe you'll
yeah.
never come back. Maybe you found your
Well,
place.
I don't speak the language at all. So
You'll
that's
send a
the
letter
first
to
thing.
David Howell like, "Brother, I have found our tribe at long last.
Yeah. Yeah. They'll
Come
be
and
like, David,
join me. I've
where are
started
you?
learning the language."
That's so funny. Yeah.
Well, Rachel, I have a question, even a favor to ask
Yes.
you. I wake up early, we do this thing with Bruce, and then I gotta go today and tomorrow, I gotta go take my kids to school. It's usually like an hour.
Okay.
So David needs company. He likes to have his hand held. He likes it caressed on his palm. He likes it like that, like a little raccoon. So if you can do that for an hour, but more importantly, tomorrow is a key day in the dojo because David can't do the stream.
Oh my gosh.
And
Okay.
then Kostya, we asked him, I'm like, boss, could you wake up early one day? And he said, no,
He
man,
said,
I'm a
"Probably not."
millennial. I'm a millennial. I gotta have my avocado toast before anything even starts. So no, Jesse,
It's
no.
true. Jesse was like, "1 out
Oh.
of 12 days." He's like, "I'll do what I can, but probably no."
Introduce him to cold brew or something.
Oh,
Oh my gosh.
yeah.
Yeah, I can, what time would you be
So
thinking?
tomorrow I could start the stream and I would be handing it off to you like around now till about for like an hour. And I could just leave you running the chat or you could run the stream yourself. Either way.
Yeah, that works. I
Okay.
have to leave around 5, like Uzbek time. So
Okay.
like basically in around an hour from now.
Okay, no,
Um,
that would be perfect. Yeah.
okay, perfect. That sounds good.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
Maybe I could
Jesse,
just yeah.
Rachel and Anushka were sometimes sparring endgames really late into the night.
Uh-huh.
And when they did, Anushka was team tea and Rachel was team coffee. And I have
Uh-huh.
a feeling that you do both, Jesse. Do you?
Tea and coffee?
Yeah. Do you drink both?
I tea is nice, but it's really a poor cousin to the beauty of coffee.
Hmm.
It's just so nice to
Right.
drink coffee. I've gone through my tea phases, though. I don't mind tea.
Yeah.
Check this out, Rachel. Here's a fun fact about Mr. Bruce. Mr. Bruce, I basically has never had alcohol or caffeine ever because it's a capitalist invention meant to mess with our souls. Um, And so I think he's one of the few people they could run scientific studies on him because he's never done either of those two Satan's, paths.
Far Eastern
That's
probably also has never drunk alcohol. I've actually had alcohol 3 times, Jesse. Well, as an
I
as an
forced,
adult, my dad gave me alcohol many
okay.
times as a kid. I don't know if that counts because it wasn't my choice.
Uh-huh.
Um, but but as an adult, I've had alcohol 3 times, and I've had 1.5 cups of coffee. They were terrible.
Now, let me just say when he says 3.5 times, I remember one of those times because he did great at a tournament in Vegas. We were hanging out with Irina Crush, and I was like, David, come on, buddy, have a glass of wine. And at that point, I didn't know. I didn't know the depths to which David like was committed to not having alcohol. So he had a sip and he grimaced in pain for about 5 minutes, and that was the extent of his trying the alcohol.
that's so funny.
Wine tastes awful. It tastes like something's gone bad.
I mean, I do understand how someone wouldn't like the taste of alcohol or
Yeah,
coffee. It makes sense.
yeah,
Yeah.
nasty stuff.
You need to sweeten it with things, which, yeah, I
Yeah,
think by itself, it's pretty bitter and not super enjoyable. So it makes sense.
yeah,
For me, coffee's just nice if I didn't sleep enough and
right.
I'm not a powerhouse like you. Like I can't I can't function without coffee if I don't sleep enough.
Yeah, no, I
So
understood the
it's not
coffee is
about
functional for you. It like kicks
yeah,
in when you need an extra kick.
yes. Yeah. I'm about to crash and the coffee keeps me going. So that's the main reason why
Yeah,
for coffee.
yeah.
Oh, Joel said I think Rachel doesn't mind coffee or
So I was going to calculate the percent chances of each person to get into the candidates. I
Oh wow.
thought I
Okay.
thought chat would like to know what each person's chances were of getting
Yes.
into the candidates. So I'm going to calculate it on the side over here
Okay.
tentatively. So I'll just take a minute to crunch some numbers, folks, and Jesse will tell Rachel other weird facts about me that may or may not be facts. You'll have to judge for yourself, Rachel, if they sound true. And or he could tell us about Noterbek Yakubboev,
Right.
Rachel's long lost cousin.
Well,
So it's a very let's talk about this one briefly here, the Nordbeck one, or maybe not so briefly. So the thing is, like a lot of these positions you can study and maybe you turn on the computer, maybe you've kind of trained yourself with some weird chessable course, and the computer will easily just kind of like calmly say, "Oh, you're doing fine here, buddy. You're doing great." And that when you hear it, you're like, oh, that's cool. I'm doing great. The computer says I'm doing great. But then you get to a position like this and you're like, what the hell is going on? And you have no idea. So um, Black optically looks fantastic. The light squares look amazing. The bishop on c1 looks trash. Everything looks terrible. The problem is, though, is if you, and the knight on g5 also is just a tourist. Nobody knows what he's doing there. The problem is if you don't figure out something concrete, your position will slowly fall apart. And so we have the candidate moves, my friends, of castle short and bishop e2. I don't think we want to allow queen b5. And the thing with queen b5 is it's not just a pawn, it's a real harassment of the position if white gets a take there. And we, if he gets a take there with check. Now, bishop e2 is incredibly complicated because then you got to figure out queen takes f5. Castles, and honestly, maybe you just stop there. Maybe you're just like bishop e2, queen f5, that's enough. I've seen enough. I don't want to see anymore. Because that is a key winning of the light square pawn, right? Okay. Then you could say to yourself, well, if I play castles, then the problem is pawn to f3. And what is happening there? Because then my beautiful light square bishop on g4 is shut out of the action. So that's my basic take. I don't know, Rachel or Chad, if you've got any thoughts about that decision.
I think someone in the chat is or has a few questions about it.
Mm-hmm. Um, what's up with a6? Um, you could do a6, and I think a6 is similar to, well, I think it's a worse version of castles because white will still play f3. And then there's still, actually, then there's just more questions because then you're going to lose your f5 pawn. Yeah. So I think what we're going to see is castles, f3, and then the calm bishop h5. Well, black would just say what? And then tell white that it's very difficult for them to move. The party is just starting, though, in that position. Yeah. One nice thing is on g3, I can just move the knight because knight e6, I can meet with g3 is actually a hell of a drug. I don't know. That one's really hard to evaluate too. So the variation I'm looking at is castles, f3, bishop h5, and then g3. Where does my knight go, boss? Maybe it doesn't go anywhere. Maybe it sacks itself. But this is why this position is so hectic. No one knows.
Maybe queen e7 there, Jesse?
After g3,
Uh-huh.
Lady said, what's your idea on GF? You just want to play knight f4 like a madman?
Yeah, I bring the next knight. The knight on g5, my theory is that it's trapped, and if I take it, it'll be very good for my queen.
Okay, we could look. I assume that means h4 is forced.
Yeah. I guess h6.
This isn't Sparta. This is madness. This is
Yeah,
madness.
this position's pretty insane. I don't even never seen anything like it. At first you're like, oh, white's pieces are, it seems like black's pieces are doing more, but then, you play a few moves down the line and you're like, hold on. Hold on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like d4 or d3. Just saying I want to trade your knight.
Mm-hmm.
Oof, God, that's hot.
Do we have any questions for either of these players, by the way? I have not interviewed them at all yet this tournament. So,
Okay, after d4, I'll play hg. Pawn takes e5. Queen takes e5. And I understand once you trade off that knight, it doesn't look like I have enough to checkmate. Bishop f4, queen f4, queen b3, king h7. But I definitely have a perpetual. Or perpetual chances, yeah.
Well, David, let's go back because long variation, wrong variation.
Yeah.
So Queen B1, I'm thinking castles, David. I don't know. You might have some other ideas. Obviously, uh, I have a trouble actually naming the guy. One thing you could ask is the guy is like, do you feel totally eclipsed? Like fans are like, Nordebek, we already have a Nordebek. Who are you, buddy? What
Yeah.
do you go by? What's
Right.
your nickname?
Yeah. Do
I
you?
think that's a key question. He needs a nickname. Maybe he already has one, but he needs a nickname to stand out as opposed to Abdu, you know?
Yeah.
I think I'm the only one who calls him Abdu, by the way. Other people call him Nordebek.
Yeah. You could ask him
I
if he likes sharing a name with Abdus Satorov, or if he doesn't like having the same name.
Yeah, no, the first time I saw his name too, I got confused. So I can relate to that group of people that's like, wait, hold on, there's another Nodubek who's a top GM. Yeah.
And the other thing you could ask him is just about this variation. It would be very interesting actually to gain a sense of like how deep he knew it, whether he had done like supercomputer analysis on it. So, for example, I think if somebody like Firouzja, one thing I know about him is that he buys time on supercomputers. And like a lot of times when he's winning money at tournaments, it's so that he can buy time on supercomputers. And so what we can expect is that he had some supercomputer looking at this crazy Queen F3 line, you know.
And sorry,
And
what do you mean by buying time for supercomputers?
so let's say I run my engine on my computer, like the
Okay.
Stockfish 17.1, for example. It'll crunch the numbers pretty good. But if a supercomputer goes at it with just a lot more power, it's going to get a much deeper result. It's going to be able to calculate a lot more and deeper. So what the top players do is then you can buy access to one of these supercomputers and give it positions remotely. You don't even have to be around the thing.
Okay.
And that's what a lot of these guys are doing. And so, you know,
All
if
the top players do that, Rachel. They all
right.
rent supercomputers.
I didn't actually know that. Okay.
And I think this started to become a big deal around the time of Anand Topalov World Championship match.
Mm,
So it's existed for 15 years or so. But at the time of the Anand Topalov match, not many people were doing it yet. And I
Mm.
think Topalov had access to some computer that no one else had access to yet. And it was an advantage in his opening prep for a year or two that he was like ahead. He had a computer that was just crunching faster and further ahead than other computers. But now there are even some amateurs who do it. Everybody, well, not everybody knows about it necessarily, but like all the pros know about it and have access.
mhm.
And how expensive is it, realistically?
It's something like 2 or 3 cents a minute, I think.
Okay.
So depending on your needs, and how much you're crunching, it's like a budget item for them.
Okay.
The French Federation, someone says, Trace Sarissa says, has a deal with Microsoft for the top players. Yeah.
No way.
We actually at the dojo, we contemplated for a while um, buying access to a supercomputer so that our people could do it, and maybe they would have to pay a premium to get that access. And so we were really looking into it for a half a second. Um, but I think honestly, if we get more top players involved in our program, that's something we'll probably pursue again.
Yeah. I
I,
think
you
it
know,
is still
but
in the future of the dojo at some point, just a
yeah,
supercomputer access on our site. It's just it costs a noticeable amount, right? If we're talking like we've got thousands of users on the dojo
yeah.
site and then we're giving them access to run the supercomputers, so we just have to figure out how to budget it. Right now Jesse and I make $2 an hour, so there's still some math to work out.
Okay, you guys, H6 was played, which I was uncomfortable with because I was worried about Queen B5.
Okay, this is the move I wanted. This is the
Yeah,
move
it's
I
gonna
wanted.
get super
Straight
spicy.
up H6. You saw, folks, I had my little yellow arrow sitting there on the h6 square.
And maybe just like queen b5, king e7, and you say, what? Something like that, you
Right.
know?
Because in those other lines where Jesse was playing f3 and g3 for white, I went down what he says, was a wrong variation, but going down those wrong variations helps me build like a feeling for what's going on in the position. And I felt like white was kind of equalizing in those
Mm-hmm.
f3, g3 lines. And I want more, Jesse. I don't know about you, but I've got a negative evaluation on this game. I'm sure Firouzja's computer prepped and it's actually all zeros, but I put minus zero point 0.5 anyway. I really think black's position's better than white's, and I can't shake my opinion.
Now, let me just say, I think one of the things I wonder really, I think using the supercomputer, the main benefit it gives you is it gives you a sense of confidence.
Okay.
I think that's the main benefit because you're going down this rabbit hole that that the computer sends you down on. Uh, Firouzja's tanking on 14 Queen E3, so he doesn't quite remember it anymore. And so they're on their own, and they both have kind of distant memories of what the thing said. And a lot of those memories can be phantoms. And the computer, especially with a position like this, it's an animal, dude. It knows all kinds of crazy things, right? It's just a beast. But we're not beasts, unfortunately, because this is a position where the computer can find a domination or dominations, plural, where he's down a gazillion pieces, but there's a domination. And the people have a harder time with that, dude. When you're down to some coconuts, it's hard to be down coconuts, right?
Oh, wow. Suggestion from Lhasa on YouTube, knight e6 in this position.
Holy moly.
If you didn't
What?
anticipate that, that's a surprise. Knight takes e6, queen b5 check, king e7, queen takes d5.
But why can't I go 96, 96, queen d5? Oh, yeah, queen d7.
Queen d7. You can. Cold shower on the cold shower.
Now, even that position, who knows what's going on, but my miners do feel very active there.
Oh no, black's like crushing if white trades queens. I don't think white can just give a piece here.
Okay, David, I'm going to be back in an hour, bud.
All right.
Hopefully less.
All right.
All right, ciao.
Okay.
Um,
So,
David, I do have a quick question, like a bit
yeah.
earlier. I missed the stream just as it was starting. I didn't realize it was a fried liver because I played like that's what I play as white.
Yeah.
But I've never had the variation where they take on B5 and you take on A8. So
Yeah,
is that
let me go back to
yeah,
the opening for you so you can get this line onto your mental map, as to where it comes from
yeah,
and what it's about. So, you get the position with bishop b5 check c6.
yeah. And then I've played Queen F3 before.
And you played queen f3 before. Okay, like me. Like me.
I've never seen like taking the bishop there.
Right.
Uh,
So what do people normally do against you when you play queen f3? Because when this was getting played out, Jesse and I were saying like this line is pretty rare at grandmaster level.
yeah,
Um,
I thought fried liver was rare, or I guess
yeah.
knight g5
And
rare at
chat was saying,
grandmaster.
"Oh, this happens to us all the time. Nobody plays, like people play this more than they play like the D3, super
Hmm.
quiet pianissimos, D3, C3, knight D2. That's like super GM territory." And folks in chat were like, "Oh yeah, people play this against us," and they were like, like giving us all this like reams of theory. We were like, "Whoa!" So you've played Queen F3, and what have people done against you here?
I'm forgetting the lines here.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't played it in a while. I'm trying to think. I feel like it was maybe I want to say like bishop d7 maybe. I'm not sh
Mm-hmm. Just
Yeah.
just developing a piece here.
Just develop. Yeah, just not taking. I think bishop d7.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So W.
Or-
Reynolds, who also played this line, says that they play from the black side and they always play bishop e7 here.
Yeah, okay. I was looking at bishop e7 because I thought it was that, but and then I was like, "Oh, you takes and then like you play king f or I don't know. I forget the
Yeah.
line, but I know that bishop e7 is the most accurate as long as you know the follow-up after like white takes on c6.
Yeah. So here the rook on a8's attacked, so I guess we have to go bishop d7. And I don't know, the queen probably comes back, happy with her little pawn, and black gets castled. Get something like that. So that's a pure two-pawn gambit with some obvious development for black to compensate.
Yeah.
I look at stuff like this now and I think, what an agony to try and play this as white. Like, it just looks so hard to play this position correctly.
I think the things I was looking at in the past, you don't take the extra pawn on c6.
Mm-hmm.
And you need to just develop some things fast.
Yeah. Dordum says that after queen f3, and hi Dordum, it's been a while, says that after queen f3, he plays rook to b8, which is also, a very plausible move. I mean, that was what I thought of as the main line when I was younger and played a lot of attempted fried livers. Before I really got into the King's Gambit.
Ooh.
The King's Gambit is like the next level of drugs. Like, you start with the fried liver and you're like, it's not that bad. It's just a little alcohol. It just makes me feel a little loose. The next thing you know, you're playing like some King's Gambit where your knight's on f3. They play g4. You don't even move your knight, and you're just a crackhead.
Oh.
So queen f3. So I think rook b8 is probably still a very normal move after queen f3. Rook b8, bishop e7 looks fine as well. But Yakubboev in this position played c takes b5, saying like, your queen is hungry for a pawn. Why not eat the whole meal? Like, come on in. And then after queen a8, which what else can white do having played queen f3? Black plays queen c7. And I don't know how forced it is, but Firouzja just immediately retreated the queen to f3. Let me think. If we didn't play queen f3, maybe black would play knight c6 and it would be hard to get out. Knight c3 also looks like a candidate move because you could go knight b5 or knight d5. But yeah, the queen retreated, and then black plays knight c6. And so at that point, we can do a quick tally. Black first sacked a pawn, then sacked in exchange. So white has a rook and a pawn against a knight.
Yeah.
And then, they played from here. Black knight comes into d4. This, by the way, is like a very, very early activation of the chaos button, right, Rachel? Like,
yeah, I was gonna say, how common is it to give up 3 points of material so early on in a classical game, especially one with like one of the longest time controls possible?
Yeah. It is.
Yeah,
It is rare for them to play this kind of a material sack this early.
I just feel like if there's any time for a top super GM to defend, it would be a tournament like this with so much time on the clock.
Yeah, definitely. Like, the positions that most of us wouldn't want to defend just because of difficulty level, right? I look at it and think, oof, looks tough. But a super GM with an hour and 40 minutes, computer prep for a few moves to get them closer to move 40. Got a couple decent moves in. They can't prep everything, so they're still going to have to play a somewhat challenging position. But any move they have from the computer, any 2, 3, 4 moves down the road just reduces the difficulty somewhat. It seems pretty risky, but apparently the position's not even that bad for black, right? Like, it's not horribly speculative. There's real compensation. And now I'm catching up with our live game, which is h6 has been played, and Firouzja's thinking. And
black's down a good amount of time.
Black's down some time, yeah. Firouzja was more prepped. But Yakubboev definitely had some prep. He wasn't caught like, oh, I wasn't ready for this.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just surprised to see the knight g5 line in a classical game.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but you'd think, I mean, I don't know, maybe it's just because I played white so much, I've never really played the black side because I always play bishop c5, but you'd think that white would be the one taking more time because white needs to sort of prove it. Or like, white just needs to hang on and defend, and then they'll win, and then black just needs to try to come up with something. So,
And if you didn't know like a computer evaluation, if you hadn't analyzed this at home and you just saw this position, do you have a strong impression of whether you'd rather be white or black?
I mean, when you first look at it, you're like, well, white's kind of in trouble, like severe underdeveloped compared to black, and like where are the pieces going? They don't feel super coordinated. But then as Jesse was going through some of the moves, um, you realize like, you have stuff with, kicking the bishop away and taking on f5, and that you can quickly like there's a lot of I don't know, there's a lot of ways to change that in a few moves, I think, for white. So it doesn't look as clear as it like first glance you're like, okay, white's pieces are discombobulated, but yeah, after you keep looking at it, you're like maybe white is okay here, I think.
Yeah. I've nearly finished my calculations. In the background,
Okay.
the chances of each player to get a spot in the candidates at this tournament. I've got about one more percentage point to give. This is like incredible. This is incredible what this is showing me. I'm going to give one more point over here.
I
All
just
right.
I just think it's the two spots are gonna go to people that we weren't expecting, or like players that maybe aren't as famous. Um, like we've all heard of, Prague, Bukesh, or obviously or Bukesh can't qualify, but like, Prague, Arjun, Keimer, but we haven't heard so much about like, the players that are like Parham or Mishra or um Blue Bomb, that kind of thing. So I'm excited.
Yeah. All right. So the first and most interesting question is, or maybe not the most interesting, the easiest question is, calculations are done, folks. We can now take a 5-minute break from this game because Firouzja is going to be thinking for a while. And we can talk about just who's got what kind of position to get into the candidates halfway through the tournament, right? Well, 6 out of 11, right? So we had the rest day yesterday. Now there's a stretch of 5 days in a row they're going to have to play. The target score is about 8.5, 2.5, plus 6, and 8, 3 plus 5 will also give a decent chance to qualify. So they want 8 or 8.5 points. And I've done my calculations. So the first and easiest question is Parham. What chance do you think Parham has to finish in the top 2 at this point? He's got a half-point lead on the field. There's 5 people in 2nd through 6th place, and then another 15 people in 7th through 21st. Anyone have any guesses on Parham's chance? Road to 2K says Geary is a dark horse in my book. Geary actually has the 3rd best chance of getting one of those candidate spots right now. So that's not super dark, given that there are 2 spots and he's got the 3rd best chance. Oh, we're getting huge percentages over on Twitch and a very reasonable percentage on YouTube. Mishra's tie breaks are amazing, but he's got the 4th best chances. Okay, now Chess Max and Rogues are doing very, very well over here on Twitch as well. The answer is 19% chance for Parham. Nearly 1 in 5. Very close to 1 in 5. Yeah.
Really quick, just a logistical question. So if if there's a tie based on points,
Yeah.
is there some kind of tie breaks, or is it just like whoever's tie breaks are the best in the tournament, or do they play any extra?
I don't think they play in extra games. I think they just go with the tie breaks from the tournament. Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah. Okay.
Um, so one thing to say about Parham is like not only are his tie breaks going to be good already, right? Because he spent enough rounds on board one. I don't think, just spending one round on board one or losing a game in round two, I don't think that kills your tie breaks. I think people sometimes overestimate how important one result is early on. But once you've been sitting on board one for like 5 rounds, you just played so many people who have good scores that your tie breaks start to become super good. So Parham has a half-point lead over everybody. On top of that, he probably has like the tiebreak lead well in hand by this point, such that it's unlikely to even peter out, uh, even if he lost 1 or 2 games now. So if he scores enough to have like 8 out of 13, he's got like a huge tiebreak chances. And so the other thing about Parham is not only does he have a good score, not only does he have good tie breaks, he's also already played a bunch of the most dangerous possible opponents for him in this entire tournament. He's played Firouzja, Abdusattorov, Rapport, and Erigaisi. So the two strongest players he hasn't faced yet are Prague and Gukesh. He's unlikely to play Gukesh this tournament, given the difference in their scores. And even Prague, he might not have to play this tournament. So Magsudlu has the extra benefit that like he's not really going to play any more of the top 5 players in the last 5 rounds. That's a huge, huge benefit. So as I think about it, even his 19% might be a little bit low. Maybe I should have given him 20 or 21. So if you interview him, you could ask him what he thinks his chances are of making it to the candidates at this point.
Like actually, I did some deep mathematical
Yeah.
calculation. Oh, what did you do exactly?
Yeah. And then I give the second highest chance to Erigaisi at 15%, Geary 14%, Mishra 13%. Those are the top four. And so if there's any player that somebody's interested in, you want to know what their chances are of getting top 2 or a candidate spot here, you can just call out your favorite player's name and I'll tell you what their odds are at this point.
How are you doing the math, or will it take too long to?
Well, I figured out that there were 22 people left who still had a chance of getting into the candidates, getting one of those spots. So 22 players. And so from that, I figured out like what's the average chance, right? The average chance of 22 players with 2 full spots, right? So 200% to divide up. And so that came out to just under 10%, right? 9 point something. And then I gave 10% ish to those who had sort of an average chance, and then a few percent more to those who have a better chance, a few percent less to those with a less good chance. And then I just went through one by one and just thought like, is there any particular factor like pairings, tie breaks, whatever, their current form that makes me think they get an extra 1 or 2%, or lose 1 or 2%, right? So, for example, somebody asked about Erdomas. He's in a group of players on 4 out of 6, a big group. A lot of the players on 4 out of 6 have a 7% chance. That's a pretty typical percentage for those on 4 right now to have a 7% chance. But Erdomas, I gave a 10% chance, which is the most I gave anybody on 4 points. And that's because he's in incredible form. He's playing so well. He's playing better than the other people on those scores, So I tried to reflect that.
Oh, Kostya's here.
Rachel, what's up?
Hi.
Not the
Haven't
third
been
face
on.
I was expecting, not gonna lie.
Yeah. I haven't been on while you. I feel like this is the earliest you've joined.
This is, yeah, this is. I went to bed a bit earlier last night. Wow. I assume you were just telling us about today?
Well, I've joined like for an hour or so in the past 2 days as well, just kind of listening in and then just kind of like pitching in where I can, I guess, or asking questions.
Oh, awesome. Oh, I had no idea. Oh, so you're just doing the commentary with us.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
Kind of, yeah.
she's our special guest.
Oh, fantastic. All right. So, um, yes, so classic. I have no idea what's happened. I haven't seen any games.
That's
So,
cool. You can catch up on the games if you like. One of the most exciting positions we've had in a while, I think, is this Firouzja versus Yakubboev game. So that's what we've mostly been looking
oh,
at. So you could look over there first. And oh my gosh, um, Lasse Sonne in chat had been suggesting this 96 move, and I thought that is not going to happen. And Firouzja played it. So
So
Lasse,
what's called night?
you're the GM
Yeah.
today.
Knight takes c6, queen takes b5,
Yeah. Knight takes
queen d.
e6, queen takes b5 check. Jesse pointed out queen d7, and I thought, forget about it.
right.
There's
That's where
no
I'm at right now.
there's no way.
Yeah.
There's no way White's playing this. But after 19 and a half minutes, Firouzja played 96. So that position's madness, Kostya. You could try to wrap your mind around that
Queen
one if
B8,
you
I
want.
guess, was the follow-up and taking on E5. That's the only thing I can imagine there.
Yeah,
Um,
I guess so. Queen b8
I
to
mean, white
e5.
is up 3 points, but like I'm still, yeah.
wow. This looks like some fried liver type stuff.
Oh, it
It,
is.
it
It is fried
was,
liver for
yeah.
sure.
Yeah, just the structure. It's like, oh man.
Yeah.
Um,
Also,
wow.
Kostya, I heard that you were, or I guess I'm covering the stream around this time tomorrow, um, as well, since David and Jesse won't be here. So
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
I guess I'm not sure how logistic. I'm sure we'll figure it out logistically, but if you do wake up earlier, then you can join me
Perfect.
as I struggle to commentate about the opening.
Yeah, yeah. I'll basically join as soon as I wake up. So,
Good.
so it goes. Oh, that's awesome. Um, yeah, I'm just opening up some more. Oh, we have Geary versus Mishra.
Yeah.
Man,
Yeah.
so many good games.
To me, Kostya, I haven't seen the board recently, but a juicy matchup on paper is Neiman against Erdomas.
Hans versus Erdo. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a lot going on, but this crazy fried liver was definitely the kind of game where you can sink your teeth into it for a while. And Firouzja only had one developed piece, and he just sacked it, right? So now it's like he's got a queen running around picking up pawns and zero pieces in the game. Bishop on c1 looks like trash. The rooks don't look very good.
Dang. Okay, so Queen B5 check is on the board right now in that
Yeah.
game. And black is thinking.
I guess his idea is if he picks up the pawn on e5, then maybe black will like completely lose control of dark squares, and he can try to.
Wait. Yakubo's reaching for the king.
Okay, he might.
Oh my God.
He's like looking to play king f7 or something.
Right. It gives him a more balanced control of light and dark squares if he sacks the knight and keeps the e5 pawn.
And jeez.
And it gives him tempo, right? King e7, knight f4, etc.
Yeah,
Hitting.
so he must be seeing something concrete, like king e7, queen d5, knight f4, and then
Yeah.
line doesn't stop there.
No.
Boy.
Kicks
Ooh,
white's
Nepo watching the game.
queen somewhere. If queen b5, I guess just rook b8, so you can't really stay on the e pawn with the queen. Where can she go? Wait, does the queen have anywhere to go, Kostya, where the rook can't find her?
After knight f4?
Yeah. Because I want to lift that rook for black. If I can tempo the queen with rook b8 and then get rook b6, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you're going to get the tempo.
Wow. Then I think he might give back the knight. I mean, it's very aggressive, but I think he might.
Well, the interesting thing is just that he's thinking about it very hard, you know? I think a lot
Yeah.
of us would just play queen d7.
Yeah.
but he sniffed out a second option.
I need a heart rate monitor for both of these players. I'm so curious.
Yeah, those are interesting. I like it how like Magnus is always like 80 or like chilling.
Yeah.
So one is like 140. No
I
wonder
mean,
he's
I
winning
want,
every game.
yeah. You can also tell if like the player was surprised by a move. Like I'd be curious if the heart rate monitor spiked or something after Firouzja played knight e6
Right.
to see, if that's something that Odierbeck was expecting or not.
Right.
Kost
I'll check the camera maybe.
Kostya, who did you say is typically at 140?
Just like Magnus's opponent.
His opponent, whoever it is.
Yeah. I think at like maybe one of the freestyle events or Granky or I remember yeah, they had some like heart rate monitors.
Yeah, they had him in freestyle.
Oh, nice. There you go.
Yeah, well, I mean, one person I remember was that Fabi had a super high heart rate in some blitz or rapid tournaments. I saw that he was like, 160, 170, like really, really high. But I haven't watched enough tournaments with the heart rate monitors to sort of know what other people's typical rates or feelings are.
I know Arjun's got really low at one point in the freestyle event in July. That's about all that I know.
Okay. Another cool cucumber.
Okay, so this is interesting. I just watched the video of Firouzja playing 96 against Noterbeck.
Mm-hmm.
And at first glance, I'll post the link for everyone. At first glance, it looks like Noterback was not surprised by the move at all, because like 96 was played, and he just like sees the move, just like writes it down immediately, looks back, and then he reached with his hand to just grab the knight, like go knight takes e6. But then at the last second, he like pulls his hand back and then like goes into full calculation mode,
Mm-hmm.
which is a thing that I've totally done a video on. Technically, it was a joke video, but I made a video for chess.com on April Fool's many years ago called How to Blunder Like a Grandmaster. And that was one of the techniques I specifically laid out because I've seen people do this when they've blundered. They reach to make a move as if like, okay, I've seen this coming. I'm ready to make my move. And then they pull their hand back because they were actually not ready to make a move at all. They're just kind of like pretending like, oh, I need to keep thinking. Like I had something here, but like, no, I need to keep thinking. I didn't miss this. I just need to keep thinking. So it's
Yeah.
kind of very, I don't know, it's kind of transparent when you see it enough times.
But if you're not
That's
experienced, it's a good cover.
But that's what he did, yeah. And then he like, he started tanking on 96, and then Firouzja also understood, and he left the board because he's like, okay, this guy's gonna start thinking now.
Okay.
So I don't know. I don't know if he saw it or not. I have no idea.
Well, he did decide to sack the knight rather than the e5 pawn. So,
Wow.
yeah, that's dramatic. And my most basic variation now, and you can help me if I'm missing all kinds of stuff, would be queen to d5, knight to f4, queen to b5, rook to b8, queen to a4, and then bishop f3.
Jeez.
Yeah. That would be like the first question that I would start calculating.
Um, okay, let's say white takes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So now I need to zip the
G3.
queen over there somehow. Gosh, how do I even do this? Knight f4 has been played, by the way. Queen d5, knight f4 quite quickly. Against queen b7,
All right.
there's queen d1.
I do have to go to start the interviews now, but
Okay.
I'll be watching in the background when I
Beautiful.
can.
Nice.
Yeah. Thank you guys.
Thanks for joining, Rachel.
Yeah.
Have a good one.
Yes.
Thanks
I'll
so
be
much.
tomorrow in the chat and whatnot. Okay. Bye.
All right. Bye for now.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Kostya.
Now, Jesse did join today, right? Or
Yes.
no? Oh, okay. Because sometimes I see in the Discord like a screenshot of you guys on Twitch, like you went live, and then usually I see Jesse's face.
No, I understand what you're saying, Matt du Couloir. I understand what you're saying. The reason to have it in the site would be just that people already have all their games and their opening analyses in there, so it's nice to have it integrated eventually. But yeah, it looks like we're not going to do that very immediately. I'm having trouble following up on my own bishop f3, Kostya.
Yeah, I think it's not in time. I have like king h1, rook g1, queen takes a7, comes with check. Seems like it's just not working. Let me pull up our YouTube chat. Not in time. I have like
Okay, so let's say I go this far and then I do not play bishop f3 immediately.
And what do you do instead?
I don't know. Let's try rook b6 next.
Yeah, I like rook b6. It allows you to play like queen b7 and
Well, f3 would be the first concern.
Can I ask, do you have a direct threat?
Maybe not.
Okay, then I would want to go like d4, right? So I could try to play bishop takes f4.
Okay.
'Cause I feel like I can always play f3 later as white if I need to. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, it's a weird position to evaluate because black is several moves from mating and white is several moves from developing.
Right.
So,
Indeed.
like, it's like, who knows if it's in time.
Yeah. I mean, there I'd have to investigate knight g2 probably. And I don't have anything clear after king g2. Plus, you also have the candidate move f3 instead of taking the knight, right? Which is also, I don't know. Hard to know.
Well, Dribman had an interesting suggestion, knight d3 instead of rook b6, which is very very logical because you also get like bishop e2 idea to win back your material if you want.
Yeah, I mean, already we could play bishop e2 if we wanted, right? The issue with that is that white probably plays something like d4, bishop f1, bishop f4. And if we simplify into a heavy piece position, we're still down 1 or 2 pawns, and our king is not good.
Totally.
Yeah. So...
But that's the problem with bishop e2 is white gets d4 in. So if the knight is on d3 and we get bishop e2, then that's better.
Right. Okay, so knight d3, bishop on c1 is pretty trapped for a while. I would expect f3 from white there. But then maybe black can go queen c5, king h1, knight f2, actually. Knight takes, queen takes, back rank mate threatened, queen d1, only move.
The best live stream ever. Thank you, Mostefa.
Yeah. We've had a very, very kind chat room today, Kostya. They were just
Oh, that's sweet.
They were just showering us with love from the beginning.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. That's very sweet, guys.
Yeah. It was nice. Kostya knows it means a lot to me. And Kostya also, he wants everybody to be all lovey-dovey with each other.
I just want everyone to be friends.
Yeah, he wants everyone to be friends. Just a full-on, like, we're all My Little Pony. Every single one of us.
Oh, hey, Dortom. Long time.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. Sometimes this is my bad. I see a familiar username,
Yeah.
and I'm like, oh, hey. But I just don't say anything, just in my mind.
Oh.
Yeah. And then I imagine they just, you know, they think I don't recognize them. Which is what I would think too on their end, if, you know.
Okay, so I've got one sample position here, which honestly would still be pretty hot, as Jesse would say. White would still be up a couple pawns. I would say black would have good drawing chances in this kind of a position here.
Yeah, Mr. Puppy. Yeah, of course. Long time. Yeah, this looks really difficult for white. Not necessarily bad for white, just really difficult.
Yeah. Well, I think like, bishop f4 looks pretty playable. ef3, queen e1 check.
Mm-hmm.
So, alternatively, bishop f4, rook b2, and then we go queen f1 or g1. I don't know which. And maybe we get into a playable opposite colored bishop ending. Actually, maybe black's no worse at all. Maybe it's like, maybe even black could keep playing this endgame off of the second rank. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. So I put the bishop on d5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anyway, it's pretty deep. It's probably not exactly relevant, but I guess it's worth something to know that if white plays f3 against knight d3, black could play queen c5. Looks playable.
At first, we're really tanking on knight f4 here.
Mm-hmm. They were well prepped, though, which got them through a few moves. Otherwise, this would be the kind of game where they'd already be flagging at move 20 with this complexity.
Yeah, they've got tons of time. Yeah. And this game's been, I've seen, yeah, lots of, like, Geary he was very interested in this game for a while.
You saw him watching?
Yeah, for like multiple minutes, you know. Normally he just like walks over, he's like, Firouzja in trouble, walks away.
Yeah. But here he was really interested.
Yeah, because I think he saw it on like the knight e6, knight takes e6 moment, queen b5 check, and he's like, oh, what's Noterbeck thinking about? And then it's like, yeah, now Mamajarov's looking at it. Okay, he's not so interested. He's like, no, a typical Noterbeck position. See, Noterbeck is, I think, one of these super dangerous 2600s we've been talking about.
Mm-hmm.
He's a King's Indian player. Very sharp.
Yeah.
Very tactical. And he's seen a lot of blood get spilled in this tournament. He's seen Firouzja lose already with white.
Mm-hmm.
So, it gives people hope.
Yeah. Also, I would say he's very likely a future 2700. I think he will break through. And, if you have that confidence, if you know you're on your way, if you feel like you're coming up, then you really don't fear the 2700s because you sort of already feel like you belong with them.
Right.
He's won 2 super tournaments already in his career that I know of. An Uzbek Cup, and then a tournament in Poland, which I don't know what it was called, but it was about a week ago, or a week before this event. It was that tournament Kovalenko played in, and Adams and others, and I think Aravind was there and lost some points.
Right. That was the fall of Arvind.
Yeah, but Yakubboev was the only person who like really had a great event, and he had like +4 or maybe even 5, at least +4 Kostya, which in a super GM round robin, that's like a very good score.
Yeah.
Very good score. So I think his live rating is 2690 ish, and he's probably definitely not feeling like an outsider at this point, or he still has something to prove, but I think he's got the confidence.
Have we looked at the Gukesh game at all?
We did briefly, yeah. It's super sharp. It's an advanced Caro. He's got AD's Garel today, which is
poor guy.
which is a scary pairing. Like, you've got Black against AD's Garel, who's like ultimately talented, but started off with a really rough tournament, which means for him to have caught up with you now, he's on his way up, right? Like, he's just started to find his form and win his way back into contention. Then he's got a rest day to prepare for you. And he comes gunning at you. It's one of the worst possible pairings you could get at that point. Though I have also a general contention that there are basically no easy pairings at this tournament. Like, if you ever lose, there's nobody who's going to push you back up.
I mean, yes, of course, but at the same time, it's like there's people like Adiz Gorel, and they're just like, I don't want to name names, but like there's journeymen, right? There's grandmasters over 30 here, over 40. That would have been much like Gukesh's first round was Bakro, right?
Yeah.
And he kind of like just like destroyed him.
Yeah. Picked him
So
apart.
that's the kind of player he needs right now, not an Eddie's Gorel.
Fair enough. Jesse was also like, it's really much worse, David. Like, he was in your camp. He was like, this is a very bad pairing.
He's like, like a Kuzabov, just like older dude, gets into time trouble.
Yeah, he's like Firouzja's about to long castle, like he doesn't want this little Turkish kid, another Turkish kid, right?
No.
After already playing Erdomus, and then Mishra. Oh man, Gukesh is only playing people younger than him, Ghost. What?
Yeah, they're just running him through the ringer. Yeah, by the end of the tournament, he's gonna pull a Hoya Fun and like forfeit. He's like, not pairing with the juniors.
He's like, I'm gonna wait 2 rounds and then I'm gonna start playing alto tournaments. Sorry, I'm gonna wait 2 years, take a little break, and then start playing alto tournaments.
Yeah. Right. Okay. I'm just opening up the games here. Actually, so far I've only been following the stream and some of the YouTube live streams.
Yeah. The good thing for him, Kostya, is that he did have an hour and 43 minutes on his clock at move 40. At move 20. So he was very well prepared. Gukesh.
Nice.
And AD's had like an hour 30 something. So he was also well prepared.
Oh, okay. Yeah, clearly. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, they've got very, very complicated position. But Gukesh doing fine right now. He's still up on the clock, so no reason to worry.
Wow, Road to 2K giving us the absolutely tragically poor work of Gemini Deep Research at estimating the chances of the top players to get in the top 2.
Oof.
That is just abysmal work, Gemini Deep Research. Abysmal.
Yeah. I feel like all those numbers are too high.
Absolutely insanely too high. I mean, even a 3-year-old could tell you those numbers add up to more than a 200% chance of getting a spot, but there is only a 200% chance there are 2 spots. And you just look at those 5 numbers, assume there's nobody else in the tournament, and you're already looking at a 260% chance of qualifying for 2 spots. Just abysmal. Come on. I did do the real calculations, Kostya, by the way. So if there's anyone you want to know what their chances of qualifying, I can tell you. I think earlier somebody asked me for Kamer's chances. Kamer has a 10% chance right now.
With what score?
Kamer has 4 out of 6 right now.
That gives him 10%?
Yeah.
How do you figure that?
For someone with 4 out of 6, the average chance right now is about 8%. And Kamer's in very good form and showing mental toughness.
Wait, you're saying anyone with 4 points has an 8% chance?
On average, yeah. Between 6 and 10% chance, depending on the player.
Really?
Yeah.
Even that seems high.
Even what?
Even that seems high.
Okay. I gave Parham 19% clutch easily. 19% chance.
Yeah, I mean, there's like 5 more rounds to go, right?
Yes, Parham's ahead, but he's ahead by, half a point or a point. Like if he just lost 1 game, then suddenly you'd be like, oh, it's a toss-up. And what are the chances of him losing 1 game, right?
Or just
20, 30%. So.
I mean, if he draws out from here, he doesn't make it, right?
Right. He doesn't even make it just drawing. He still has to win at least 1 more game. Almost everyone else has to win 2 more games. Parham, I think if he wins 1 more game and draws the rest, he'll probably make it on tie breaks. 19% at this point is huge, folks. It's huge. Like a 1 in 5 chance with 5 rounds to go is huge. There's 22 people in the mix.
So 22 people with 4 points or higher.
21 with 4 points or higher, plus Prague with 3.5.
Okay.
He's the only player with 3.5. I'm giving him a 1% chance still. I mean, there's other people with 3.5. To be clear, I'm just giving them a 0% chance of winning 5 games in a row.
Interesting. Well, so far Parham has shown amazing form,
Amazing.
and I kind of want to see him get in.
Yeah.
Just based on how he's playing in this tournament, based on that interview he did, where he was like, "I was held back by COVID. I would have been world champion by now." I'm like, "Oh, okay."
Good to know.
Yes, actually, you're leading the tournament. I would like you to, I would like you to be in the candidate. I'm convinced.
Yeah. But Kosti and I tend to be convinced by whoever wins the tournament, Like by the time they've won the tournament, we're like, yep, want to see them at the candidates.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't think, there's going to be any bad picks that come out of this one because it's just they've survived the flames.
Yeah. Jake is asking why I think Kamer has such a high chance compared to other 4-pointers. I mean, I'm giving Kamer 10% versus Vid at 9% versus like Shant Sargsyan 6%. So Kamer's getting, you could say close to twice the chance of Sargsyan. Why? Because he's much better, much stronger player, and he's in good form, and he's shown toughness. He lost a brutal game. He almost lost a brutal game to Erdomus, and he just kept playing his hardest. He's really. Kamer seems to be somebody who's very, very stable. Doesn't get shook by anything. So I think Kamer's a very, very strong form right now. Show me the speed, asking for an update on the Sensei evaluation. Yeah, I haven't put Kostya's number in yet. So Kostya, if you want to give us,
I can open that up.
A first number here for Firouzja and Yakubboev. Show me the speed says +2. I say minus 0.5. I just believe in black's position.
Yeah, I like black's chances too. I would say minus, I'm gonna go similar, 0.6.
Um,
Jesse's not here. Should we just put in show me the speeds eval?
I just left Jesse blank, you know?
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Um, here's something I would like to nail down. How do you what's the correct way to pronounce Keimer's name, last name?
Um, I mean, saying Keimer is fine. I guess if you were to say it German, it might be more like Keimer.
Keimer.
Yeah. But like English and German pronunciations are not so different, right? That like when you say it English, it doesn't sound super bizarre or anything, right?
But you say Keimer.
Yeah. When I'm on an English broadcast, I guess I say a lot of the names just as they are. I mean, I don't pronounce Firouzja in French either.
Yeah, but it makes me feel odd if I'm saying Keimer and then you're saying Kamer, and it's like I feel like we should just agree.
Oh, okay. What
I don't know.
what shall we call him?
Because I also thought Keimer is like the American, um,
Okay.
but I don't know, so that's why I'm asking. Um,
Show me the speed says it should be Kma, not Kaima.
so so Kamer,
Kamer.
as you're saying.
All right. DG points out that agreeing is not a dojo thing. I'd never thought of it that way.
You know, guys, originally, I remember we had an idea for Dojo Talks that because we streamed them, that at the end of the show, chat would vote on like who won the podcast. I
Totally.
remember we had this idea.
Totally, Kosi. We should have that every time. Berlin Chess says no. I'm right. It's Kaima, not Kmer.
Okay, but who do we trust with the German name? Berlin Chess or Show Me the Speed?
Show me the speed sounded so confident, Kosi. I was like, okay, I'm sorry, I'm wrong.
No, I'm convinced they're German now.
Yeah, I was like, okay, I guess.
The way Kostya said is pretty much on point. The first time Kamer or when I was trying Keimer, German way. But we don't need to say Keimer like we don't have to say it with a German accent every time. Like I'm sure Jan is probably saying it. Um, yeah, we're just trying to find on some players it's like we've given up. Like who's a good example? Um,
See, now I knew not to trust DG. DG said it's Kyer. M is silent, but like with like that perfect confidence, and I was like, no, I know you're trolling now.
um, whose name have we just all collectively agreed we're just gonna butcher
We
and
just
it's
gave up and said we're just gonna do it.
like well like Ding Liren is one, right? Because his that's not how the Chinese would say it.
Yeah. Oh, Jesse's back. Back again. Um,
Ding is actually Ding Li Zhen. Yeah, exactly. I think everyone has heard this by now, but we Ding Liren is how it's just
yeah, I mean, what
it's
gets
been.
transcribed as an R from Mandarin is like very, very hard to say if you didn't grow up making the sound. Like, I'm not really sure how to say it. You know, whether you transcribe it as an R or a ZH. You know, um, I don't know exactly how to say it. Someone asked about my name. My name should technically be pronounced Prus. It'd be written a U with an umlaut and then an SZ. So that's how I wrote it as a kid for many years.
Actually, with your name, we can't even agree because I typically say Pruis, and Cry says Prus.
Oh yeah, so you give me the extra syllable.
Right.
Yeah.
Uh, I assume Cry is correct, Jesse.
No, I don't even say it right, bro.
But
I
I
don't even
mean,
say it right.
okay, the American way. We don't have to say it like the German way.
No, it's a Dutch
It's a
name.
Dutch name.
Oh,
Yeah.
the Dutch way. Excuse me.
Yeah.
It would be
Ah.
correct as something like kraï or something like that. Like, and I tried, they tried to teach me and I couldn't do it, dude. So
Oh no, no, I was talking about Prus.
oh yeah. Well, Bruce too. Yeah.
But is it one syllable or two?
Oh, it's one.
It's one.
It's
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
That Pruis thing, that was something Arun used to say. And you'd correct him and he would just be like, Pruis. He
No one's
couldn't do
correcting me.
it.
I've been saying Prus for years. It's just stuck in my head. It's how I read it too. So it's just like over and over. I'm gonna try to say Prus though.
As you like, yeah.
Like the word, like Pruce, no?
So what do you guys' take on this amazing position, bro?
Black slightly better? Because Noterbeck didn't have to be down in exchange right now. He could have had two pieces for the rook. So he chose this.
Yeah. He played a
So
hell of a brave move, Jesse.
yeah, take me back through it,
Yeah.
dude. Take me back the last couple moves.
Okay, so I think you probably saw the position after h6 and then left. Is
Mm-hmm.
that right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So Firouzja went for knight e6,
Okay.
and Kostya reports that on the live stream, Noterbek calmly wrote down the move and reached for his knight on f4, then pretended that, okay, I'm going to double check something.
Ah.
And Kostya says that's like a super GM technique for like covering up that you missed a move. Like
Yeah,
act like
classic tell.
act like you're
Mhm.
completely ready for it and just gonna play your next move, and then no wait, I'm gonna double check something, and then go into full think mode.
Yeah, it gives you cover. It's like, oh yeah, I saw this coming.
Yeah. So, um, be that as it may, after 3 minutes, which is not that long, he did take the knight. Queen b5 check. Another think for several minutes, and he did not play queen d7, Jesse.
Because our take was that the queen d7 was better for black.
Probably, but basically queen d7, white's going to go queen b8, queen d8 or knight d8, I don't know, and then queen takes e5.
Got it. Yeah.
And so they take out all your dark squares. You owe them a tempo on the knight on e6, and they get to play d4 and kind of keep black at bay.
Yeah, F3 comes also.
Yeah, maybe f3, trying to get your d5, your f5 pawn. And he
Mm-hmm.
said, rather than giving you that one pawn and a tempo, I'm going to play king e7 and just give you the knight back. And now you owe me a tempo, right? Because his knight comes back angry to f4 with tempo. And then the rook comes to b8 angry with tempo.
Oh yeah, that's amazing.
Definitely the more practical decision, whatever the objective eval is.
Now, if black plays bishop e2, white would probably play d4. So, does he even play e4 here? Just trying to lodge the knight on d3?
Well, we were looking at this earlier, David, with white's queen on a4, which kind of prevented black from getting very active immediately. But now there's more options, like the bishop f3, queen c6 stuff.
Now there could be bishop f3 in this move order, yeah. Bishop f3 is possible. And then
Yeah.
we have to even look at, queen f5, bishop g2, or I don't know what.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
Okay, wait, for us noobs out there,
Yeah.
The point is if GF queen c6, right?
Yeah.
But is it over because he's got queen f5?
We don't know. Queen f5, queen f3.
But yeah, it's very
Queen.
very dangerous. Yeah.
So black's threatening mate on g2 and on e2. So white could give some checks, but if the black king doesn't get perpetualed immediately, you're going to be reduced to queen takes f4.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Okay, good.
Yeah, white's just down a horse.
So let's say the obvious. Nordebek Jr. needs to find a move here now because both D4 is coming, Rook B1's coming. So it has to be special. It has to be real special. So Bishop F3 uh, is an option. E4 is an option. Maybe something like Rook B6
Mm-hmm.
could also be a thought.
Yeah.
Um, I guess Bishop F3 is the move we should be looking at, though, right? Because that's the most concrete.
That might be my first move. I don't believe in Bishop E2 D4 for black. I feel like once white trades the knight on F4, you're just going to have a bad king for black and not much else here.
And maybe part of the point of Bishop F3 is if you play Queen F5, maybe Rook F8 first even? No, because then I have Queen H7. All right, so let's look at Queen F5.
Queen H7 isn't really anything.
Well, I'll threaten Queen G7.
But you've got Rook F7 to cover it already.
Yeah, okay, I'm just saying, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I think Bishop G2 is the first question because.
All right, so Bishop G2. And then I want to ask the other obvious one, which is Rook E1.
Rook E1. Yeah. Now I see. That's uncomfortable.
So maybe Rook F8 then after Queen F5.
Yeah, but the weird thing is, Rook F8, there's still the E5 pawn hanging. So like Rook F8, Queen H7, Bishop G2, Rook E1. And white's still threatening Queen G7, Rook F7, and takes on E5.
Yeah.
Maybe I can play E4 there? Because at least the knight on F4 is better defended now.
Yeah, this is a position where you could spend all your time because if you don't find anything, you're just gone.
Well, I think like I don't know. I mean, maybe like E4 would be a move for black if you didn't find anything else.
Instead of Bishop F3, right?
Yeah.
That wasn't looking very promising for black.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I totally believe it now.
On E4, both D3, D4, and F3 all look like reasonable challenges to E4.
Yeah. There's also
Here's
like
a
Queen
thought.
C6 maybe.
Maybe Queen C6. Let me.
Like Queen C6, F3, and then some move.
Yeah.
How about Queen C4?
I was thinking that, but then D4?
Okay, on D4, I have knight E2 check.
Ah, yes, yes.
It's not over actually because you go King H1, knight G3, or I could play knight D4 there too.
Yeah.
Knight D4 actually might be the winner.
Whew.
So I think on Queen C4, the challenging move might be D3, but what I was thinking of in that position is that maybe after knight D3, my pieces are so cool. How many coconuts am I down, by the way? I feel like I'm down a lot of coconuts.
You're down a rook and a pawn. Oh, sorry, an exchange and a pawn. So if you get the knight on D3, you're just down an exchange. So if you
But
can't
even that
play...
position with...
Yeah.
I'm worried like Rook B1 there, though, and then like what's going on? He's untangling completely. Okay, so queen c4, I'm not convinced yet.
Well, rook b1, I suppose you could take on b1 and play bishop e2, and
Yeah.
you're,
Okay, good
I would
point.
say,
Good point.
pleasantly equal.
Okay, good point. Yeah.
Yeah, I like queen c4.
Queen c4 is a super GM move, though. I don't know if a normal GM would see that move, Jesse.
Actually, I would call queen c4 the chump jam move because I'm just looking. That was just me trying to find a way to equalize, and I couldn't make the fan because he's looking at fancier stuff like bishop f3. That's the Prussian move.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, another point of queen c4 is on f3. I have queen e2, and if rook f2 at the minimum, I got no. Then it's just mate because queen e1, rook f1, knight e2.
Yeah.
So f3 isn't going to bring it after queen c4.
Jesse, I mean, you to you this seems normal, but this queen c4 move is really impressive to me.
I'm just coming in on the light squares, baby. That's all I got.
I know.
Dang, I wish I said it.
It's just so high class. I mean, I just kept looking at g2 and f3.
One track
I'm still
mind.
not convinced, David. Let's say there's another basic move we got. I guess so. Queen c4, rook e1,
Knight d3.
knight e3. Yeah, so this is like a nice little squeeze. So rook e3.
Mm-hmm.
We got to say black. At least it looks scary for white.
Yeah.
It's not. It's not over yet though. E4, f3, and yeah.
Now, Jesse, I want to play bishop takes f3 there. Finally, something
Yeah,
that
maybe.
makes sense to me. Gf3, rook b6.
And I want to just say after rook e3, I just feel like that would be a position you'd have to evaluate intuitively because white could also play rook b1 and um, other things. You just have to kind of believe in it. You'd see this in your mind's eye and you'd be like, well, my light squares, I got to be doing okay.
Yikes.
And David, let's just try another thing that I'm just sure he's thinking about.
Uh-huh.
Okay, let's just look. So what about rook b6
Okay, rook b6.
instead of queen c4?
So presumably d4 is a candidate move and f3 is a candidate move.
Good.
Let's try d4 first.
Okay. And then my question was, am I a genius with knight g2 or just a fool?
Right. All right, so white doesn't need to take it. But what if they do?
All right, let's say they take it. Rook g6 was my intention.
Okay, and now I have to play f3.
F3. Okay. Now, black has a couple moves to think about here.
Yeah. Bishop f3, bishop h3.
Well, and queen c6.
Queen c6.
All right, I'm going to play queen c6, and it looks like a hell of a draw.
He wants to land the double check.
See, David, you were thinking queen c4 might be a high-class move, but I think he's looking for Mr. Skelkum with rook b6. I mean, this is Mr. Skelkum. And what's cool is something I feel like I understand about these positions is if we have opposite color bishops, the material advantage matters a lot. Disadvantage matters a lot less because it's just me playing the light squares. I'm just operating on the light squares.
Yeah.
Intuitively, I think white's done here. White needs something amazing because my bishop is coming to f3. I don't see a way to stop it.
Amazing. All right, let's go back to knight g2 and let's try f3 there.
Yeah, this one might be harder. Okay, we're still going to go light squares. So rook g6.
Okay. Wow. Wow. So I think Jesse's intention is to play fg4, rook g4, king h1, queen c6 again.
Right. It's always about the light squares. And you could give up your queen with queen f5 and knight e3, queen g4, knight g4, and who knows what's happening there. But intuitively, my rule of thumb is always that if we've got the queen versus rooks, then it's a question. If the opponent's king is loose, then the queen's going to be the beast.
Ooh, I have a move after rook takes g4.
Okay.
h3.
Yep. That is a move as well. It also gives the queen, right, with knight e3.
Our queen taking.
h4, knight c2.
Man.
Just intuitively, that looks bad for white.
Yeah. No, no. It does. Sorry, I'm a little behind. Okay.
f3, rook g6. Holy moly, it's hot. That's really hot. Ay, ay, ay. And let's try the other move order for a second before we get too deep, right? So let's go rook b6, f3.
Yeah.
And is your intention there bishop h3, rook g6?
Well, I was going to think about it for a second.
Okay.
Go queen b7 too.
Queen b7 too, yeah.
Hmm.
Queen b7, d4, probably.
Yeah, I think f3 is the primary question. Hmm.
Oh yeah, Han's game's pretty hot too against Erdo. Erdo 13 minutes.
Oh, God. Okay, for a second I was going to say, is this an exchange French? But I remember it's a Petrov.
Petrov, yeah.
But this
Has a lot
position's
of similarities to
insane.
exchange French.
This position's insane with that pawn on f3.
Yeah, I mean, he can go like full fishing pole here, h5.
Yeah, he could play h5. He could play fg. He could play bishop takes h3.
Bishop h3. White cannot take back.
Yeah, certainly not. You'd think the main move would be knight f3 and then bishop g2, king g2. I don't really see the follow-up.
Right.
So maybe not bishop h3. Knight f3 brings a lot of white pieces over there. The knight, the bishop.
But knight f3 is also like queen g6.
Uh-huh. Knight g5 maybe?
Yeah, I don't know. Bishop g2.
Or bishop g5, sorry. Maybe bishop g5?
Bishop g5, h6.
Bishop takes c6. I'm trying to line up like queen a6, king b8, knight e5 because you don't have mate as fast right there.
Oh, yeah. Dang. Yeah.
This one, like the Firouzja game, it's a pure calculation festival.
Yeah. I guess we'd
Mhm.
go bishop g2 there, Kostya, and then like knight e5, queen g5, bishop takes b7 with a draw. Something like
Mhm.
that.
Okay, draws. Not bad for black here with 11 minutes.
Not terrible, yeah. I don't know how forced that was, but it was some sequence of blows.
It was a variation.
It was, yeah. Those moves
Sequence of
that could be played.
funny.
Jeez. So Erdogmas has less than 11 minutes now. It's moved 14. He's got 26 moves to go, and he's just deep in the tank. Goodness gracious. He spent 40 minutes on one of these moves. Knight bd2, queen f6. If he made good use of those 40 minutes, then he's on Gukesh's level. I mean, that's crazy time to burn on just which piece you're developing where.
Yeah. 40 minutes is deep though.
Yeah, and let me say this. If you think for 40 minutes, you can't think for 16 minutes on the next move. You have to have gone at least one move deep. Because that, like, if you... What's a deep think if it doesn't even go one move deep? You don't even know your next move?
Yeah, it just feels like a lot of wasted time.
Like,
Exactly.
I mean, you got a castle queenside next. What else was queen f6 about? I don't... God, and then he rushes the f-pawn. That's aggressive. He spent all that time on that f-pawn. This is just variation,
Oh,
folks.
yes, we have video of this game. I forgot. Let me see.
Yeah.
Okay, under 10
Fox
minutes.
says that Bluebaum is probably also Bluebaum. That would make sense.
Calculation festival with 11 minutes on the clock.
This is rough, man. I'm watching Nordbeck Jr. and dude, that's a stressful situation because you have so many candidate moves.
Yeah.
If Queen C4 or E4 was the only move, you just do it. But now, what are you supposed to do? You got Rook B6. David's Queen C6 is interesting too. There's that Bishop F3 we're talking about.
Yeah.
Holy moly!
Good morning, Kentucky.
And I don't. Did we figure out Bishop E2? Did we figure out a path for White on Bishop E2?
Bishop E2
In the
D4.
present?
We didn't do much more.
But even like imagine Bishop E2, D4, Bishop F1. That's pretty spicy still, isn't it?
Bishop F4.
Maybe it's not spicy. Okay, I get you. I get that one.
He's moved.
He is moved.
Bishop F3.
Your
21
move, buddy.
minutes. Oh my God.
God damn.
Dang,
Okay.
Gelfand was walking by. He just stopped in his tracks. He's like, Bishop F3.
Yeah.
What is this?
Okay, so let's think
man.
about this.
He's jamming
The move
everybody
that-
in there.
The move we couldn't figure out, right, was Queen F5.
Yes.
So let's see if we can understand what the idea is
Oh
here.
my God. Jesse, do you have any intuitive evaluation on this position?
No, but
Nothing?
this is pure like I
Just
mean, well,
unclear.
I have a feeling he has an idea on Queen F5. I just don't know what it is yet.
Calc
Just
fest.
chaos. Somebody in chat says Bluebaum is crushing Aragaisi with black. Is that possible? No, he just has a position. Just a position. No need to get excited. Just a game over there.
Ooh,
This,
Firouzja
on the other
away
hand.
from the board, just blissfully in his own world. He's gonna come back.
You always come back quickly when your opponent finally moves.
Well,
Right,
yeah, because
Costa?
at the Maya Open in the tournament hall, there's a bunch of like there's like rows of seats like in a movie theater.
Hmm.
So there's like very comfortable seats where you can just sit and watch the games from.
Yeah.
So I just go there because then I can watch the games. I can just look at my opponent without staring at them.
Right.
So a lot of players do that. They'll go out and just sit down.
Yeah. You had that one round where your opponent was just flagging immediately.
Yeah.
Um, and I was like, I know what Coast is doing right now. He's just walking away, let the guy go to sleep. but watching. But watching.
Yeah, exactly. I like to give my opponents time and space and
Yeah.
yeah, never disturb a sleeping individual, you
Right.
know?
Give them a pillow to hang themselves with.
Also, I find I just can't really relax at the board. Like I'm just there, it's always just kind of tense.
Yeah.
But away from the board, I could just kind of chill.
Okay, Man with Head of Dog gives us a pleasantly lunatic suggestion of Rook F8, Queen H7, and King D6.
Yeah, something like that, buddy. Something like that could well be what we're looking at.
Now, normally
The-
you'd put
the-
your king on a light square. You'd go King E6. But this
Well,
move is
let-
like especially lunatic.
Well, let me say what distresses me about it though, because then after GF, like our idea was Queen C6 and cruising over, but then we've lost our cruise
Why?
because the king's in the way.
Oh, okay. It's not that D6 or E6, either way is in the way.
Yeah.
But you're just going to... Oh, you can't go to F3 because white will retract the queen.
Yeah.
And then you're going nowhere. Oh, buddy. Uh-oh. Okay, so we need a different move instead of Queen C6. King C5?
By the way, Lauren's asking about positional or tactical, and this is very tactical, but there's still deep positional elements. Like even with the computer might find some position where we end up down a gazillion pieces, but have a bind on the light squares that just hoses white.
Yeah. Generally, Lauren, I like positions that require some of both. For most of my career, my favorite kind of position was positions that had like so much chaos that other people were confused, but I could see a kind of clarity in the chaos. Like I would
David, I
feel
have
like
an idea.
you just got to put your bishop on F3 to stop white from playing F3.
David, I got
had
an
some
idea.
kind of sense. Yeah.
Here we go. Queen F5, Bishop G2. We were concerned with D4.
Yeah.
I'm going to play Bishop H3.
I
No,
think
no, I
we
thought
I
the
think we
problem was
played
rook e1.
Yeah, I think we played rook e1 first, trying to just trade the queens off ASAP.
Okay, let me just mention though, D4
Yeah.
Bishop H3 is genius because now Queen E5, Knight E2, and I win the whole rook.
Yeah. That's a meal.
All right, Rook E1, correct. That's the scary thing. That's a meal.
Nowadays, Lauren, I just prefer an endgame. That's the honest truth. I just like an endgame now. Something simple and calm. I just picture myself at home with Kostya and Jesse. Jesse's making fun of us somehow in the background, but I don't care. And I've got 30 seconds every move to just look around. And I
Yeah,
feel
I'll
good.
say I don't like positions that are purely calculation. I just find them unpredictable and impossible to figure out.
Ooh, David, I think I got it, bro. Maybe this is the idea. Queen F5, G6.
Okay.
Send him home.
I've thought of this question before, but I didn't go into it. I'll tell you, this was like one of the first moves I thought of, and then I didn't really think more about it.
G6.
It looks like C2 is the only move, right?
Okay, let's just put it on C2.
Yeah.
And now we have like a wide range of stuff to do.
Yeah.
We got a wide range.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay. The most obvious now would be something like Queen D7 going to the light squares. And then the other most obvious is Bishop G2.
Yeah, let's try Queen D7.
Okay.
Queen d7, by the way, threatens the famous queen h3.
Yeah. We're gonna get in there.
So if for example d4, then queen h3 wins on the spot. If if gf, then queen h3 wins on the spot. So this forces rook e1.
Okay.
Or h3.
Yeah.
Okay, let's look at h3 next, but the rook e1, queen g4. It does look deadly because after rook e5, let's say king anywhere really, f6, that's the end of the party.
Yeah.
Yeah, when the queen arrives, right? She just hogs it. It's over.
Okay, so let's look at Kostia's move. Queen d7, h3.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna get into h3. I assume knight takes h3.
But then, okay, we just need an answer to king h2
King
though.
h2.
Yeah, I thought bishop g2 would be the move.
Bishop g2 looks powerful, yeah.
Okay, but I just come back to f4 here.
Wait, but
Yeah.
I think Kostia's right. Is it knight h3? Don't do that. Just play bishop g2 because then we have queen h3
just
next.
bring
Well,
the queen
they
in
might
fast.
both just be winning.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you're right. Why dance the knight?
G6 is crazy fine. Because that really solves it for black.
Erdomus went bishop h5. Yeah, that's what I thought he would play 960.
Let me just say, I think this is a good example of chess at a higher level. I think my mind, if I was playing this as black, it would kind of shut off at queen f5. I would just be like, what? What am I supposed to do? The queen's in me. That's not what I wanted.
Right.
And then you look deeper and you're like, oh, g6. The queen's got to go all the way back, and then my party continues.
Yeah. It's really good. It's really a good party. This game and the Erdomus game have a real strong similarity in the like light square focus of black on the king side, right? Like here we're playing bishop f3 for black. In the Erdomus game, he played f5, f4, f3 to get in there. And the meaning behind this bishop h5 move, which 960 you find a little bit surprising, the point is just not to allow the white knight to f3 because that lets other pieces follow it as well towards the king side. So black's just prioritizing controlling f3 here. Very, very similar.
Yeah, I don't think bishop h5 by Erdo is so crazy. I mean, he's saving the bishop. He spent all his time. He didn't find a way to sack the bishop, so he saves the bishop. I think it's not so crazy, right?
Yeah, no, I don't think it's crazy at all. It just got 4 question marks, so I'm
That's what I'm responding to.
yeah, so I'm also giving my like, well, it makes sense. You know, the key factor in both of these games is control over f3 as far as getting the attack going. So in the Firouzja game, Yakubboev said, if Firouzja plays f3, I can't quite break through. And Jesse was really close with that queen c4, rook b6, rook g6, knight g2, really close. But Yakubboev just felt like f3, once the pawn's there, I can't get through. And similarly, on the other board, I think Erdomus told himself, once the white knight's on f3, there's going to be too many white pieces on the king side.
Dude, Norderbeck Jr., man, he's taking back I think it looks to me like he's taking down a monster. Now I'm ready to do my eval bar.
Okay.
I'm gonna go to -1. It might just be totally lost, but there's chances for white to sack his queen at the moment. Now maybe I'm missing something, but that's just my eval at the moment.
Yeah, I'm gonna go down a bit because for me the only issue, like bishop f3 is queen f5, we couldn't figure out. But like if queen f5 is not a good move, then it's not looking good.
Then what are the other moves? Well, have we looked at d4 here?
Oh, he just played it. You're a genius, bro.
Well, basically, white had twin threats in this position, right? d4 and f3. And it was very hard to find a move that stopped both, right? That was kind of black's problem.
Yeah, he just plays d4. Noterbeck's back. Writes down the move.
Guess who's back?
Yuck
So is he
again.
gonna reach? See, this time he doesn't even pretend to reach. He just starts thinking.
Yeah. Okay, basic move would be maybe knight e2, king h1, queen c6.
But then queen f5 is really a hassle in the castle.
have made it one threatened.
Oh, yeah, mate in one thread. Okay, let's look at the mate. Always look at the mate in one thread. 92, king h1, queen c6.
I thought you were going to play rook g1, knight g1, queen f5, or something like that.
Okay, I think rook g1's forced, right?
Yeah.
And definitely I want to think about taking that thing.
Yeah. I will take it. It's defending the light squares. I feel like I have to. And
then queen f5.
Queen f5,
I think that's reasonable. So by the way, maybe king g1, we're not totally body slamming him anymore. Maybe.
Oh, yeah.
So
Maybe
queen
king
f5.
g1, yeah. Shoot. Yeah, king g1 is actually simple, Jesse.
Well, we might transpose to it, honestly, after queen f5, bishop g2, king g1. Yeah, okay. I don't, 92 is, look, it's a nice idea, but I don't know if it does it.
Yeah.
And I'll admit with d4, I thought black would have something basic here, but maybe they don't.
Maybe knight d4 somewhere here.
92, knight d4?
Yeah. With or without queen c6, rook g1 thrown in, I don't know. Knight d4.
I kind of like without queen c6 because then you always have like bishop g2 with check maybe.
Right, and I've got e5 defended, just one less.
92, knight d4 feels like, well, at least keeps things very messy.
Queen d2 is the only spot I'm really seeing. I guess there's queen a4 maybe.
Oh, wait, maybe, hold on. No, it doesn't work.
Okay, I just want to turn you guys on to the fact too, that bishop e4, that on bishop e4, okay, it's interesting, but white could consider then after bishop e4, bishop f4, bishop takes queen, bishop takes e5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No, that's nothing. What am I saying? That's absolute garbage. No,
Why?
I take
Wait.
it back.
Why is that garbage?
Because we're going to end up a piece.
Oh, yeah, I see.
Oh, yeah, I miscounted the pieces too.
I also thought it was like rook and bishop against queen.
Yeah.
So bishop e4, I don't know if that's the move, but it's definitely a move.
Mm-hmm.
And white has to figure out where to put Miss Queen.
Yeah, a4 or d2.
She's got a lot of squares. D1. So actually, yeah, maybe the problem with bishop e4 is then you're giving him the f3 move again.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe not bishop e4, but I'll just put that
Ooh,
out there.
I have a question. What if black goes knight takes g2 here? Like, what's white's move?
Okay, I couldn't figure out queen f5.
Queen f5. Okay.
Okay. E4, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
Now I can trade the queens with queen e5 here.
Uh-huh.
Right. Yeah, it's hard to figure that out. Okay.
Maybe rook b6.
Okay, yeah.
The plan is to get to g6 and then play knight e3.
Okay, I'll just make an obvious move and we'll see if we can do this for black. So h3.
Okay. So he wants to go. He wants to go king h2. I have a draw here, I think, Jesse, with knight e3 immediately.
Oh, that's interesting. Show him the variation with pawn takes.
So pawn takes, rook check. King could go to h2 or f2.
Mm-hmm.
And then we go rook g2, rook e2, king d1, rook f2. Just not letting white sack back in exchange. And there's a repetition there.
Okay, so given that, it's interesting. If I then play h4, but no, if I play h4, then I give you knight takes h4, and that looks kind of scary.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's an interesting
Here,
call.
h4, knight h4, and just keep playing for black.
Now, one wild thing though about the move e4, David, is it looks great, but what would be our next threatening move
After what? Sorry?
after you played e4, queen f5, e4?
What would black do next?
What would black do next if it was their move? Yeah.
Presumably a rook left, right?
Oh, you know what's then stronger, bud? After
Prevent-
e4, we instead of queen e5, we go queen c5, and that denies you your rook b6 thing.
Yeah.
A4, by the way, might also just be crushing because bishop a3 is landing with some coconuts.
Yeah.
Okay, knight e2 check was played.
Yeah.
We can now predict king h1.
Yeah, we can.
We had talked a little bit about knight d4 here, though I couldn't really figure out, like, after, say, queen d3, what it was we were doing.
After queen d3, there'd be bishop e2.
Maybe just bishop e2. Even that's a little scary to me, but...
The Neiman game, I know this game here is really intense, and we've been on it. But what's going on in the Neiman game? Erdoganus is down under a minute.
So while David's going over there, in the main game, yeah, knight e2, king h1, our problem was queen d2, and then a queen c6, rook g1. That was the thing that we couldn't figure out. And it was unclear who was better.
King H1, you're a GM today.
Yeah.
So good. Yeah, Erdo's under a minute, but Hans has 56 minutes.
It looks like Hans is winning to me because if black ever takes the rook on e5, he plays knight c5 with mate.
Yeah.
So, and rook f8 is basically preventing bishop f4, but I don't really see a threat for black here.
Looks kind of cooked.
Looks
for
stuck.
Erdo.
Looks stuck. All right, so let's go back to our thing here.
So Hans breaking through a bit.
Potentially, yeah. If you wanted to know, Kostya, Hans's chances of qualifying right now are 9%.
9%.
Yeah.
How did you do the math, bud? What was your algorithm?
He has Google Gemini.
I started with the concept that there was a 200% total chance that somebody would qualify, right? For the two spots. Then I made a list of all the players who could mathematically qualify. Then from that list, I eliminated everybody at 3.5 except for Prague, who I said was the only person who I could see conceivably winning 5 games in a row. I gave him a 1% chance of that, and that left me with 21 players to carve up a 199% chance. You look like you're studying the game. I'm happy.
I am, but I'm also listening.
Okay.
I am.
So then I had 199%.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I figured out what the average was, 199% divided by 21 players, right? So that gave me a sense, like the average chance of those 21 players. And then the players, you know, then I gave a higher percentage to the players who are at 4.5 or 5 instead of at 4, right? So I figured out, you know, an average chance for the players at 4 would be about 8%, and the players at 4.5 and up would be about 12%. And then I went player by player and nudged those percentages up or down a little bit based on things like what form they're in, what their current tie breaks are, or in Parham's case, who he's already played, because Parham's already played 4 of the top 5 seeds, basically, right? So like he has the extra advantage that in the next 5 rounds, he's not going to be playing any monsters.
What do you mean? Wait, but who has he played so far?
He's played Firouzja, Abdusatorov, um,
On Arjun.
and Arjun. Yeah. So
I mean,
the
there's plenty of
remaining
monsters out there.
what's that?
There's plenty of monsters out
But
there.
the
The
two
question is, will these monsters get through the 2600s
well
to
the,
get to Param?
yeah, the two remaining monsters are Prague and Gukesh, and he's
No,
not going to play Gukesh.
I mean, there's no Gugai, but he might play Nepo. He might play Aronian at some point.
Okay. Yeah, anyway, those guys are a step below, So I think his path's just, a couple, like, 1 or 2% better, that he doesn't have to play any more of those.
Excuse me. He might play Mark Andrea.
Sure. Okay.
He still hasn't played Erdo, though he might not at this point. He hasn't played Hans yet either. That could be next round. Be Param Hans.
Yeah. Queen C6,
Okay,
rook
Queen
G1 play.
C6. Yeah, Queen C6 was play. Rook G1 instant. And here we still haven't figured out how Black does it.
Right. There's still knight D4, but it makes less sense with the queen on C6 than on C7. A little bit less sense.
I might have to change my evals. This is Oh, wait a second, Dave. Wait a second. Let me try this again, buddy. Wait a second. Knight G1.
Yeah.
And then what?
Let's say King G1.
On King G1, I have Queen G6.
Great.
And I don't think you want those go.
No, I don't. So let's go back to Queen F5 there.
So Knight G1, Queen F5. Good.
Wow, nice. Nice find.
And now potentially you have Queen C3. And it's just like absolute, it's like a queen endgame. It's just like, it's just carnage.
I might maybe like Rook F8 too. I don't know. This is getting next level.
Yeah.
I think what we agree on though is that if Black plays Bishop G2, King G1, it doesn't seem like there's much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Hmm. Chaos.
Okay. There's another candidate move for Black, but I can't quite get it to work. Let me just try Rook B6. My brain kind of stopped after this move. Didn't really go any further. I don't even know what I'm trying to do with this move.
Wait, David, I got a move for us, bro. Hold on. How about Queen G6?
Okay, Queen G6.
So instead of Knight G1, right?
Yeah, that keeps White's queen out of F5.
And I'm just threatening the basic Knight G1.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Queen G6 looks strong.
Okay, let's say I play a basic move as well. Bishop E3.
All right, Bishop E3.
A4 might be slightly better and similar.
No, wait. But... Queen G6, Bishop G5 check.
Oh.
Now that's some development.
Okay. That could be something he might have missed too, by the way, but okay. So no queen G6.
Ooh, Rachel, questions for Hans. No, we saw that coming. We just looked at it not too long ago.
Yeah. And we predicted Hans was going to win this game, so.
Do we have questions for Hans? I don't know.
She might already know the result, by the way, because she's there and we're 15 minutes behind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, Jesse, that's what she's saying.
She's not asking for questions for Yagis, so.
Okay. Nordenbeck Jr. played Rook F8. He doesn't care.
What?
I would ask Hans what he's thinking, what he thinks about Parham's play. Just be curious.
Rook F8.
And I just want to say it's a little bit hard to believe, boss, Rook F8. In fact, it's very hard to believe.
Maybe how does he estimate his chances to qualify from this event?
Mm,
Sorry, just trying to give Rachel some credit because I know she probably has to leave in a sec. So
yeah.
trying to get to it. Um,
My obvious question for black after rook f8 would be like a4.
Maybe you could
Oh,
ask.
I think for Hans, by the way, her response to the Danny Wrench interview that was he did with the ladies.
but what specifically did Danny say?
Well, Danny says he needs to come clean about his cheating, and he's never come clean.
Hmm. How about some question about facing opponents? Like, are there opponents that he would like prefer to face or prefer to avoid? Like, does he have any?
David goes to the soft question right away.
Okay, sorry.
I mean, I
It's
don't know if
about the
it's the right
tournament.
time to ask him, like, round 7 of the tournament, Didn't we learn from this last time?
I think the crazy thing is on a move like a4. I don't know what he's going to do. Maybe like rook f6 though. So if I understand it right, the idea of this rook f8 is just like I'm going to win your rook, and I'm not going to let you in on f5.
Well, it's also to bring this rook to g6 to pile on the pressure, with or without taking on g1.
Yeah, and the reason it's so anti-intuitive, it feels just so slow. It feels like, yeah, like as if he has all the time in the world. So it makes it super suspicious to me.
If you want to ask a spicy question, you can ask Hans what he thought of Erdo's game from yesterday and if he would do a similar thing.
Against a coach.
Yeah, like a coach or like someone he works with.
Whew. Asking him to tee off on the kid, potentially.
And the crazy thing is about this position, if we win the exchange back, well, yeah, it's like we don't have material equality, but the position's going to be so messy
Yeah.
that who knows what's happening.
There could be
Like
positions
GF,
where our king bites us in the butt at the end, or maybe our pieces stay active and we could be good.
yeah. Like I was looking at a4,
Mm-hmm.
and then I was just like, what? He just plays rook f6 and says, what? And then what do we got? I don't know. I don't think we have anything.
Mm-hmm.
Noderick really
Yeah.
playing like absolute masterpiece right now. Like
He's
what
trying hard, but I think Firouzja's still in the game, right? Firouzja hasn't really done anything super wrong at any point.
Well, he played the fried liver attack too.
Maybe some controversial moves here and there.
I guess White still has this kind of like bailout idea with bishop g5 and then fg, but
Bishop g5, hg,
mhm.
and then what?
And then gf.
Then gf. Okay.
Basically just playing for a draw, I think, as White.
Okay, and I don't even know if I should take that rook on g1 or not, but my instinct is to just play queen f3 check.
Mm-hmm.
Rook to g2, right?
Yeah.
And then I might regret it,
How about rook h8 there,
but
David?
I want to go rook h6.
But try rook h8, boss, threatening rook h2. And say, welcome to the dojo.
Sorry, say that again.
So not rook f6, but rook h8 directly after rook g2.
Oh, but
Oh,
we have a4 rook f6
talking about
played
two
earlier in the
different
variation,
positions.
Jesse.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, I was actually
But-
thinking without a4.
Oh, sorry, you were without a4. Okay,
Yeah,
let me go
yeah.
back. So rook f8, bishop g5,
Yeah,
hg,
yeah.
gf, queen f3, rook g2.
And now rook h8.
Now rook h8. We're all in agreement because I thought the rook was on f6, so I was trying to play rook h6.
Got it.
So rook h8, and now white needs to set up a perpetual on the next move because the plan is g4 rook h2, right?
No, it's just rook h2.
Without g4 because queen h5. Oh my
Yeah.
god, I didn't even see that square. Okay, so
So holy shit is what we say to that, buddy. Oh my God.
that looks winning.
Yeah, that
There's
looks
no
good.
resistance. Like you resign
Oh,
there.
dude, this is dark, man. This is rook f8. That's like,
You resign here. Oh boy.
Oh my God, there's no time for white. That knight on e2. Good instinct not to trade it on g1. Rook f8. Dang.
yeah, rook f8, man. Jeez, Melise.
Okay, d takes e5. Good question from Tim.
Okay, DT.
D takes e5. So now black has kept the queen out of f5, but white's kept the rook out of g6. And what's the intention here for black? It's probably knight g1, bishop g2.
No, it's knight g1, king g1, queen g6.
Okay. Queen g6. g3 looks forced.
And then you need to find something special pronto after queen g4 or queen h5.
I've got queen d3. Am I special enough?
Well, queen d3, you're going to get whacked with rook d8.
Rook d8. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh no.
Yeah, originally you could also just ask Hans what he thinks about the Turkish prodigies and other juniors there in general.
Yeah.
Changing of the guard.
Well, if it's true that Hans won, David's chances in his model just went up pretty high.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, Hans is basically going to swallow much of Erdomis's 10% chance.
And his
if
aura.
he
I
beat him.
mean, he's
And
the
his
guy
aura,
that
too.
took down Erdo.
Yeah.
He's the guy.
Yeah,
Actually, we were talking about playing monsters. Hans actually hasn't played any monsters. In fact, he hasn't played anyone over 2,700 yet. So David was making fun of me about how the U.S. Championship, I said, would be stronger than this tournament. And it depends on which player. Some players are playing higher rated than others. But Hans hasn't played anybody. He hasn't played anyone over 2,650 even.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, he's going to play some real people tomorrow, we're assuming.
But I feel like as we've seen from this tournament, it's these 26 is that I mean, like Erdo's a real player. Like no one's
Oh,
been able
yeah.
to beat him.
Oh, yeah. No,
I'm going to
clear.
make a little Jadoub, Jesse.
Uh-huh.
We played queen h5 here, I think. Or I played queen h5. And it does give white the move h4, so maybe it's simpler if I play queen g4.
Yeah. Queen g4 is the move.
Right.
And also, just so you don't have to even think about queen a4.
And I don't have to calculate queen a4, queen a7, etc., which I just spent a minute calculating as well. Queen g4. So queen h3 next. The only way to restrain that would be queen f1 or queen attacking the bishop on f3. And the only route goes through d3 and then rook d8 wins.
Okay, but check it out, David. Queen d3, rook d8, queen f1. You can't do rook d1 easily because of bishop g5. Or maybe you just do it and you sack it. It's a sack. And who knows what's happening.
But black is up a piece there. That's still playable for black.
Oh, what am I saying? He's up a piece. Come on, Jesse. He's up a piece, Bones. It's a big piece, too. It's a fatty.
Yeah. So queen g4. I also, one other variation I calculated was queen d3, rook d8, h3. And that fails nicely to rook d3, hg4, rook d1. Oh, no, wait. Is there bishop check?
There's
No.
bishop check.
Bishop check, the queen gets out. Yeah. The queen takes on g5.
Oh, yeah, good point.
Yeah, so queen d3, rook d8, h3, rook d3 winning. Okay, Graham reports that Neiman has officially won. Yes, it is marked here. Queen c6, bishop e5, queen a8 check, king d7, knight c5, king e7, queen takes d5. On bishop f6, there's mate on d7. On bishop d6, there's bishop g5.
Yeah, bishop g5. Oh, wow, what a mess. Yeah, rook f6, queen e6,
Right.
king f8, knight d7. Dang.
Yeah, Han's playing well. He won a nice game yesterday too against Vakitov.
Queen
So he's
f5.
breaking out.
Bishop g5 check. Mate if the queen takes it. Rook f6 again. Pawn takes. Pawn takes. And here the game just ends. Maybe it's as simple as queen d7, knight e6 with the exchange. W. Reynolds, what do you think the result is in Firouzja Yakubboev? Okay, so W. Reynolds over on YouTube is going out on a limb and saying that after rook f8, Firouzja is a dead man walking.
Maybe, dude. Maybe. I was getting confused too. And the rook f8, I mean, if it works, it's just such a slow and brutal move.
Okay, let's calculate
Very brutal.
gf3 for a moment, right? We tried de5. So let's go gf3. What's the move here?
F3, okay.
Queen f3?
Well, I just wanted to actually, good point. I want to stress that I think black is for choice after knight g1, but we should look first at queen f3.
But after knight g1, white's up a piece.
Okay. So queen f3, rook g2. Doesn't rook f6 win? That's the basic question.
Mm-hmm. So bishop g5, trying to stop the rook from g6.
All right, hg.
Hg. Now here, white hasn't played a4, so they do have a tempo before the rook comes to h6. So rook e1. Rook e1, knight f4.
Mm-hmm.
And that really threatens mate, right? So rook e5 and de5 don't help at all. And rook g1, rook h6, planning rook h2 again.
Mm-hmm.
That looks like death once more.
Do we have questions for Vaishali? Oh, I guess she
And
went.
you can see Rachel's interviews on Take, Take, Take. I think they're kind of hard to find, honestly. Like I went to Twitter and I couldn't find the interviews easily. So I don't know if you go to their website. Ghost you might know, but I found them a little hard to find.
So
But
yeah,
I
on
on
Twitter,
Take, Take, Take.
the Take Take Take, they have a profile on Twitter, like twitter.com/take take take, whatever it is. And then they post them there. So if you just go through their feed, take.com also.
That looks dead. gf3, queen f3. Rook g2, rook f6.
Questions for Vaishali? I don't know. She's crushing it. How does it feel to be crushing it? It's such an important event. Oh, I have a question for Vaishali. Yes. Because there is two women that are playing in the Open, presumably they were given the option. Apparently Tan Zhongyi was given the option and she decided to play in the women's. Um, so if Vaishali was given an option to play the Open, would she take it? That's my question.
Queen takes f5 in that position. Okay, that's what I may have missed. Rook f6. Bishop g5. H5, rook e1, knight f4. Okay, Sankhya has an earlier question. Why does rook e5 not work? I think Sankhya, because after the king moves, white has no piece that can get back and stop queen g2 mate in one next move. I think.
Yeah.
Tim Westland correctly reports that a4 was just played by Firouzja, 17-minute think on that move. Now, back to knight f4, rook g1, and this is an important point, which is Jackson says that if rook h6 in this position, white has queen f5, stopping the checkmate. But maybe there's still checkmate. Oh my god, look at this. Rook h2, king h2, queen h5, not h3. King g3, knight e2.
Yeah, buddy.
That's still checkmate.
We've seen some good mates. That other one with Hans was a good mate too. That knight d7 thing.
Oh, that was quite a checkmating combination from Hans. Many beautiful moves in there.
Okay, you guys. So on a4, our
he's
prediction
reaching.
was rook f6. That
I
was
think
our
rook f6 is coming. Yeah, he's reaching for it.
Oh, yeah. Hello,
Do it.
Sweet Blues.
Do it. Rook f6, get out of bishop a3. You play the move you wanted to play.
Right.
All right, rook f6 played.
He's like, you didn't even have to ask, right? Like, I really wanted to play rook f6. I'm going to lower my eval because I haven't seen anything in a while that didn't end in checkmate. And I might be missing a lot of things, but like minus 0.5 doesn't really do it justice when every variation is literally checkmate. It's not even like, oh, and then he gets his exchange back with a pleasant endgame. It's
Well, the thing about a4 is I feel like he's got an idea because he knows that rook f6 is coming, and he's not a chump, and he sees that bishop a3, the king's going to move, and then he needs something special.
right.
And the king, by the way, has many moves to move to.
Many move possible for Miek.
Okay, how to defend.
Man, but when the bishop goes to a3, it gives up the square f4 to the knight. It's like the bishop doesn't exist once it's on a3, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's like it took a spaceship.
Well, let's put it on our board, David. Bishop a3.
Okay.
And then I would say, I think we can rule out king f7 because of queen b3.
Okay.
So where does this king go?
I just went to e8 for the moment.
All right, that might work. The first question I have, though, is does queen b3 touch your coconuts?
Okay, so what square I pick is mightily important, huh?
Yeah.
Yes. Is for important for Tiek.
Maybe knight f4 here?
Knight f4. Oh my God.
There's queen g8, queen g7.
That would scare me, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go rook g6 after queen b3.
Rook g6. He does not care. He does not care.
I do care. I didn't calculate. I'm just
There's a lot of
trying
checks, all right? Queen g8, queen f7.
And also just queen b5.
Yeah,
Why are we
queen-
lost after queen b5?
So queen g8, queen f7. I was planning to walk my king through b7 to c8 to d7 to c8 to b7 to a6. but I didn't see queen b5, which looks problematic. I just can't checkmate without her. Ay, ay, ay.
All right,
Maybe
David,
the king on d8.
let me go controversial, bud. How about bishop a3, king d7?
Okay.
d7.
Okay.
But
It's
isn't
wild.
queen b5 still the issue?
I hope not. Maybe it is. Hmm. It's interesting that it seems like if you play a4, bishop a3 is your idea, and Firouzja is trying to calculate it out. The queen b3 in all variations seems to be the meal ticket.
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me if this works too for white because this rook f8 thing, I mean, is beautiful, but it takes forever to actually make it work.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, so David, you mentioned king d8, right?
Sure. That's
Let's
possible
try
too.
king d8. Now, by the way, like if you're a normal chess player and you see DE and the D file opening, your heart rate is going to be start pounding. But the claim is that rook g6 wastes you. It's not even true though, David, because I got after DE, rook moves, I have queen d3 and then takes on f3. Thank you. Welcome to the dojo.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no. Oh, what's going on here? Dang.
Okay. I might change my evaluation to +2.
Must.
Mm,
Uh-oh.
mm, mm.
Come on, Notre Beck.
Where can the king go?
What about, okay, can I try king f7?
Mm-hmm. Queen b3.
b3, bishop d5?
Queen b5.
But then I've got trade queen, knight g1. Or knight g1 to start. I don't have to trade.
Yeah. Knight g1. King g1.
And I mean, ED4, like black's not really worse, right?
E4, CD4. Black's down a pawn and a half.
I think you're down. It's definitely worse. Your king's out, and if you don't trade queens, you're going to get mated. And if you do trade queens, that pawn's for real.
But isn't bishop on d5 like super strong?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm just saying it's white for choice. Let's just say that was is
Okay.
white's the one who's on top. Bishop a3 check played. Kind of weird to think 6 minutes on that move.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You put Arjun in that position, you know he's going to play bishop a3 and be like, what? You know? Because this puts, as we've discovered, this is kind of a hard question for black here.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely Goryachkina and Divya are already qualified for the Women's World Championship cycle candidates. So they have less to gain by playing in the women's candidate, in the women's
I
World
guess
Quiz.
I guess Tan also is already qualified. So that's probably the reason they're already qualified.
Bishop a3. Oh man. Big moment. Great game between Sarin and Maksudlu going on board one that we're not seeing here. And
Maksudu's playing, guys.
yeah.
He's the one guy I feel like I'm really nervous about the top 10 list next year. I feel like he's the guy
That you
that's
left out.
gonna shock us. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a long way to go in 9 months. Giri seems to have an advantage against Abhimanyu Mishra. Seems to have found his way to a quite advantageous endgame. I would not be surprised if he wins that.
Oh, yeah.
And Aragaisi.
Classic Giri advantage.
Aragaisi is just hunted a pawn, but the position's pretty hectic. I mean, not as hectic as Firouzja and Yakubboev. The eval bar is for the Firouzja Yakubboev game. We're quite confused by it, so our eval bar is not necessarily accurate. Right now, it looks like very close to 0, but that's because I have +2 and Kosti and Jesse have -1 and 1.5. Almost all open tournaments Far Eastern are open to women. I don't know of any tournament that a female can't play in, actually.
Yeah, so far we've only excluded men, children, and young people. Those are the only exclusions that I know about.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's
by the way,
some tournaments that don't allow old people, right? There are some junior events.
Oh yeah, don't allow old people. That's very true. Yeah.
Adults.
So I was doing the grad show yesterday, and we have this amazing club on the dojo, a 50+ club, and then I was doing graduation, and Wolfson is the guy's name, and Fauger was like, "Oh, it's the oldest member of the dojo," and I was like, "How old?" He said 77. So then
Dang.
we got a 75+ club now, the dojo. Dang.
Nice.
I really want to do a talks on this claim that a lot of people have told me about, and I think a lot of our dojo members are doing or are pursuing, is the claim that playing chess or something like it is going to prevent your mind from going, or help prevent your mind. Your mind's going to go no matter what anyway, but it's going to help your mind not go down.
Yeah, do you guys remember there was this like really nice article back in the day about a guy, I think he had like Parkinson's or something, but he was talking about his experience with chess and how much it helps him. Very beautiful article.
Mm-hmm. King E8 played.
E8.
I have a friend actually with Parkinson's, and he just did some science fiction stuff to check this out. So they opened his brain up, they put a battery, kind of a battery situation, I think near his heart, and then ran some electrode into his brain, and it's called deep brain stimulation. And it's totally changed his life so far. You know, he's like, it's doing wonders for him. And I was like, deep brain stimulation, bro? That's next level. Chump GM doesn't even know what to say to that, you know? Yeah. So I think we're going to see some kind of version of what Kosti was talking about with an attempt for Black to hold the end game. And maybe it's more than holding the end game, but we're like Queen B3, Rook G6, and if Queen B5, we're going to say that Knight C3, we're holding it together. There's so many questions there, though.
Wait,
so
Knight
many
C3?
questions.
Then you haven't recovered your exchange.
Why not Knight G1?
There's so many questions because that also, oh my, this is madness, dude. So, okay, let's just ask ourselves a simple question. What is Black going to do after Queen B3?
With ideas of Queen G8, Queen B8, and Queen B5.
Yep.
Many ideas have.
Okay, we got to move, I think. D5 was played.
Whoa.
Okay, the dojo did not expect that.
Oh,
I think
no.
we understand it though.
If Bishop B5, Queen E2, that part's easy to understand.
Yeah.
So Queen D5.
Queen D5, Queen B3, and we directly spank the queen. There might even be some other move after queen d5 because your queen's kind of running around like a maniac.
Okay. I would think there that knight g1 is holdable for black after queen b3. 17 says Arageisi had to give up a piece. Oh, we might be looking at a bloodbath today, folks. Remember, round 5 was a bloodbath, and then round 6 was pretty calm.
Yeah, going into the rest of the day.
Yeah. It might also be a thing about like which players have white and which players have black, because they're alternating, right? And I think we're getting kind of alternations of bloodbaths and solid rounds.
The other thing about d5, David, is d5, queen d5. In addition to queen b3, there's rook a d1.
Definitely developing moment.
And David was talking smack a while ago about how the rooks are chumps. Well, they ain't chumps anymore, son. Okay, queen d5 on the board. I would be sweating coconuts.
So against rook d1, maybe knight d4?
But why is that special? I just take it.
Yeah, what do you take it with?
Let's say the pawn.
Rook a1's been played. Take with the pawn, and we go rook g6.
Oh, you are insane. Okay, I understand.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, David. Now you're talking to me.
I think you have queen c8 to f8 to e8. And I'm just dead in the water, right?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, the CD unleashes my queen. So this is all happening. I have a feeling. I feel Abdu Jr. is going down here, buddy. I'm going to change my eval. I was really in love with Rook F8. I was like, that's the kind of move that I don't get away with.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe he is.
No.
And it's not surprising to me that something was found.
Noterbeck. He doesn't look happy. I think he looks really upset actually. This is not good.
Oh,
It's
man.
not good. I gotta change.
Shambles.
I gotta adjust my eval.
You're correct, 17. There could even be checkmate on e7.
Dang. Don't enter a calculation fest against Firouzja. Huh?
I think we all believed in Black's position earlier, and my suspicion is if and when we go back to look with a computer, we're gonna find, the spice.
The spice for black or the
spice for black for sure.
I think we'll find that black was never that good. That it was like a perfectly played game.
No, boss, come on, no. They made
that's
mistakes.
just my prediction.
Both sides, I'm certain made mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, Jesse, did you call him Abdu Jr.?
Abdu Jr., yeah.
That is even more cruel.
Earlier today, he was calling him Noterbeck Jr., but it's just going
No, I
further.
like Noterbeck Jr. Abdu Jr. is just...
Yeah, just abject.
Just the kick.
Mm.
Dang.
By the way, I know you guys don't like endgames, but Anish, kind of got his desire, I think, against the kid. Played an endgame against the kid, and definitely white looks better. I don't know if I'd call it winning or anything, but it's definitely a very pleasant position for white.
No, I'm very much enjoying Anish Giri. Like his position and the way he is going to handle this position. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
And I can't believe, David, given that this is toast, how about we switch our focus to the top game? Because we've just been avoiding it the whole time.
And this is Sarin's big moment.
Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, I think someone mentioned, but yeah, Arjun seems to be down a piece for 2 pawns and like not enough. Like even for me, it's like, I think Blue Bomb's winning today.
Wow.
Or like, I mean, maybe Arjun will save it because it's like complicated enough, but Blue Bomb has great chances.
Yeah. I mean, he's got 2 pawns against a knight. Often black can't win the end game. So black has to play very precisely in the middle game.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think blue pawns. I don't know. I'm not believing in blue pawn.
So with this top board, I definitely think white is better. Yeah, it's kind of a nice position.
You think Nihal's better?
Yeah.
That had been my instinct before, but I'd only, looked at it 5 seconds at a time.
Fighting a pig in a mud. It's funny. Um,
Yeah.
we have a saying like that. We say like you shouldn't play chess with a pigeon. But it's for a different reason.
Who says that?
You ever heard that phrase?
Where where is it from? Is that
I've
from
heard it.
LA or
No, I think it's just it's like a common saying.
It's a meme.
Yeah,
It's a
like
meme.
yeah. I don't know if it's a meme, but yeah, the idea is like even if you win, it's still gonna poop on the board and say that it won.
I see.
Yeah, it's a nice phrase.
Yeah, sorry, Clutch. If we were to focus on the Geary game, we'd have time to give you more plans. But I mean, what we can say at the moment is, first of all, Geary had some work. Mishra has some work to do to get the bishop f8 back into the game. So he's playing bishop f8 and then maybe like e6 to try and trade it. Second of all, he's going to have weak split pawns, and white's rooks are more active. So there's just a good chance that white wins. White could play bishop c5 here to take the pawn on a6, for example. C6 is currently undefended at that point as well, right? If I go bishop c5, maybe he's got rook b3. I don't know. Maybe that's why Geary's not doing it. But in general, once the a6 pawn falls, maybe I go rook b3, king f2, e6, bishop f8, king f8, rook a6. The c pawn's going to be hanging. I mean, there's drawing chances. It's not done or anything, but it's just visually clear that black is much worse. They're risking being down a pawn at some point with those two weakies.
Yeah, looks pleasant. So yeah, Noterbeck Jr. resigned officially. Alireza said no to the interview. Bummer.
All right, so we're going to scrub the Sensei eval bar clean, and we're going to readjust it to board 1 now. Unless you guys, overrule me or something.
Let's do board 1.
I'm going to start with point 3. I'm still just getting settled here, but just so that there's something on the eval bar.
Sure, yeah. I'll put a 0.25, but Queen A7 asks some very good and interesting questions, I think, because he's saying, are you afraid of rook b8 to b4?
Great performance by Firouzja, by the way, to win that game.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to update some of my standings. I don't know if they're showing in this screen capture. No, they're not. Okay, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, you guys think white is a bit better here? Wow. I was actually slightly preferring black in this position.
Well, what is true is that when we first said that, that was before rook d2. Actually, I still like white. But rook d2 is a little sad because it feels like I'm giving away the b4 square. And actually, a key move for white right now to think about, I don't know how good it is, but is just the immediate b4. Just to say what? Just to say what? Yeah, no, white's definitely better with that big old fatty on c5. I kind of like b4. He probably has other moves too. Well, if we don't play b4, then we really have to say that black, we have to have some idea against rook b8, b4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't see anything I like other than b4. By the way, folks, they're on move 26 for anybody not watching the move numbers, which means they're going to play
it's going to be hot.
a dozen moves here at a fairly blitzed tempo.
Yeah.
I'm going to open up their video.
So it's going to be pretty intense,
Nihal, he's playing a bullet game on his phone on the side. Just helps him focus, guys.
Yeah. Keeps his mood up. But I think black's gonna want like the activity on the B file, the queen on A5, right? So it's gonna go something like B4. Now, if black plays rook B8, maybe white plays B5, just to keep things
Good, yeah. I'd say white's better in that position too.
tamped
The
down.
ambitious move, of course, would be BA.
Okay.
But also one of the things about Queen A7, David, is dude could have played Rook B8 first, and that would have prevented the immediate B4. So maybe he's pulling some trick on us or something.
Uh huh. Right. Why no rook B8? No obvious reason that he couldn't have.
I would guess he doesn't see B4 as such a big threat because he'll get the open file anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Kosti, I have a question for you, but there seems to be microphones set up to the next to their board. Is that true? Is that what that I'm looking at? Like next to both of them, there's this little black stick pointing at them.
I
Is
would
that a
guess that's a
microphone?
camera.
But if it's a camera, they have a different camera looking at the board. Oh, it's like the face cam somewhere?
It could be microphone because they also have, if you look at the DGT board, like next to the E1 and E8 squares, there's also these like nostril cams that they've installed.
Right, right. The nostril caps, buddy. I haven't even
Those
found that. I don't even know where that is.
so those could be mics. It's hard to say.
Okay, B4 was not played. Queen D4 was played, which everyone and their mom thought of. It's just, what are we going to do after Rook B8? That's our
I think he
question.
might be intending knight E6.
Oh, Rook B8 played a tempo.
Yeah.
96 would be very clever. Uh-huh, okay.
Whoa,
96 would be a hell of a drug.
96. Wow.
The bummer is, though, like, let's say we go 96 and he just moves his queen somewhere. Anywhere, honestly. And then what do we got?
Have a good day, W. Reynolds and Dave S. Yeah, thank you. In my opinion, like absolutely every single game we do is a good advert for no engine commentary. It's always fun to not know what's going on.
My favorite Reddit comments are the ones where they're talking about some game and then people reference the two IMs and GMs that couldn't find X and X move because they were looking at it with the knowledge. We've become a source of like how whether a move is easy or hard to find based on whether we've been finding it in our
Whether we found
house.
it. Well, they didn't find it, so it was tricky. Neil hasn't played yet.
I
96
don't,
is his
yeah,
kind of thing.
96 doesn't convince me because just let's say Queen B7.
Queen B7. Intention was queen takes knight. So
And then Rook takes. And then why did you trade off your beautiful knight in that case? And I have the B file now.
I feel like I'm being chastised and I have no answer for the teacher.
Now, it's a little weird. No, I don't like it. I don't like it. There's knight D3, but at the minimum, black is fine. Minimum.
Knight D3 also trades your knight, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't like it. But here's the problem is that Rook B4 is coming, and I need to do something pronto.
Yeah.
Maybe Rook B3? That maybe more my speed.
How about knight A6?
Okay, that's a thought.
It's a good piece, but it also does have to be able to move, right? It
But
can't
knight
just sit
A6,
on
I have
C5
Rook.
forever.
I have Rook B6 on knight A6.
Okay. Concerning.
Guys, looks like I have to run here. I got an appointment.
Oh, okay.
Um, wow, 96 on the board. Dang, go Nihal.
Knight E6. Okay, I had a no comprende moment after Queen B7.
Yeah.
Maybe he's got a trick for us.
And Mishra just played an amazing move.
One thing you could do against Queen B7, Jesse, is Knight C5, you know? Like, that does
Okay,
happen as well in these games.
that could happen. Though they're, black is the one for choice, obviously, then it's either queen b4 or, go back.
Yeah, I mean, queen b4 always does let me play knight a6 and make that little change where the black knight loses e5.
Okay, okay.
I think Mishra will hold now. I feel like he's breaking out.
Oh yeah, nice.
Also, David, if I want to be a real jerk about it, I could play queen a8 here.
Queen a8. Yeah. Okay. I mean, I'm looking at moves and I don't know how to evaluate them. I see some options, but the evaluation is
For me,
tricky.
it's all like black, does black get the counter play he's dreaming about with the b4 square and if you get rid of your knight, that was your trump. What a great piece that thing was.
So let's say I take on e5.
Okay, rook e6.
Queen c7.
Rook b7.
Yeah, I'm just bouncing around doing nothing. Huh. The bishop on e2 is like not really outperforming the bishop on g6 at all.
Okay, it went queen b7, knight f4.
Okay.
Okay, so it made sense that if you were black, you could tell yourself, well, if he goes back, at the minimum, I have queen a7.
Yeah.
And so this knight f4 move, I'm just going to say I don't like it because you're... Okay, let's try to get into this. The claims of knight f4 are that, first of all, you can't move your bishop, that I have the c5 square under control anyway, and I'm like going out of my way to trade my beautiful knight for your bishop.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
I considered this strongly, Jesse. I've been having a very slow conversation in a YouTube chat about Fischer's knight takes d7 against Petrosian. And, whether or not he had an idea behind it or just it was a good move, so he played it. Your Hendrix thing. And I was thinking here that this bishop on g6 is really hampering me despite being the quote-unquote bad bishop. So I thought maybe we'll just go knight e6, knight f4, and trade it. Then we could attack the h5 pawn or the c6 pawn, because we'll be able to go rook d to c2 finally, or maybe even f4, and let our bishop do some more. So I personally like it a lot.
I mean, if it works, that's very surprising to me. But I think the story is actually suddenly about the h5 pawn, right?
Definitely a piece of it, yeah.
Like if h4 and I play knight g6, then I'm just going to say bishop d3 and say what, because I'm threatening to take your h pawn. Very ambitious, yeah.
Alrighty, I gotta run.
All right, bye, bud.
Cheers, Costa.
Yeah, we're down.
Shoot. Questions for Nepo. Shoot. I don't know. Guys, help Rachel with some questions, please. See you guys.
I think Nepo's an interesting person to think about. Okay, rook b e8, because the guy was so close. He basically won the world championship and then lost it. And then, afterwards, he got himself a tattoo with a phoenix on it, as if to say, I'm not dead, bro. And, and so I think for most fans, looking at the situation mildly objectively, you'd be like, well, he's not a favorite at all to win anything anymore. But he's not giving up. He's not going to give up, Bows. You know. So Rook B8, in a way, David, is proof of concept of the knight F4 because the whole drama that I was feeling was like a potential Rook B4 happening.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and maybe my Queen A8 was better than Queen B7, just so I keep the Rook B4 option open. That's why I put it on A8. I guess White's better still. I guess he's better. Because the eight, if by the way, if the pawn were on H6, I think it's a totally different eval.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if the pawn were on H6, maybe White would have done something like G4.
Maybe.
Grabbing some space.
But just the whole knight F4 concept has to do with the pawn on H5.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's going to come hot and heavy here, my friends. We got 10 minutes left.
Yeah.
Excuse me, 11 moves left and 3 minutes, under 3 minutes each.
Magsudlu kind of defending his board 1, right? It's like everyone's coming to visit him,
Yeah,
trying
that's
to knock
right,
him
buddy.
off the pedestal. It's kind of like that King of the Hill thing. And Nihal's going to take his shot now, right? I mean, he's got him in a blitz situation, the little blitz demon.
He's tanking pretty good here.
Rook E8 makes sense. You know, it's keeping the white rook on C3 honest. So if white trades on G6, one part of it, Jesse, is the H5 pawn, but another part of it is sort of going rook D to C2, going after the C6 pawn, maybe rook C5 to go after the A5 pawn.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just saying, like, stay honest, mate, right? Like, we'll take on E3.
Now, the other thing is with like knight G6, at some point, white might be able to play F4, but it seems no way right away because of rook E4 stuff. Yeah,
Right,
rook E4 would be too much.
Yeah, that's something I was wondering about here as well. F4 going straight at this, and then rook E4. And let's follow it 1 or 2 more moves, Jesse. Queen C5.
This just looks pleasant for a peasant, though.
Okay.
Like something terrible is going to happen here. It's maybe still complicated. I don't know. Maybe I'll take it back. I don't know. David, I have to run too, but
Okay.
I want to give an announcement, though.
Yeah.
I'm going to be back. Actually, who knows how long you're going to be here, buddy, because sometimes you're here forever. But I need to come back to do part 2 of the graduates later.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you can even do the maybe I'll join you or something and we can do some kind of transition.
Okay.
H4 just played. B3 was played, not knight G6, and instead we got B3, which does not feel ambitious. H4. Oh my God, I kind of want to stay for this, man. I got somebody calling at me.
I do too, but I'm supposed to help the kids with breakfast right now.
Oh man.
And it's very awkward if we both leave.
Yeah, I promised somebody. Okay, but I'm out of here. If you have to pause it for a second, it would be sad, but not the end of the world. And I'm going to be back after I have to do this little task.
All right.
All right.
Fair enough.
Bye. I'll be back.
Bye. Okie dokie. See what we can do here. We're going to have Hans take Erdogmus' spot in the standings here. So we're going to go knee, min, 5 out of 7. All right. What's going on? Queen c5 played with 30 seconds left on the clock at that point. I would say that Hans's percentage is going to go up to about 13% G. That's my guess. I looked at Hans's game, Sam, and it was really cool. Yeah. 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 Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, I can set it so that the moves will update. I can take out my analysis and it'll just be the board if you want. Okay, so I'm gonna refresh to Queen C5 and then go to this view.
And then I'm going to have Jamil join our little Zoom call.
Okay, so should I do a 3-person view here?
No. Well, he likes to live in the shadows.
Okay. Is your video going to be on?
Yeah, is my video on now?
No.
It's not. Okay, wait, let me try again.
We're not on this Zoom here.
There we go.
There it is, yeah.
Oh, I am.
Okay. Now, when you bring Jamil into the Zoom, it's going to move your video. So I have to stick around and fix your video whenever.
Or he could just be muted and just be a voice in the background too. That's what I was saying.
Mm-hmm. But if he joins the Zoom call, even if he doesn't have his camera on, it's going to push your camera.
Oh.
There'd be like a black box. So.
Okay, you guys, let's talk about this. Knight d7, some amazing stuff went down. Parham is sacrificing the business here.
Pawn grabbed. Queen c5 doesn't make any move to defend it. Takes the pawn. Sort of traps the queen.
Oh my God, what is happening here? So the queen is looking through to g3, hoping for glory.
Right, like knight g6, queen g3.
All right, I just admitted Jamil to the El Chatos. Right. Guys, we are down to 0 seconds here. Basically, oh my God, knight d7. Oh, this freaks me out. No, they got to move, buddy.
You know what I could do, Jesse? I could just put Jamil thing into the spot that's normally the Kostya spot, maybe. Or I could do it like
Hey,
this.
David. How you doing?
Hey, Jamil. I'm doing well, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, doing good.
Oh, he's losing his mind. He's about to lose on time. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, and he takes on c6. Whoa. Oh, man. Okay. 30 seconds left. What does Black have after this rook c6? Holy moly. They are both sweating bullets here.
Taking a second pawn. Ay, ay, ay.
Well, the obvious question is rook takes e3, I'm afraid.
He's on the brink.
Rook takes c6 was a bold move.
Yeah. I guess he wants to bring his queen back into the game through d5 or something.
Or maybe queen c7 right now. No, he takes first on
Takes
g6.
on g6. So if fg queen d5 check, right, ruins his knight. So he's going to throw in queen g3, but is it enough? Oh, my God.
Oh, man. Okay, rook e3 played. Oh, we're in deep time pressure. And they must take score. Knight g6 played. He's getting a little seconds back.
6 moves to play. Black can't even just get it recapturing cleanly here. He's got to play queen g3 probably.
Yeah, queen g3.
And I guess king f1 is going to be the move because king g1,
king
rook e2
f1,
is bad.
and then white has to hope there's no dire tactic here.
Right, like rook f3.
Mm-hmm.
Rook f3, gf3, queen h3, king e1, queen h1.
Knight f6 played. Brutal. The knight has no way out. Ooh, knight f6, son.
Hey, he had a draw by perpetual there, Jesse, with rook f3, gf3, queen h3. Like, just cold, dead draw.
And also, he faked FG. He was about to do FG, and then he's like, nope, I'm going to play knight f6 for the win, buddy.
Oh, my God.
Ooh, that's a cold move, bruv. I have a feeling White didn't anticipate that move. That's an easy one to miss.
Okay. I'm just going to say, just as a... White could play rook f6, gf6, queen d5 to centralize, right? Let the knight on g6 go. And just keep playing that position.
Okay, but wouldn't you? I mean, I'd rather be black. We're gonna
Yeah.
poke around.
Yeah, the white king's going to be risky.
Oh man, I'm watching the live feed here. Amazing.
Maybe the knight should take on h4, sell itself.
Well, that's one of the moves he's thinking about. I can't do this when they're down to like under 20 seconds. I just start losing it. I'll have to move, and they're willing to go to 3 seconds. They don't care.
Yeah. Neil's
All
pretty
right,
good
Rook
like
F6
that.
played. Rook F6 played. All right.
Yeah.
You called that. You're a GM today, buddy.
Yeah, now after gf6, maybe play knight takes h4 there. And then queen takes h4, queen d5. And just be like, I've got every pawn.
Yeah, when you gamble, this is what you get. All right, knight h4. You're a genius today, bud. Knight h4.
Plays it quickly.
And
It's 3 results, Jesse. It's 3 results.
Oh, man. So really, it's just a question of like, can White consolidate before he gets mated? If he can, he's winning.
You think it's enough to win? He might.
Well, he's gonna probably take the d pawn next, and
I could imagine him being like locked down and not able to make progress. Like his pieces are just stuck stopping rook e1 and he can't move anything, but black can't quite beat him. So
yeah, I can imagine that too.
Yeah.
And the loose king will help White maybe get a queen trade, because that's the ideal for White, is to get that queen trade.
Woo! Black grabs one of those pawns, so now there's no 2 connected passer situation. If knight f5...
Oh my god, knight h4, he's like, no, I don't care.
If knight
rook
f5...
b3, exclam.
If knight f5, though, Jesse, he is letting the knight live. If knight f5, rook b1, rook d1, bishop d1, the queen on a5 covers the mate.
Did he miss that?
Well, I don't know. What do you see after knight f5?
Oh, buddy, he might have missed that. Yeah, because the queen looks at e1.
Is there anything with knight f5, rook b1, rook d1, queen e5?
Maybe rook e2 also. But yeah, queen e5.
Rook takes b1.
Queen e5, maybe he could play rook takes b1, Jamil.
Knight f5 played here, yeah.
But rook takes e2 is hectic. Rook b1, rook d1, rook e2.
Oh, I think
no, there's knight takes g3. What am I talking about?
I think he blundered this, bud, with rook takes b3. He was going for the gold. Sometimes when you're winning a bunch of games, you think you're a genius, and then, oh no, you're not.
Queen f4.
Queen f4 played.
Queen d5 looks like it defends everything.
Everything.
I'm going +4.
Queen d5 on the board.
+4. The man is done. Knocked off of his hill.
Yeah, rook d1 looks like welcome to the dojo time right there.
Crispy critters.
Oh, dude, Parham gets knocked from the throne, dude. No more king of the mountain for you, buddy.
Oh, God. I mean, the thing is, you can't... there's that thing about, going into a battle of wits with a Sicilian. Right? You can't go into a battle of bullet skills with Nihal. That's not what you want. That's not what you want. Oh, he even just plays king f2, reconquering some of those dark squares with his own king. Feels so good to get that queen out
Ooh,
of
king
g3.
f2, not even rook d1.
Yeah.
That's rude, dude. That's
Yeah.
rude. He's like, I'm just gonna play king f2 on you.
Yeah. But it feels so good, right, to get that queen out of g3. Oh. Ay, ay, ay. That's right, Gorgchild. Matthias Bluebaum's game has apparently finished. How do we imagine it finished? He probably beat Arjun. What is happening at this tournament, Jesse? Bluebaum's going to beat Prague and Arjun in one tournament?
Dang.
Ask him at what point in his life he realized he was going to be a 2700. Has he always felt like a future super GM? Did he ever doubt it?
So rook e5, buddy. I think the easy one is queen d8, king h7, queen d3, and you say welcome to the dojo.
Mm.
It's very unpleasant for a peasant.
Yeah. Bishop d3, queen takes d2 is a little more unclear.
Is queen f6 worth looking at?
Maybe. Queen
No.
f6, they
Oh,
could take the
no,
knight
hold on.
with the rook.
Yeah, the knight's hanging.
And then you could go queen f5 check, queen f5, bishop d3. That's pretty cold.
And now
That's
Nihal,
pretty cold. Nihal could do
Nihal
that.
has time now. He's
Oh, they
he's
made
over
time
40.
control. So he could play your queen f6 move. That just wins. Oh, that's like nothing left to say.
Well, queen d3 is also, but why is queen f6, rook f5?
Queen f5.
Bishop.
Oh, queen f5. Okay.
Yeah.
I have a feeling you guys saw that like 3 minutes ago, and I just saw it now. Yeah, basically the king on h7, with whether you play queen f6 or queen d3, the king on h7 is el big problemito in casito.
Yeah, this thing is done. Should I put you to a different game, Jesse, or what should I do? Because I do have
Yeah,
to go
probably
for-
because you're gonna leave us right now.
Yeah, you want to get
Yeah,
the
let me
Geary
look
game
around
should
for a
last,
second.
right? They just made
So-
move 40 with the rook ending. But you can pick your game. You can pick your game.
Oh, it's
Are
a
you-
hard choice.
Are you guys on a study?
No, we're just watching. He's just gonna put us onto a game, and then that's all we get. That's all the food we get until he comes back.
I called queen f6 from Nihal.
I
That's
guess
the end.
just given the standings, we got to look at this end game with Mishra, dude.
Okay. I'll put
It's
you
gonna be
there.
boring for chat, though. It's gonna be boring for
I'll
chat.
pop back in if I can for a minute here or there. If you see another game you want to switch to, you can let me know.
All right. Queen f6 played, by the way.
Yeah.
All right. So the famous endgame. Now, fans are going to be disappointed. They'll be like, "This is boring, cry. What are you doing to me?" But Jamil, what's your take on this? Is this winning for white or not?
Oh, it's probably a draw, no?
Oh, I have to sink into it for a second.
Because the a7 rook is inferior to the c1 rook. You always tell me that in order of preference, you want the rook either behind the passer, lateral to the passer, or in front. So, like, yeah, I don't see how white holds on to that pawn.
Yeah, so let me do a basic variation here. Could be king d4, king d6. Well, then we have a question. If first of all, if c8 queen, rook takes, rook f7, king e6, that looks like a draw to me. However, after I go king d4, king d6, are you threatening to take the pawn? That's my little question. And I'm not into that. I don't know. I don't know if you are. So king d4 played, and that's the real little little stinger here. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this is
So,
very
so what are you
difficult.
talking about? You're talking about king d6, c8 queen.
No, no, no. I'm saying, first of all, let's do the C8 queen because that'll help people. So if we go king d6, C8 queen, rook takes f7, king e6, that should be a draw. Okay. But what I'm getting at is on king d6, you're not threatening to take the pawn yet. At least I don't think you are. So white has a free move to do something nasty to you. Now, is it something special? Well, we're gonna find out. But that's where it gets real nervous for me if I'm black. And black can also think about, well, if I'm afraid of whatever white's got up his sleeve after king d6, maybe I can do some kind of solidifying move now. Also, maybe you could try to hold with, let's say, well, okay, let's just say on king d7, then c8 is probably winning. So king d7, c8, king takes, rook takes f7, and that looks real bad because your king is cut. That you have chances to hold it, but it just looks real bad. So I think we can say that king d7 is the move we can rule out as being probably lost. And so the candidates could be like king d6, maybe even a soft move like rook c2. Maybe a move like f6. Oh, no, f6 doesn't look good. Oh, maybe f6. And you got to wonder about like white throwing in f5 at some point. In general, Jamil, I'm with your first instinct that probably black should hold this, but there's some spice. Clutch easily says we don't take on c7 until your rook moves. Well, right, but the question is like you play king d6, what attempts at building the position do I have while we're waiting for you to figure your life out, right? That's kind of what I'm wondering. Hey, guess how does a king get to b6? Well, if it gets to b6, it's over, but I don't know how it gets to b6. Yeah. Graham says Nihal played queen takes f6. Jamil is a GM today.
Who said that?
Graham Duras in chat, dude. Yeah, I think he's getting. Yeah, he resigned, dude. It's over. Crispy critters. Dang. Actually, so I want to find. I'll get the stream of Anish going on. Anish from here. They got plenty of time. Well, Jamil, unfortunately, we can't move the pieces, but we can do it in our heads. So let's try this out. So you're going to play king d6, right?
Yeah, I think probably black's best move, no? What else?
I mean, the point is, even if you play a move like rook c2, I still have to find something special. If you might say to yourself, I'm worried about f5, and therefore you don't play king d6. So let's just go for it, f5.
So this is after king d6, right?
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, I think if rook takes c7, then it's lost for black.
Uh-huh, for sure.
F5.
I think
If
GF is
take
the first question is take. Could you just take it?
okay, well,
Yeah.
let's look at no, I was thinking I was just looking at queen. It's a C8 queen.
Mhm.
Rook takes F7. But then I guess you go king back to E6, don't you?
No, I think most accurate would be rook C2 because if you go king E6, I have rook H7 and maybe I got a little something something. But rook C2, then you just go win a pawn and I don't got anything.
But now, so okay, rook C2, rook takes
By the way, he maybe was
F5.
afraid. Wait, Jamil, we got to go to the live game. So he was afraid of something like king E6 F5 and played rook C2 instead. And I think this move has a lot of merit because it now, I think, threatens king D7, right? I'm threatening king D7 now because C8 will no longer do it because I'm getting so much play against your pawns. So I think the natural try for white would be now king D3, but then I think black will probably play just rook C1 like a chump.
Hold up. If king D7, what are you saying? Queen, king takes C8, rook takes F7, rook takes, sorry, yeah, F7, rook takes H2, rook G7,
Yeah, and then like H4.
uh, rook takes G6.
HG, that's a draw. But let's not get carried away here for a second. So rook C2 on the board, right? Um, we don't. I think King D3 is forced, or let's just see. The first question would be King D3. I think, by the way, this Rook C2 is much better on a practical level than King D6 because, like, now I might threaten King D7, and also just like, what do you do? There's no F5. F5, I assume I'll just take it again. Yeah, white needs a clever move here. Say H3 is a candidate move. Um, yeah, there's a lot of king and pawn endgame calculation stuff going on. This eval bar, by the way, I'm just going to get rid of it because this was for a different game. So I'm going to put my eval for this position as 0.2, Jamil. I'm going to say
Point two.
0.2,
Okay. So
basically
you,
equal.
yeah, you think it's practically a draw then?
I mean, I don't know. I think this is a moment where you can have some real creativity for white. Like even if you're not winning, you could set some dirty traps and stuff. Hmm.
I mean, what's your intuition here for white?
I think H3 would be a good question to ask. And I don't know if it's special or anything, but I'm just trying to increase the kinetic energy of my pawns by pushing them.
And what do you want to go G4 next?
I might. Depends what you do. Let's see what happened here. H3, I'm a GM today, Jamil. I'm a GM today, buddy. Yeah, I think G4 at some point is going to be an interesting question for Black to face because he doesn't really, well, he could think about moving his F pawn, but it's dangerous to move the F pawn. because then G6 becomes weak. And when I play G4, then I might play my F5 thing in some interesting way. Still probably a draw, but yeah, H3 is the move to give him a little bit of messy with it. Oh, I've lost. I'm completely out of the picture here. We got Bruce is out of the picture. Jamil's out of the picture. Where am I? I gotta be able to sit somewhere where I'm seen.
And what happens if black just sits like king d6, king?
Where am I, boss? Barely the picture. You were saying King D6?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, fair question.
Because there's no c8 queen. I mean, black's king is close enough to defend the pawns. You lose
Okay,
f7, but
I'll go G4.
king d6, g4. What do you think, Jesse? Takes?
Maybe your call. You're playing black.
Okay. H takes g.
All right, H takes. Now, by the way,
F5.
I just want to
F5?
stress. I always want to stress the king and pawn endgame might be holdable after rook c7, but let's try f5 first. I think f5 is very frisky. G5. I think now you're probably lost.
Here's another idea. F6 rather than F5.
Well, f5, let's just say f5, g5, it's lost. So let's bring it back because I know the chat is watching and they're probably like, what? How come Cry can't even see him in the picture, bud? So we're looking at h3, king d6, g4, hg, hg, and f5 seemed really bad due to g5, and Jamil wanted to look at f6. And I guess Jamil's intention is that if rook a6, he's going to go king e7. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
Okay.
How come you can't move the pieces?
Because this is a live board and Bruce is the holding the fort. He'll come back in a second.
Okay.
Yeah, f6 looks reasonable. Mhm. Say I go king e4 there to me.
After F6.
Maybe you'd play rook c7 then. Honestly, I don't know. Wait, I got a better idea. Not king d4. So everybody, just so we get the right position in our heads here, we're talking about h3, king d6, g4, snip snap, and then f6. And now the move I want, Jamil, is g5.
F6, G5. And where's the king in this position?
King's on d4, white king's d4, black's on d6.
No, hold up.
So from the position on the board, bro, we've got h3 played, king d6 was your move, g4,
Oh,
h2,
yeah, yeah.
g, f6, and then I'm playing g5. That's a little frightening.
Yeah, I suppose the problem is the king's close enough to the F file to defend, but not to the G file.
Clutch Easily is saying, can Mishra also play F5? He can, but the problem there is I'm going to play G5 and the pawn on G6 is going to fall to a later rook A6. When that bad boy falls, that looks bad. Is it possibly holdable? Maybe. Okay, maybe, but it looks very frightening. Yeah. And Mishra, I'm watching him tank on this. Uh-oh, he's taking off his glasses sometimes. That's no good. It's funny, I've had a lot of positions actually like this where we were talking to Jamil earlier about the story of you playing a kid and you're like, I'm gonna play an endgame. And then you play an endgame, you kind of outplay the kid, and then you get something like this, and it's like, well, you're probably not gonna win. It's probably gonna be a draw. Okay, so we're looking at H3, and let's just say the obvious thing here. Rook C2 was a cool looking move, but the disadvantage is from C2 you can't check my king because if you go Rook D2, I'm going to play King C3 and you're done. So that is a disadvantage, and a prudent thing after H3 might even be to play Rook C1. So like I would say Rook C1 and King D6 are the main candidate moves after H3.
Yeah, but Rook C1, you just sit in that case.
Well, and the question though that Black is trying to resolve is on Rook C1, how do I feel about this G4 move that's about to come? And what am I going to do?
And would you consider something like Rook C6?
Okay, Rook C6, G4. Oh, actually, we got to say Rook C6 right now is a blunder because of Rook A6.
Oh yeah, you're right.
But just in general, when you sit like that, like I want to play G4, G5. And once I get G4, G5, and then the C8 thing is going to be meaningful because I'll take on F7 and then G6 will be weak. I'm watching the live cam of Mitra, and he's got like ants in his pants, dude. He's bouncing up and down, losing his mind a little bit. Yeah, Nihal crushing right now. Tournament. Yeah, and I guess Nihal has to play Bluebound next round. How about that? F5 played. Holy moly. H3, F5 was played.
Rook B7.
And then fairly quickly he played Rook B7. White played Rook B7. And then Black played Rook C1. I want to admit that I don't understand Rook B7 right away. Oh, he's trying to zug him. He's trying to give him the battle of the zugs. So Rook B7, Rook C1, King D3. He's trying to say, Black, am I running you out of moves or something? Seems weird. What are we doing here? He played Rook B7 so quickly. At this point, Jamil, I'm going to go ahead and say it looks like Anish is fishing a little bit. You know, he's fishing around a little bit.
And would you even consider here Rook B? Oh, it's Black to move, but some check on the sixth rank.
Maybe, but I don't know what it does. After like King F7, what are we doing?
Yeah.
So let's just say the advantage of F5 was that he didn't have to think about all that G4, G5 stuff that I was doing. Rook C5 played makes a lot of sense.
By the way, Jesse, I'm around if you want to switch boards.
Okay.
I can give you a different board, and then I can come back later.
Okay. It seems to me, are you going to be with us for half a second, or do you need to go?
I got half a second. Yeah.
What do you think? Draw position here with Anish and Mishra?
Looks like it, yeah. Black rook's active, white's up 1 pawn, doesn't have a special advantage on the other side of the board, so.
Yeah, looks like they're gonna.
I'm updating some scores on the standings here, folks. I hope I'm getting them right, but I see that Parham did, in fact, lose his first game.
Yeah.
So I've got him on 5 out of 7. I think Aragaisi lost, so I put him on 4.5 out of 7. I put Sarin, and I'm putting Blue Bomb at 5.5. Are those guys playing each other tomorrow, maybe?
Yeah, they got it, right? Forced pairing tomorrow.
I don't know.
2 guys under 2,700 in the lead.
Yeah. So is that all? Like, that's like the top 4 board results pretty much if we imagine Giri and Mishra drawing. If Giri won, he could play one of those other 2. Firouzja's going to be at 5, so he'll be in the pack half a point behind, along with Neiman and some others. It looks like a lot of bloody games today.
Yeah.
Giri and Abhimanyu officially drew. Okay. So we need to fish for another game, Jesse.
So Firouzja's up there now.
Yeah.
And Nordebek Senior, Abdu Senior, is like, he's maybe back in it too.
Has his game finished, or
He won, yeah.
he won?
Yeah.
Whew. Okay.
So we're of the top boards, we're mostly done. I guess. How about we go to that Prague game, Bus?
The Prague game.
Let's look at the Prague game.
There's
can't
also
tell you.
Gurel Gukesh, where they're each queening pawns. Their endgame.
Oh, really, dude? Hold on. Wait, I
brutal.
forgot all about the world champion. He was on such a low board, I couldn't even find him.
Well, Prague's game looks hot too, right? Because he's going for Rajasthan's king.
Oh my God. Oh no, dude. This has got to be Gukesh is doing that. He's got the same pawn roller that who was it, dude, that did it to him?
That Theodoru did to him yesterday. But
Yeah,
there's also a
Theodoru
pawn on
did that.
h6, so it's a two-way street this time.
Oh yeah, let's spend a moment here, because if Gukesh castles long, that would be a thing for chess history.
All right, I'm going to give you like 10, 20 minutes and then pop back in if you need to switch boards.
All right.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. Blood Queen's here. I gotta get my face back. Oh no! Oh, death destruction.
What you do?
My chessboard's falling over and stuff. All right, Jamil, what's going on in this position, buddy? World champion against the kid.
Let's see. So, 4v4, yeah, equal material. Although black's pawn structure is arguably marginally better. I think I'd rather be black.
Oh
actually.
yeah, I think we'd rather be black.
Yeah. And why didn't black play c2?
Because the c2 pawn needs help, so he wants to get the connected passers going on.
Yeah, but if just c2 now.
Well,
let's
then
say
it would
c2
be
instead of
rook
d5.
c1. It'd be rook c1, and you're going to lose your coconut. But I think let's ask it this way, Jamil. Is c2? I think the question is c2 now a threat? And the reason I'm asking that is White's most ambitious move here would be g4, intending g5, g6.
But hold up, just humor me here. c2.
Yeah. Okay, wait. You got to be clear on what position you're talking about.
Yeah, before d4.
Before d4, okay.
Yeah, so c2, rook c1, rook
Yeah.
c3.
So you're going to give me the d pawn? Rook takes d5.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, the rook's on f5. Okay, I see.
Yeah. Okay. So d4 makes some sense. And yeah, hard moment for white. Could he play g4? Question. Or is he those pawns just gonna roll? Now, one important thing is whenever the pawns do roll, the black rook will want to go to either d2 or c3, and then you got to worry a little bit about bishop b4. All right, dude plays rook c1, passive. Passive, but at least it does hold the black pawn at bay for half a second. So the
Now,
natural,
would you be more inclined to try and push for, you know, rook d2 followed by d3?
well, it's
Sorry,
definitely,
followed by c2
hmm.
d3.
So rook d2 is definitely the big question. Could rook d2 be played? And there's the big problem for black is that the rook on h7 and the bishop on d8 aren't really helping us achieve our dreams. But rook d2 is the move we'd like to play. It's hard to imagine actually another move.
I mean, would you no. I was gonna say, is there any way to get a6, b5 in bias? Yeah.
The virtue, by the way, of b5 is not so much to get those pawns up, but at some point I might want to play bishop b6 to look at the f2 pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Oh, in fact, yeah, rook d2, and even if you don't go, uh, yeah, even if you don't go c2 next, you go bishop, b5, rook takes, bishop b6, rook back to f5, and you've improved your bishop at least to some degree. Then I guess you go, yeah, I mean, black should be winning here, I think.
okay, let's try to find a variation, boss. So,
Okay,
what do you
rook
want?
d2.
Rook d2. Okay, so rook d2. Now, white has, by the way, I don't know another move besides rook d2 that makes sense to me. Gukesh is going to try to find said move, but I don't know what that move is. Okay, so let's do just the first question, Jamil. How about g4? Well, c2 would be the natural question, right?
Yeah, c2. What do you want, g5?
I'm thinking about it. Let's go g5. This is hot. Very hot.
Here's another question.
Uh-huh.
Um, rook d2, g4, bishop h4.
Okay, interesting. But are you really threatening his thing? Let's say I go g5 anyway.
Yeah, bishop h4 is a bit meretricious, I think.
Oh, meretricious.
Good word.
So g4. By the way, I don't know if g4 is right. I just know that if I'm black, that's the one that scares the bejesus out of me.
Okay, well, in any event, if we go, yeah, rook d2, g4, c2, g5, what do you want? You want to see what happens if we do d3,
Might as
but
well.
then you go g6.
But the party's not over. You go rook d1.
Uh, let's say, oh,
Pawn
you're
takes
gonna take?
rook. Say pawn takes rook. Rook takes rook. Queen. And then we asked a simple question. Rook g1 check. King takes. Pawn queen. What the hell's happening here, Jamil? I don't know. I don't know, buddy, but I can get another. Both sides can get another queen in half a second.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go back to the main event. We got rook c1, and we don't see another plausible move
Here's a
besides.
okay. How about we sack the bishop, Jesse? So like rook c2, g4. Sorry,
Wait, wait,
rook
wait, wait,
d2,
wait,
g.
wait, 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 wait. You're saying crazy things. You said rook c2, which didn't make any sense.
Yeah, my bad. Rook d2,
So rook c1,
g4,
rook d2, g4,
c2.
c2, g5,
Bishop takes g5,
bishop g5. Okay, good question. Rook takes. And now I see
d3.
I'm going d3. Okay, good. Now, here's where we got to spend a second.
What? Rook g7?
There's a lot of different moves here. That's amazing.
Interesting. Okay, I've just calculated too. So can I tell you what I see?
Okay.
So rook d2,
Uh-huh.
g4,
Yeah.
c2,
Yeah.
g5. Bishop
Okay.
takes g5. Um, rook takes
Uh-huh.
g5, d3,
Uh-huh.
rook g7.
Okay, wait. White has so many different moves there.
Okay.
You have a win after rook g7?
Uh, rook d1, rook takes h7, rook takes c1, rook moves, I don't know, somewhere, let's say to g7, rook g1, king takes g1, c1 queen. Okay, rook d2 played. And
Yeah.
black does queen first, but is there any way to prevent white from queening?
Well, also, I just want to stress on that one position, Jamil. You were assuming rook g7, and there's so many different moves for white. Now, let's do this, Jamil. We don't want before we rabbit hole the whole thing with g4.
Mm.
Let's just look at it for a second and ask ourselves, is there another move besides g4? For example, king f1 might be clever. The intention of king f1 is to say c2 is your only building move. And when you play it, I'm going to play king e1 and you'll be destroyed. So in addition to g4, king f1 looks like a problem to black. Dude, Gukesh could castle long here, my friends. Whew. Jamil, do you know what that means when we say castle long?
Uh, Probably not in the sense that you're
Castles
meaning.
longs mean when you lose 3 times in a row. So you got 0, 0, 0.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um, so king f1. If c2, you're saying king e1.
Yeah.
Now I do wonder, is there any ideas with b5 to
Maybe.
get the
Yeah.
bishop either on the a5 square or the b6 square?
Mm-hmm.
So if king f1, let's delay c2 momentarily, and let's go b5.
So I'm just first. Let's just do some basics. So we got king f1 as a candidate move. G4. Are we seeing anything else? For example, isn't bishop g7 a candidate move? Looks pretty
Yeah,
obvious.
just locking the rook. Uh-huh.
Locking the
And
rook
then
and like I think freezing your pawns. It's very difficult for you to do anything now. Well, okay, wait. Let's just say it. Yeah, if bishop g7, the key question is c2. I don't know. Maybe bishop g7 doesn't do anything in that case.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Okay, so many candidate moves. Rook c1 was clever from a practical point of view because it got us some time. He spent 6 minutes on rook d2, and then it's our choice. Then it's our choice of what to do next. So we got g4 and king f1. We have not figured out bishop g7 working. It looks super weird, but there might be a world in which a4 does something. Because the bishop can come back to guard c2 or something, but it doesn't really make sense to me. So is that it, Jamil, in terms of moves?
Is there a world where black wants to play bishop e7?
That didn't cross my mind, but maybe. Huh? That's a lot. Maybe even if king f1, then maybe bishop e7.
Mm-hmm.
Keeping and then if I take, the king is cut. Oh yeah, that could be disastrous for me. Good move, bishop e7. So actually,
So
let's see
king
if we
f1,
can.
I think, yeah, bishop e7.
Let's see if we can process of elimination this. So if king f1, does bishop e7 refute king f1? Very simple move. And the problem with the king on f1 is if I don't get to e1, then c2, rook d1 is the threat of doom. Yeah, okay, so bishop e7. I don't know. I don't know what to do after that. King f1, bishop e7. Biscuit Fiend says, ooh, drug test drama. Well, I want to know about that. Did I tell you, Jamil, I'm going to be part of this tournament where they're going to give us some drugs before every game, and they're going
Yeah?
to have us fight against each other.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm part of this tournament in October where they're
What
going to
drugs
give
are they
us,
going to give you?
it's a cocktail.
Is it drugs or supplements?
Good question. Uh, I think most of them I would call supplements. They're not giving us Adderall, for example, but they're claiming that it's fast acting enough that it's not something that would normally, like with supplements, you would think you'd need if you're going to see an effect, you'd have to take it for weeks, right? But anyways, they've
What
got
are they
big
giving
claims.
you?
What's that?
What are they giving you?
Here, I can go look. One interesting, it's a very new drug, so I don't know if Gemini is going to know. What's in the drug mental athlete? I think it's not on the market yet, so it might not actually know. No, it doesn't know. It doesn't aware of that. So I gotta find the email.
So you're going to be the guinea pig.
I'm gonna be a guinea pig with a bunch of other people. Yeah, and we're gonna like play a tournament. And I don't
King
know
F1 played.
anything about the drug. Ooh, King of One play, dude. I don't know anything about the drug too much, just that it's got these supplements in it with a bunch of roots and fancy stuff. But Bishop E7, oh, wait, it's not on the board yet, Cry. I had it on the board before. Yeah, so
Yeah.
to us, you guys, King F1, Bishop E7 looked really like a good move. Kind of an easy move to miss because it seems like Black doesn't have the right to do a move like Bishop E7. But once you look at it, it's like, oh, yeah, Bishop E7. Very simple and strong. Because the bishop can't go to G7 to Bishop A3. If you let me take on F8, then I'm just going to take your pawn on H6. Oh, wait, Jimmy, here, wait, there's a, wait a sec, wait a sec, wait a sec, wait. Bishop
This is
E7,
why you have
time
him
out,
around.
time out.
Go on.
What about G4, buddy? What about bishop e7, g4? How do you live through that?
Okay. Bishop e7, g4.
They are giving
And,
Jesse black coffee and a baby aspirin.
and you're saying if we go c2, king e1 saves the
King
day.
e1 is still saving me, yeah.
Bishop e7, g4, bishop takes.
Bishop takes, rook takes, king somewhere, g5. That looks terrible. Where you at, though?
King e7. So let's say, bishop takes, rook takes, king d7, g5, king e7. You're saying g6.
Could be g6, yeah. But maybe, Jamil, what you could do is you could say king c7, g5, rook e7. Let's just go down this rabbit hole for a second. G6. No, and c2, I just play rook takes c2. My pawns are too strong. Goodbye, baby blue. Goodbye, baby blue. Okay, so let's go back and start. King f1, bishop e7 seems to run into problems to g4. We have not solved that yet. King f1 was one of our key moves that we were discussing, but then after bishop e7, we couldn't figure it out. Then now we're looking at it and we're like, oh, bishop b7, g4 looks like what they call a hassle in the castle.
Here's a question. Is there a rook sack?
There might
So
always be a rook stack, but what do you mean?
bishop e7. Sorry, no, a rook sack, a bishop sack. Bishop e7, g4. No, I was thinking bishop takes a3, bishop takes a3, rook takes h6.
Mm-hmm. Now maybe, but the drama there is really that the bishop on a3 is a very useful guardian of the dark squares.
Very true.
All right, so king f1, Gukesh is tanking. Now, one thing I want to say with slight shame is that I proposed king f1, but then Jamil bullied me with bishop e7. I was like, oh, okay, you're right. And I should have kept looking. I should have kept looking. Askill saying, do you have to bring the other rook from d2 via e2 to stop both white passed pawns? But how would you do that? Because the bummer is it's very hard for you to play d3, and then after c2, it's king e1. Oh, king f1 is a hell of a drug. Okay, so here, let's just talk basics. King e1 is only a deadly threat when after c2 happens, which is what black wants to do. So the question is, can black do some kind of move that's a building move besides that? Maybe
King
b5, like
d7.
we were talking about. Maybe some kind of king d7 or b7, or I don't know. Yeah. Problem with king d7, b7, though, is you still haven't created a threat.
So king d7, g4, king e6. Just at least delaying g5 by a move. Or are you really? Yeah, you are. Yeah, king d7, g4, king e6, and then you got. I suppose you probably want to move the rook somewhere, don't you?
I don't even know if they're showing his game because it's like, oh, shoot. Yeah, he's on such a low board that they're not even showing it, dude. They're not even showing it on YouTube. They're like, oh, we're not even gonna come. You don't even get it. Oh man, brutal. Totally brutal. Okay, so Gukesh is in the tank.
So yeah, did you consider king d7?
Okay,
Let's
help
say
us understand though.
g4,
What's
king
what's
d7.
your idea with King D7?
Well, for one, if I get my king to e6, I at least make it such that white can't immediately play g5. Two, if there is any bishop e7 ideas, um, if I take on f8, it doesn't come with check. He doesn't recapture with check.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay.
I mean, I don't have a concrete reason for it, but they just seem like intuitive things that you probably want to enable.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so what Jamil is saying is after King D7, if I play G4, King E6, it's hard to find a move for white.
Yeah, and actually, it might even be okay. So here's the thing: King
Okay, wait.
e6 might not be the best. So what if King d7, g4, Bishop e7?
Okay, wait, Jamil. I have a simple question. King D7 is interesting. What about Rook D5 check?
Okay, let's say King e6.
No, I'm taking your bishop
Oh
to
wait, my bad.
D8.
Yeah, okay, King e8.
Okay, and now bishop G7. And it seems like you're losing all your stuff.
Bishop. Oh, where would you move the bishop to?
G7.
No, no, for black.
No, I mean, it's done. It's over. So King D7 is refuted by Rook D5, King somewhere, and then Bishop G7, and you lose the coconuts. It was a good idea,
Yeah.
though, for sure. Um, the other thing that this helps us think about, I think, is, well, okay, right. That if it were White's move, then Rook D5 would just be kind of hard to meet because of Bishop G7 ideas.
And we didn't like. Um, no, sorry, someone in the chat was just revisiting Bishop e7, g4, Bishop takes a3, Bishop takes a3, Rook takes h6, and I get that, but
I was into that variation too. The bummer for me that's really hard to imagine is
yeah,
my
the
bishop
bishop's
is
covering
now,
the queening
yeah, my
square.
bishop's covering all these important squares now.
I mean, is there anything with Rook h1?
I mean, it's White's move is the bummer after that Rook H6 thing. So I could do all kinds of things there.
Yeah.
The obvious move would be G5. Okay, you guys. King F1. The king, dude, might castle long here. Oh, it'd be such a brutal world if he castles long here. Ooh, man. I don't even know if I want to say he's been playing bad chess either. He's been, the games he's lost has been just, oh, man. Also, like when Gukesh was on his rise, like when he won the Olympiad with a score of a gazillion, he was crushing like these 2600 types just game after game. And now, ooh. Hey, David, you're back, buddy. Take a look at this thing. We're having trouble finding a way for Gukesh to hold this position, bro.
Okay. It looks like he's mostly been tanking for the last 20 minutes.
Yeah, there's been some tanking.
Not too many moves have been played since I was here. I mean, there was already a pawn on d4 and rook on d2.
Mm-hmm. But this King F1 move, so let me just say, on move 45, we were debating between G4. Oh, a move has been played. Between G4 and King F1. Bishop E7 was just played. Now, one of the things that happened while you were gone is I proposed King F1, and then Jamil came up with Bishop E7, and for a moment it seemed like I was getting hosed with Bishop E7.
Uh-huh.
Let me just explain it first before we go down the long variation. So if white takes on E7, then the purpose of F1 will really be shattered, because the purpose of King F1 is if you ever play C2, I need to have King E1. So then if I take on E7, the rook comes to E7, and then I'm really threatening C2, rook D1.
Okay.
Okay.
Why couldn't he play C2 before?
Instead of if you played C2 right now instead of Bishop E7, then King E1 happens.
Just comes straight and there's nothing.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So the variation now we were looking at after Bishop E7 is G4, and we could not find a path to anything for black.
G4. So you traded on F8, white played G5, etc.
Yeah. And the bummer is it's always really hard for black to get his coconuts moving. G4 played. Oh, damn, this kid is evil. This kid's dude, he could castle long, bro. He could castle long. When was the last time, we could ask Gemini, when was the last time a world champion castled long? Ooh, actually, I won't
Is there any merit to rook takes h6, bishop takes h6, bishop a3?
If there was, he could have done it last move, right? Without playing bishop e7, right?
Oh, the bishop was on d8, wasn't? Oh, wait. Okay.
Oh no, you're right. The bishop was on d8. Yeah. Okay. So he couldn't have.
Yeah.
But okay, I guess.
No, this just looks like you sacked everything.
Rook h6, bishop h6, bishop a3, bishop d2. And then I guess takes on c1, takes on c1, d3, rook d5, and yeah, the cleanup. Oy, oy, oy.
Oh, okay. We got Gemini is beautiful, dude. So Gary, of course, I remember this, lost 3 games in a row in 1986. But wait a second. In 1986, was he officially the world champion at that point?
Yeah, he was world champion in 85.
Okay.
Okay, do you want to show me the rook endgame real quick? Like what happens if you play, I don't know, king d7?
Sure. Let's look.
Does white play g5?
Actually, maybe Jamil's king e6 is going to bite us in the butt right there. That might be a key detail, David.
King e6, g6.
Yeah, that's another key detail. Okay, but G6, and if we play rook takes, oh yeah, that pawn's cruising. Rook H6, bishop H6, king F5, G7, and we're done. Yeah, okay.
Okay, so let's go G5.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
But if you don't have king E6, then king D7 doesn't make too much sense, right?
well, I was just thinking I might have to trade on F8 anyway, so
Fair,
just
okay.
pre-moving my king. But my danger is if I trade on F8 even now, you'll be playing G6, Rook H6, G7.
And also, even if I don't have that G6 stuff, your problem is your pawns aren't moving, but mine are.
Man, that those
It's fun.
kingside pawns are
It's
coming
funny, isn't it,
fast.
Jesse? It's funny because when Jesse and I first looked at this position, I think we both said we'd rather be black.
Uh-huh.
Well, and also like the very first glance, it's like you look at those big fatties on D4 and C3, and we
Yeah.
just saw the Theodoro game winning with those pawns, and they look great, but then you get into it and King F1 and you realize, oh no, there's no simple way for the coconuts to get pushed.
Okay. I'm going to keep trying here. King E8.
Okay. So we're gonna say G4, King D7, G5, King E8.
Yeah.
Okay, what's your idea on G6?
Hi, yeah.
Goodbye, mama. Goodbye, mama.
Oh my god, it's over, Jesse.
It's over.
I can't move anything. Dang. She's getting crushed.
Oh, and then before that, it was Tall Botvinnik, 1960. All of these examples, though, of course, are from a world championship match, which is maybe more understandable to lose 3 games in a row because you're playing a difficult opponent.
Yeah. And
You
then they
know,
just beat you and you play the same difficult opponent.
right? And it was like, but this is more like, when was the last time a world champion lost to 3 random chumps? You know?
Yeah. I mean, I think they're claiming they're not chumps, right? But lost to 3 non-world champions.
Mm-hmm. 3 games in a row in a tournament.
Whew. Okay, no spoilers, Jake. We'll say nothing more about that match.
He might have already lost because it's crazy. Gemini is saying that he lost to. It's bringing up this example and it's saying Mishra, Theodoro, and then it says another loss was also reported. But what do we mean another? So maybe this game is already over and we're 15 minutes behind.
He played bishop takes a3 here, Jesse. That's a move. Why didn't we even think of it?
Oh, we considered
We
bishop
did.
a3.
Okay, what
Yeah.
happens? Because Jamil gave me rook takes h6 to play bishop a3, and this is just the opposite order, right? We should have thought of that.
We did think of this,
Yeah,
and
we looked at this as well.
Man, Garel's playing fast.
Mhm. And honestly, we didn't go super deep here, but the general intuition, and now he has some time to think about it, is just that the bishop is such a monster at holding back the passed pawns.
So you think you eventually win with your g pawn because black's not doing anything.
Right. So candidate moves are G5 and King G2, for example.
King back to g2 after all that. That's funny.
Yeah, but
Because King
G5
f1
would
was
be
the move that hosed him, right? And now
yeah. G5 would be the one to first consider first, though, right? So G5,
okay.
your only shot, I guess, is Rook H1.
It might not be my only shot, but let's just calculate a direct line since that's easiest.
Okay.
We'll trade the rookies.
Trade the rookies, bishop takes.
And then play rook d1.
And then G6, and I
G6.
say goodbye.
So long. It's been good to know ya.
Bud Queen says that was her line.
Ay, ay, ay. Okay, g5, I will play rook to g6.
That is a sad move though, buddy. Now just try to like map out how would you ever yeah, how do you get through?
Yeah.
So yeah.
Uh,
Even
There's no way.
Rook h5 instead of rook g6.
you could think about rook h5, I guess.
Me too, Anushka. Me too. I always root for Gukesh. I would root for Gukesh if I got paired with him.
Oh, how sweet. How sweet. Yeah, I think he's going down, dude.
I guess against rook h5, we'd give check and start pushing. Oh no, then we can't defend the pawn here. Okay, so simpler would be an f4 would be simpler. Yeah, rook h1. Huh. Huh. Rook g6 was played though.
It was
Rook
played.
g6 was played.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here we go. In the 2015 London Chess Classic. Oh, this is former world champion. No, no, no. I don't want former. Anon lost 3 games in 2015. Okay. What about a sitting world champion?
Johan asking about rook e6. I think the point of rook e6 in another line was to cut off the white king so black could play c2 and rook d1. But now there's a bishop on a3. c2 and rook d1 doesn't even do anything. So I guess in general that means black's not doing very much, but so he just blocks the g-pawn for a moment.
Yeah, also rook f6 might be annoying if rook e6.
Mm-hmm. Jackson says Ding lost 4 in a row in Norway chess. I remember Ding lost almost every game while he was world champion.
All right, so at least according to Gemini, there is no example of a sitting world champion in a tournament. Castling law.
It was so pervasive. I don't even remember exactly where and when he lost, 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. But yeah, he lost every game.
How come you're using Gemini, Jesse?
Just because that's what I got used to. You're using the Chat GPT, right?
Actually, my favorite is Claude.
Okay. Wait, who designs Claude?
Anthropic.
Okay.
I use ChatGPT and Claude mostly.
Oh, Anthropic. I just saw them in the news. They're paying $1.5 billion for books they stole. Yeah.
It's not surprising.
So the thing that Anthropic did, this is like amazing, right? It shows you like the bright minds behind the artificial intelligence. So it's controversial to buy a bunch of books, right? And then feed them to your model because that may or may not be fair use for the books, right? But that's not what Anthropic did. They pirated every single book. They couldn't be bothered to buy the books. They just pirated every single book. So their case was open and shut.
And then just paid the fine.
And now they're paying $1 billion fine, yeah.
Okay.
But I don't think they planned on it. I think they were just dumb. Because, they could have bought the books for a small fraction of that, right?
That might be an example of move first and think later.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's easier to ask for what is it? Easier to ask for forgiveness than permission.
This is a done deal over
Yeah.
here.
I agree, Skibix. The damage is already done.
Um, you know me though, Jamil. I'm kind of late on the train to the AI stuff. The people in the dojo are really late. There's our key developer has a real attitude about AI. You know, he's like
Really?
because I think for the developing community, they're like, uh, they're gonna take us away, they're gonna ruin us, blah blah blah. Now, David,
Oh
did we
yeah.
have an attitude as chess players? I don't think we really had an attitude. Like, we weren't like, they'll never beat us, man. It'll
Oh, there
never
were a
happen.
few people who were like that. Yeah, Jesse. But it was a mix. It was a mix.
Yeah.
There were like, it's inevitable. There were people like, no, there's a few things that we can do that they'll never be able to do, like this beautiful positional move.
Yeah, because I
Yeah.
use Claude Code to program. Well,
Uh-huh.
but as I picked up programming again with Claude Code just because it made life so much easier.
But I mean, in general, wouldn't you say that these things might have slightly different strengths, but they're all growing rapidly, so it's kind of hard to assess which of them are best?
Well, I mean, it's changing by the millisecond, that's for
Yeah.
sure. But um, I don't think Google's a particularly good, Gemini is a particularly good LLM.
Okay. What do you think of Grok, dude? What do you think of Grok?
Grok's weird because I haven't really used it extensively, but
Mhm.
it's weird because when Grok 4 first came out, particularly in heavy mode, it was demolishing all the competitions in the like benchmarks that they use. But I don't know how well that translates to, you know, day-to-day AI usage because just because it can do some humanity's greatest, most difficult exam well, doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be a particularly useful AI assistant. Although it could be, I just don't know.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we got King G2 on the board,
Uh-huh.
David. Um,
I've got a little thought about this. There's a funny detail. Imagine black put the pawns on c2 and d3, and then they played rook to d1.
uh-huh.
After rook d1, you're not really threatening rook c1, bishop c1, because your pawns are
Uh-huh.
frozen. And generally, you're not even threatening d2, rook takes c2, because then the rook's attacking your pawn on d2. But with your pawns on d3 and c2 and rook on d1, black could play a move like rook e1 in some cases.
Well, this is what I was thinking, Dave, is that if you're black here,
Mm-hmm.
the only move that kind of makes any sense is C2,
Mm-hmm.
but then bishop B4 happens. Rook E2 seems forced. Then I play King F3. Then D3 seems forced. And then I play Rook D5 and I say, what?
Okay.
Because I'm going to take all your coconuts.
So c2. Jesse says bishop b4, forcing things along. I was thinking king f3, but okay, bishop b5.
King F3 might also work, yeah.
Rook there. King f3, challenging it. d3, rook d5.
That's just
Yeah,
painful.
that's the end of that.
Yeah, this kid, no fear. Man.
Yeah.
Oh, Gukesh, buddy. I mean, you got to feel for the guy, dude. Jeez. He wasn't even, he didn't even get his typical, well, I guess he did have some time pressure towards the end. Oh, man.
Would we consider rook d3 here? Does that do anything? But then I guess maybe rook.
Yeah, that
Hard to say,
keeps White's king at bay.
but it's also hard to say what you're doing.
Well, I guess what else do you have?
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
What am I trying to do? I'm trying to stave off or
You
delay
know,
instant defeat.
I mean, just F4 is going to be really tough to meet. It's not hard to see that one. And if White has other moves, of course.
Yeah. I mean, I'm feeling like I could win this endgame.
Yep. Yep.
But what would happen, Jesse, if we set up this endgame against a computer and we tried to win with White?
I'm traumatized by that computer experience, man. Against 3,700.
If that computer crushed you from the black side of this position, crushed you, no draw, no
Mhm.
hope.
Yeah. Right.
yeah, I don't even see how we can get the A and B pawns involved.
Yeah, this white rook on f5 is stopping the A and B pawns from joining the situation.
Well, as a Gukesh fan, David, do you have theories about what's going on with our champion here? Or do you feel it's like, this sometimes happens?
Do I have theories about what's going on? You know, he looked really good the first
Yeah, he
couple
looked
rounds
great.
here. You know, he came in guns blazing, super prep on his new Caro. And my big concern about him in the past, Jesse and I each have two different concerns. We each have a different concern about Gukesh. Jesse's concern has been his time usage. My concern has been his openings. You know, just his opening prep being a little bit all over the place, sometimes seemingly just missing, like there's no opening prep. And,
You get
you
the
know,
sense he's lazy or something, or
I don't think he's lazy. I was just like completely confused because he was playing the game and he didn't know what to do in the opening. And at a point in the game where normally a player of his level would be in their preparation, you see? I'm sure,
and
I mean, maybe he was working on his chess, but he didn't seem to have opening prep, right?
and Jesse, why'd you have your concern?
Well, first of all, you lose 3 games in a row, and it's going to happen to people. And do you take it as a sign of a crisis? It's going to feel like a crisis. Um, or is it just something that statistically you just got to accept? Um, Also, it's what I think is like there could be a crisis in his chess, but then with the 3 losses in a row, there could be a deep crisis in confidence. He's got all this pressure on him. He's going to fall to number 8 in the world. Oh, that's got to hurt. He might even fall to number 9 after this game, dude. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, Petrosian might have fallen to like 5 or 6 when everyone was calling him a chump back in the day. Oh, man.
Yeah. So the weird thing is, at this tournament, Jesse, he's had better opening prep and better time management.
Uh-huh.
But his results much, much worse than anything at the tournaments where we worried about, like, or where we mentioned this is the problem for him to work on. Either of our issues, right? So,
By the way, Sarin finally cracked back into 2,700. So he's back over 2,700. Dang, dang, dang. Here we go.
yeah.
And it's just, Caro's just laughing at all this from the sidelines, dude. Just laughing.
Right on.
How funny.
Right on. So yeah, I don't know what went wrong for Gukesh at this tournament so far. I think learning and growing is okay, as Anushka says, totally fine. But he seemed to be very strong already over the last year and a half, and he's having some trouble at this tournament for sure.
Oh, dude, yeah, he's dying.
So who's your money on for the World Championship this year?
Like who will be the challenger?
Well, do you think Gukesh will lose it? And if so,
I
who do you
think
think will take it from him?
I think it'll be close to 50-50 in the World Championship match, right? The harder thing is calling the candidate because I mean, there's nobody here who's going to be like a clear favorite against Gukesh. He's got the experience of winning a match,
Hmm.
which his challenger probably won't have. And, he's having a bad couple games here right now, but, his opponents are playing well. And I don't know, it's just a couple games, right? You could equally well look at 3 games in a row that he won at some point and say, okay, nobody has a chance. So I, I don't get too stirred up by a few games. So I would think the World
So,
Championship match would be close to 50-50.
okay, so you'd say that what Gukesh is probably, you wouldn't say he was a favorite, but there's about equal chance of him winning or losing it. Because I remember when Ding was world champion, everyone was, um,
Oh, yeah.
everyone was saying he wasn't going to keep it.
Right. Well, I was one of them. And the difference is Ding had 0 good games or tournaments for 2 years. 0. And he hardly played. Gukesh is playing nonstop. He's got plenty of good games and good tournaments. He just has a bad one here. But Ding was like number 23, 24 in the world. And that was only because he didn't play very much. If he played more, he would have dropped further. I mean, he was bleeding every time he played. And Gukesh is younger and still learning stuff and still improving, right? It's completely incomparable situation. And still, that World Championship match was close, right? Still, somehow it was close. So yeah, I think Gukesh will probably be like, maybe like a 52-53% favorite in the match, but basically 50-50.
Yeah.
Dude,
What do you
this
think of
kid is
Neto?
hammer blowing him, man. He's just blowing him off the board here. He's like, I'm not even gonna solidify anything. I'm just gonna rage you. Look at this thing, dude. Dang.
Is Grandmaster Vishnu a great coach? He recently started working with Nihal. Grandmaster Vishnu might be the best coach in the world. He's certainly got to be like top 5, and people don't know. But I actually got to talk to him once or twice. I had 2 phone calls with him this past year, so I got to know him
Right,
a
right.
bit. And he's just a genius, period. He's not just like, who was it who said like so and so is like a chess genius? I'm an all around genius. Was that Fisher?
It sounds like it.
Yeah, I think Fisher said like I'm not a chess genius. I'm a genius. Um, Vishnu is not just. Oh, you didn't say great coach. You said goat coach. Oh, you're doing the whole like greatest. Okay. Um, so Vishnu's not just a great coach. He's just a great person slash genius. Period. Um, and Nihal has finally cracked 2,700 today. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, I told you that like 10 minutes ago, but you don't listen to me.
I'm so excited about it, Jesse. Thank you. So, yeah, awesome. Just what he needed. Big breakthrough for Nihal. This was the biggest game of his career so far. He might have an even bigger one in the next couple days.
Here's a good one. The lowest ranking of a sitting world champion was ninth in the world by Kramnik in 2006. It's got to be said, though, that at that point, Kramnik was suffering from some weird neurological thing. So there was an actual like physical illness that was plaguing him at the time.
But Ding was lower than that, Jesse.
As a sitting world champion,
Mm-hmm.
that's actually true. Why is Gemini? Oh, then now they're gonna get. Hopefully, Jack isn't watching.
The real question is
See,
why you still listen to Gemini.
Yeah, honestly, Jesse, of all the AI models you could have picked, Gemini is not the one I would have recommended.
Yeah. Yeah, Chess Maxi has the quote more or less. I don't consider myself a genius at chess. I consider myself a genius who happens to play chess. Fisher.
Yeah, that sounds like a very Neiman-esque thing to say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
So yeah, Ding was down to number 14. So actually, yeah, Gukesh has a ways to go before he finds the depths of Ding. But that one too, actually, we were talking about because one of the interesting questions is something wrong with Gukesh?
Mhm.
And for Kramnik, there was a neurological thing. Definitely was at least something wrong. And we don't know exactly what's going on with Ding, but he was definitely suffering from some kind of depression,
Mhm.
some kind of hectic depression.
Yeah.
Also with Ding, it was clear like that guy had once been number 2 in the world and was expected to be the next great one. And then, yeah, had some kind of psychological funk that I guess the dude's still in.
Jesse, did you get Gurrell in the junior draft or was it Kostya?
We need to look that
Because
up,
I know
buddy.
one of you snagged him.
Oh, it's official. It's over.
Yeah.
It's
Rook
over.
B1, that was the Rezignatsk. He's just going to take B6 and...
Oh, Rook B. Dude, Bishop F4, Rook B1, that's clean. That's very nice.
Yeah.
Dang. It's beautiful. He's going to be showing that one to his grandkids. The first world champion I beat amongst many.
This was the first one.
Just Gain says it, dude. Through castling long. Excruciating. Well, guys, I gotta eat lunch and then I'm coming back to do I'm gonna come back to do the graduates because I did like 2.5 hours yesterday and then I gotta come back to do it again today.
Yeah. Go for it, Jesse. I got it from here. I'm going to
How much longer do you think you're gonna be on, boss?
till the games are done.
All right. All right, Jamil, I'll talk to you soon, bud.
All right, I'm gonna head off too. See you
All right,
guys.
bye.
Cheers, guys. All right, folks. So now we're going to get into all those long end games. We're going to find somebody grinding for 100 moves with 2 rooks against a queen. So let's go have a look. I also want to see the situation on these top boards. It looks like we had an all French encounter here where Maxime beat Etienne. Sindarov finally coming up a little bit, wins a second game for my junior team. Sam Shanklin drew with Ponomarev. Ray Robson in a slightly bad ending against Demchenko. A Wonder beat Korobov. Nice win for a Wonder. Gets back up to +1. Let's go up to these top boards. Richard Rapport beat Cheparinov, so he's going to be on 4.5. Yu Yang Yi beat Mendonca. Nepo won against Mamedov, so Nepo's on 4.5. Still in the running. Levon's playing with Pironic. Vidit won today, so he's going to be up to 5. That's in the leaders. Prague won 4.5 for him. Abdusatorov beat Tabatabai. Some stuff is being clarified here. And Hedonia. Yeah, that makes sense. Did the French play the French against each other? Is that what I'm supposed to find out here? There's a couple of games still going. We're going to click on one of them in a moment. The all French game. French defense. H4, H5 from Maxime. Wow. And then the rook joins in. The queen prepares to play. Black goes A5, A4. Like, that seemed a good idea. Oh, now Black's going to just sack on B4, right? He's got to try. No, not yet. What? I did not expect an endgame here. I expected some sacrifices. Oui, the sacrifice was interesting, but I don't know. I can wait too. Oh my god, it's a lot of waiting. Oh my god. Whew. Man, you got to be a French player to slog through a game like that, huh? 40 moves for one pawn trade. And then finally, the exchange sacrifice. I guess he was right. He could wait on that exchange sacrifice. What is your knight doing on A8, dude? Oh, no. What's keeping him from taking on D5 here? Where's this guy going? And the Rezignatsk. Whew! I mean, that was a pretty cool game if we had a few hours to appreciate it all. Thank you, Chess Games. Shirv Esipenko I just saw marked as a draw on move 1, and I don't know why or how or what. Yeah. Let me look for Nair Grishuk. Thanks for the recommendation. Ah, the 2 players without flags. Yes, yes. I'm going to make a first guess here, which could be totally wrong. I'm going to call it equal. To me, it's a very high percentage chance of a perpetual check for either player here. That's what my initial guess is based on, right? Like black could put this knight on f4. That'll keep this rook from getting through pretty much. And then, yeah, I mean, I don't know who's better or why, but it feels perpetually. I guess black's got more chances of hiding the king between these 2 pawns than white has of hiding their king. In practice, maybe I even prefer black a tiny bit. So I'm going to go minus 0.15, just enough so you can see the blue pointing downwards. And that'll just give you the indication that I think it should be a draw, but harder to find the right moves for white than for black. Kostya, I probably won't be able to meet after the grad show today. I apologize. But we'll see. I'll stay in touch. I have a crazy list of things to try to do today. Maybe rook g3 could get active enough. Maybe rook h3, go as far away as possible. Well, I guess here, your queen can come in and then the rook could maybe follow, right? Like something like this. This would be enough to draw for white, for example, easily. Just easy. And if we want to win, I don't think we want to push the king on the other side of the pawns and then try and scramble around. The rook's not so good at repositioning here with this clump in the center. I think white should take the draw if they can, if they see it, unless I'm miscalculating something really simple. Rook h3, knight g5, I'm being told. Yeah, I was planning to go queen f5 there, and I thought something good would happen for me, but maybe not. In any case, you got his move right. You know, rook g3, surrender. Called that one. Svane Jobava. All right. Gonna leave that one for a second there. Now that we've got a view on it, we've given a basic assessment of the position. And now, I mean, this game's pretty intense. Samuenkov against Salem Saleh. That looks really exciting. Svane and Jobava, very interesting as well. I'm going to go for Samuenkov. I think he's 15 years old, this player here, Samuenkov. Young player. Started with 4 draws, then beat Alexander Ingic, a little upset, then lost to Yu Yang Yi, a tough opponent, and now against Saleh Salem on 3 out of 6. And Salem's must have put the knight on g4 very recently. Let me just see what happened. I'm just going to backtrack like 3 moves here. So they're king h3. So this is, you know, an IQP kind of game. Black's just challenged with c5. c5. A little interesting how that rook got to g5, right? Weirdly, white's king on g3. White can't take it. White was trying to use the king to help support like a space grab. Steps aside. Black breaks open the center. And then, okay, defends the rook. White has to save that rook. That's an awkward piece. And here, knight takes g4. Oof. I think the idea is if fg4, rook d3, you win the queen. So white plays queen e2, just defending queen h2 checkmate. And now Chesscase wonders about rook d2 for Salem. There's no queen sack bailout. Here's the first simple variation I'll suggest. You know, if you take like this, the rook's hanging on a5. So we can't just bail. Rook d2, rook a6 looks more complicated. Yeah. Maybe rook d2, rook a6, queen f4, rook a8, king h7, bishop c2, f5. Okay, no bishop c2. Rook d2, rook a6, queen a4, and then queen d2, fg4. But queen e3, queen d2, queen e3. Black's winning even there. Queen e4 check. Yeah, that's messy. Okay, so here, check, here, queen check, Tradovich, and maybe knight check, king here, knight here. Actually, we can't leave the king on the side. It's just going to be in a mating net. We have to come out even if it gives a tempo. Okay, so Chessgain says this should be a winning ending for black. Instinctively, what black wants to do is like play knight f6, rook b2, knight h5, and just have so many pawns. The thing is, they can't stop white's a pawn, so I wouldn't 100% guarantee that win, actually. So we might even have to sack our rook for the a pawn. The knight might have no way over there. Maybe it's more prudent to play knight c5, take this pawn, and try and trade the knight for the a pawn and leave white's h pawn on the board for a while. Definitely the chances are all with black, but is it a hard and fast, cold win? That I don't know. Actually, still a little bit interesting to play. Still kind of interesting to play. Yeah. Okay, you might be right that it's winning. It might still be of interest. Let's see, they're at move 50, so they got to get to move 60. So they're pretty low on time for this complicated position. Now, if you're black and you're trying to assess that weird endgame, I mean, you might prefer to just save your knight or look for other moves, right? Because look at white's king. So we shouldn't tunnel on rook d2 too far. We've got a sense of what it does, then we look around. I mean, knight f6 is an obvious move as well. Rook d3. There's maybe king g4. Queen b4. Rook a6. What are all the moves for black? Rook d2, rook a6. Queen d8 played, suggested by Tim Grutter just as it appeared, seconds before Salem played the move. So the idea is that if the queen moves away somewhere, we'll just pick a square, black can check, even though the knight's hanging. There's a mate here thanks to the e-pawn, right? So rook h2 is still basically a mating threat. Maybe queen e1 covers the relevant square. And then there's queen g5 mate, right? So you still can't take this. And if you go here, I suppose queen h4. Okay. So queen d8, queen e4 preparing rook here. Then check here. Oh, we got to move. Queen e1 has been played. So rook h2, that's mate in 2, right? That's the end of this game. Salem has done it. Broke through with that knight sack on g4. And now the mop-up. Nice game. Nice game by Salem. High quality games all over the place. Okay, so that one's down. Nair and Grishuk. After rook g3, black gave a series of checks. I think pair, you're suggesting rook a8 in this position, right? That's an important detail. Yeah, he must have calculated that as well to play queen d8, right? And I think the plan is queen a8, allowing that rook trade. Then queen check. The knight keeps the king from backing off, right? So the king has to come up to an unfortunate square like that. And now I would think any knight move should be winning for black here. Let's try one, for example, knight e5. There's a mate threat here. Maybe that's my only mate threat. Maybe that's not the best knight square. Maybe knight e3 is better. Now I threaten queen g4, knight f5, and knight g2. That's more, I can feel that one a little bit better. But knight e5 did have that trick of playing g5, knight g6. That's cool. Very cool. So either should do it. Check here. you know, bishop check, we could take it. Queen check, we can block it. Oh yeah, it was an eventful day, Yellow. It was an eventful day. We're kind of alternating solid days and bloody days at this tournament right now. Basically, it seems that rook a8, while interesting, the white king would not escape getting mated pretty soon, right? It does look like there's no way out. Okay, so let's see what else is still afoot. I feel like Nair and Grishuk are doing a perpetual, right? The score even shows that the position has been repeated 3 times, but it doesn't yet show anyone having claimed the draw. Oh, now it does. It shows 1/2 below. I don't know. Okay, let's see what we got here. Jobava and Svana still going, so let's have a look at that. The white king is very awkwardly placed here. E-pawn's trying to queen. I'm going to prefer black here. Famous knight and queen combo. I don't know that I can get my king out of the business if white plays queen b1. Svana and Jobava are at move 51. Man, there's just people on top of people at the top of this tournament. They're like scrambling. I mean, if they score 3 out of 4, it's still just going to be a huge old tie. Definitely chances of having a huge old tie at the end of this tournament, and them having to sort of, by tiebreakers, pick 2 out of 6 or whatever. Oh, I don't have to wear this anymore. Yeah, Svana gives the check. That makes sense. King goes the wrong way. There's mate. To me, the candidate moves are king a4 and c4. And my instinct was really strongly c4, but I guess there's no reason you couldn't go to a4. Maybe queen a4 check. Queen e4 check. Let's see, here. 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 Threatening mate. Now here queen g2 would be a mistake because e2. Bishop g3, knight c6, and then black mops up at their leisure. White's just stuck. But queen f1, you could go king g3. Okay, queen b1, check. Knight b4. Queen f5, coming back to defend queen f3. And maybe there's like a threat of c6, king c6, bishop takes knight. Something like that is possible. So, options for black. Queen e1. Okay, prevents c6 with the blockade. We got a check. Will Jobava come forward? How's this tournament going so far? Badur, 2.5 out of 6. A loss in the first round to Gelfand, which we saw. Whew. And then 5 draws in a row. So fully stable other than that one bad game. Knight b4, queen f5. So white says, yeah, I'll take a draw if you want. So what does black want to do here? King a4, trying to get out of the way of c6. Then you could play knight takes c6, queen e4 check. Jobava is still hunting that first win for sure. I'm kind of calculating king a4, c6 here, with the idea that if the knight takes, then we start with some checks. Kind of running the king around the knight. But it doesn't seem to work for white because that square is not available. Right? Hi, Robin. Welcome. Yeah. Okay, so I guess king a4 is a candidate move to me. Oh, he comes for the white king. Bloody. Bloody. And the knight is covering these squares so the queen can't come in after something like c6, king c6. She just can't. The bishop's hanging to the king. That's a tough move for white to face. Frederick's got 3 minutes. 5 moves till move 60, where they'll get a little bit more time. What's black's biggest threat here? I've got a weird idea of a threat. Of course, what your threat is almost irrelevant because white has to move something. You know, it's such a Zugzwang-like position. But I'm thinking that he might go knight f4, bishop f4, queen f1, exactly like Max says. All right, so tick-tock. What's white going to do? Maybe queen d7 check. Throw some checks in the end. See if they lead to anything. Yep, queen d7, king c4. King should be able to come around and under. I'm going to boost this evaluation to -2 and basically guess that black's winning at this point. I think white's just going for a perpetual, and black's pawn is closer to queening and white's king is closer to mated, and I like the knight a bit better than the bishop. Those little factors could be tenths of a pawn in a middle game, but here it's probably just life and death. Queen a4 might be the right angle. Queen e6 gives you bishop e5 and stays a little closer to your own king. With queen d7 and queen a4, I mean, you're fishing for this. You're fishing for this perpetual. If you don't get it, right, and queen e6 played, if you don't get the perpetual, you can't get back and prevent mate anymore at some point, right? So forget about seeing which pawn queens first. There will be immediate checkmate with these two pieces without queening if white switches to c6 with the queen out here. The simplest version of a checkmate for black is you go check, force the bishop to take a square from the king, and then mate. But now add to that we've got our knight around, and there's knight f4, knight f2, etc. So white gives a check, black king advances, bishop e5 check, idea queen a2. Off the king move, but king b4, what is there? Queen b6. So king b4, there's queen b6, king d2, there's queen check, king here, queen takes, king takes, threatening king f3, and knight takes bishop. He goes king b4. Okay, he's played king b4, but let me just try this. I want to know, I guess there's bishop g3 could be interesting. Yeah. Because this position will be lost for white. Your bishop's attacked, and your pawn's attacked, and if you play bishop d4 or bishop d6, either one, black plays king f3 and mates you with just the knight. But bishop g3, that might be why he didn't do this. We could go knight f2 counter check. Bishop takes check. Pawn takes f2. Moments away from queening. Check. Here. Check. Threatening mate. And mate. Oh, okay, good point in that line. Bishop d4. And then if king here, you can take and take. But you're still lost here, right? You're still lost here because black's threatening king f3. And if you prevent king f3, then they clean up your pawn and it's all over. No, I want to see this round out to the end. And then I'll trade off with you for grads and I'll go and do some other work I've got. So queen b6, king c4, queen e6, takes the pawn. Okay, not the most important thing in the position for black to get. It wasn't queening, and in some cases it was blocking bishop checks. But yeah, I'm not sure it's even desirable to take it, honestly. All right, cheers, Graham. We are covering every round, Graham, but tomorrow it will be Jesse and Kosti without me, because I will be camping for the next 3 days. I'll be back for the last round myself. Jesse and Kosti are going to hold it down. Coach Champs, yeah, I'll be streaming a bunch of lessons like in the old days for my new crew of 4 students. Ugh. Chess Games, what's your opinion on calling oneself the internet chess teacher? 4 students is pretty intense, and it's only 1 month, so it's like a collapsed time frame as well. It is going to be pretty intense. Yeah. Okay, so the bishop's really like covering the diagonal, and the king tries to come. You say no, and white tries to never let the king get back in front of this stuff. The 4 students are training for getting better at chess, but also specifically a tournament in 1 month, T-Drev. And their results in that tournament, I think he messed it up by taking this pawn. I think it's a draw. I'm going to flip-flop my evaluation here. So they've got a tournament in 1 month, and then the results of those 4 tournaments will be used to sort of suggest which coach did a better job over the course of that month. There'll definitely be some randomness in the under 800 section, maybe even the under 1200 section. But the biggest thing is just that the time frame is so short that you can't really prove too much in just a month. It's a little bit short, right? You need 6 to 8 weeks maybe to really do much. They don't have any intermediate challenges, Max. No, it's so short. So the time frame is just, we draft, we teach, and then finals, straight into finals. So it's not quite as good as Ultimate Sensei, but hopefully it'll be fun anyway. Yeah, thanks, Graham. It'll be great. It'll be great. Appreciate it. Whoops, messed up my eval bar. Did I fix it? I fixed it. Yeah, I got a decent team. I didn't get an absolutely obscenely lucky team. Just decent. I didn't get something like chess games with the 6th pick or anything like that. But I did okay. I got my first choice with a 3rd pick in one of the groups. They randomized it, G. It was a random order. I can't really have any complaints about the team I got. That's for sure. The draft went fine, but the other coaches were competent as well in their drafting. They had done their research, so I didn't gain a major upper hand, It'll come down to the coaching, not the drafting. Let's say that much. Or just, the randomness of, a couple weeks, and then we'll find out who's on form when the tournament starts. Or when the 4 tournaments start. There's an interesting question when you're picking players and there's like just thousands and thousands of games played. To what extent is that a good thing or a bad thing, right? Because to some extent, of course I did, G, yeah. To some extent, if someone's playing a bunch of games, it shows you that they're like passionate and that they'll put in the work, right? If you point them in the right direction. But sometimes, Chess Game says it could be bad. It could really ingrain bad habits. I was thinking sometimes it might mean someone's kind of, more close to reaching their potential. Like maybe, like someone could be like a little bit sort of plateaued out. Whereas if you've got somebody who's only played a couple hundred games and they're already 1,300, it's like, wow, there's some kind of a prodigy, right? So I was kind of balancing, looking for somebody who's putting in a lot of work with somebody who's maybe got more talent that hasn't yet been untapped, or that hasn't yet been tapped by, proper practice and so forth. But yeah, if you've got somebody under 800 who's played thousands of games and they're still under 800, they might have some things preventing them from getting past that point. Right, that's the possible thinking, T-Trev. This game looks like a draw to me right now. I'm not seeing any ways to cross here. Draw agreed. Okay, we are right about this one. So we got this one right. folks in the know will know that there is a graduate show coming up really soon. Any moment now, Jesse will take over for me with the graduates show. Still a couple interesting end games. We got a player we haven't yet seen this tournament, Cristobal Enriquez, actually making a move towards the top here because he might win this endgame against Vichugov, and then suddenly he'd be at +2. I mean, he's got 3.5 out of 6 after beating Biera yesterday. Huh. And that endgame looks pretty promising. Now let's see what other endgames we've got. There's Hari Krishna with an extra pawn against Sugirov, but it's just on one side of the board, a 3-on-2. That could be tough to do much. His king is in good position. All these other boards up here are done. Neiman, brutal. Noterbeck, I haven't seen his game with Tabatabai. Vidit beat Maurizi. Prague beat Rodstein. So we'll see Prague again before the end of this tournament. He'll make his way up to the top here. Yu Yang Yi, Nepo, Rapport. That's like a bunch of 2700s moving up right here. If you look, Vidit beat Maurizi. Prague beat Rodstein. Nepo and Yu Yang Yi beat Mamedov and Mendonca, and Rapport beats Cheparinov. So that's 5 wins for 2700, sort of reestablishing that order potentially, right? And yeah, I don't know. I'm still waiting to find out the answer to this question. You know, are the 27s and 2600s, how close or how far are they? You just checked his game with Engine, Chess Gains. Was I right that he shouldn't have taken the pawn and should have run his king? Totally winning before king c5. Yeah, you know. Put me in, coach. Put me in. Okay. Maybe we'll look at Ray Robson's endgame here for a little bit. As I click around. Oh, this all-German matchup. That looks like an interesting endgame too. It's tricky. A lot of checks to dodge. Yeah, you know. It was pretty obvious at the same time. Okay. What are we on here? F4. This is the wrong rook pawn for Demchenko. So if white sacks the knight here, then he has to avoid a rook trade. He has to somehow avoid a rook trade, folks. He's going to have to be very, very careful to avoid Ray's rook here. How is he going to do it? I don't think he's going to be able to do it. I think we're going to see another draw here. What score is Ray on right now? 3 out of 6? Let's see. 3 out of 6. Demchenko, 3 out of 6. Yeah. All right, let's call that a draw. It's very funny how that bishop's completely useless. And here we've got Dmitry Kolarz against Dennis Wagner, 2 2600 rated German grandmasters, having mediocre first halves to this tournament. 2 out of 6 the score for each of them. Performance ratings under 2500 at -2. Tough times. Okay, but let's see if we can figure out their end game here. For all I know, they may have been playing great, you know, because the tournament is just so tough. Sometimes your performance rating doesn't look good when everyone else is really good. So White's claim is the rook is busy stopping this g-pawn, and this one's going to saunter on down. If we bring the king, can we get there in time-o? No. The rook can't do anything about the h-pawn because, as we said above, it's busy. Could the king attack white's king instead? This is almost genius. This would be an idea. Honestly, for that much genius, a draw is pretty mediocre, especially refuted genius, because in this position, white can queen this pawn instead and stop rook g1. If instead I take this bishop, then I'm not really threatening anything yet, and white can just start making queens. So that king approach doesn't do anything either. Also, like a full tempo late compared to the speed of the h-pawn. So then I'm thinking that black's lost. I'm going to adjust the sensei eval bar to this game. Looks like those pawns are gone. Was this forced? How do we get here? Rook a2, rook and bishop versus rook and bishop. Rook here. Check. Whew! He saw that bishop and was just like, boom. I think black had an idea of playing e2 here, bishop g3. So he just gets rid of the piece, threatens to queen, brings the rook over, h5, done. That is a win. Yeah. Nice endgame tactic and finish from Dimitri. Any big drama today? Oh yeah, Teddy. Every day big drama. Pretty much every day. Some of the biggest results, Nihal Sarin took out Parham Magsudlu, who had been the leader every round of the tournament at this point. So that was huge. Then we had an incredible game where Yakubboev sacrificed a ton of material trying to take out Firouzja, and then it just didn't quite make it, and Firouzja won the game. So Firouzja moves up into the leader's spots. We had Arjun outplayed by Matthias Blübaum with black. So that was another huge result. So there's a huge group on 5. We had a draw for Giri and Mishra, wins for Noterbek, Abdusatorov, and a great game of Hans. Okay, it looks like Jesse's ready. And a great game of Hans beating Yagiz, or Yaiz, I don't know, Yagiz Erdomus. This was like a very interesting, exciting, crushing game from Hans as well. So a bunch of great games. And now I'm going to turn it over to Jesse and the grad show. All right. So stick around, folks. Jesse will be on any moment now. If you're on Twitch, just stay where you are. If you're on YouTube, you might have to click back to the Chess Dojo channel and then click on the new live stream when it comes up. This was a wonderful round 7 here in Samarkand. Chess Dojo's No Engine coverage will continue tomorrow in round 8 at the same time, 3 p.m. Samarkand, 3 a.m. Pacific. And we'll go all through the weekend and finish on Monday when we will figure out the 2 candidates. So